that you don't want to miss out on. Get free delivery anywhere in Saskatchewan on select in-stock show homes and spec home RTMs. For more information, visit their website, homes.nlc.ca. Or for general information, call 1-800-661-6534. That's the Nelson Homes Summer Blowout Sale. Nelson Homes, trusted quality and service since 1949.
If your garage door is running a little rough, you don't need to be talked into something that you don't need.
Sir, what you need is the new gigantic-esque, voluminous, astronomical, ginormous, gargantuan, exquisite air garage.
Just call BusyB Doors, the local experts who have been in business for many, many doors. They can fix or replace any commercial or garage door.
Wait. With me, you get a little garage door keychain, please.
BusyB Doors, the garage door specialists.
Your Co-op Grow team are your local experts because we live here too. Our agronomic specialists stay up to date with the latest research and technology to help support your entire farm operation. Talk to our team for advice tailored to your farm's needs. We have recommendations to help you optimize your crop yield and quality while enhancing the health of your land. Co-op, we're all growing together. Here for your farm, here for your family. Learn more at coop.crs/farm.
Rider Nation, it's game day, and this is the Crofty Electric and Nelson Homes Countdown to Kickoff on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network, streaming at sportscates.com and on your radio and around the world at 620ckrm.com. Here's Justin Dunk, Teagan Witko, and Wes Cates.
Saskatchewan, Edmonton, kickoff just after 7 here at Mosaic Stadium. It is Christmas in July in the building and right outside in Party in the Park. Yeah, might be 30 degrees outside, but there might be snowball fights happening at Party in the Park and rumors that Santa might even be making an appearance. But you will find us here in the Sports Cage Lounge, streaming on YouTube and sportscage.com, or just come join us. Again, it's Teagan Witko, Justin Dunk, and Wes Cates. Cory Mace has Saskatchewan rolling at 5-1 for a second year in a row. But Edmonton coming in with a familiar face to Rider Nation. Cody Fajardo under center, of course, and coming in as the starter, facing Saskatchewan fans in Regina for the first time, wearing a different shade of green. So, Justin, obviously a little bit of drama when it comes to the starting QB for the Elks this week. Is that the biggest storyline that you're going to be following, or is there anything else that you're kind of watching?
Definitely, it is that. I mean, there's some other roster iterations that we'll get into here, but it has to be Cody Fajardo starting in this game for the Saskatchewan Roughriders. Formerly for the Saskatchewan Roughriders, but now with Edmonton. You know, the Elks had a bye week here, and Mark Killam told me that he sat down Cody Fajardo and Trey Ford at the start of this week and said this is an open competition. Whoever wins and does better in practice this week is going to start, but you know, Wes, I'm not buying that because he came off the bye week. Cody Fajardo ended up taking all of the first-team reps on the last day of real preparation, not the walkthrough, but real preparation for the Edmonton Elks on Wednesday before the walkthrough on Thursday and their travel day. And I don't think it was a surprise to Cory Mace and the Riders either.
Now, before we get to talking with Cory Mace here, I just want to ask you really quick, Wes. Now, that 33-27 win over the Lions last week, that was a little flattering for BC. So shifting to Edmonton now, 1-4, but they're rested coming off of that bye. Some might call this a trap game.
Oh, yes.
Do you think that's the mindset?
I thought it was a trap game until they announced Cody Fajardo was going to start. Then I'm like, oh, we got this one in the bag. I mean, Trey Ford came in here and has won a couple of times. I mean, granted, he's struggled. And what did he have, like 34 yards last week? Really bad showing. Definitely struggling. I feel like the Edmonton coaches must be getting some sort of pressure from upper management or something like that to make a change like this when they were kind of talking about letting him work through his trials and tribulations. So to see them go to Cody Fajardo was a surprise to me, but he's never been a quarterback that I've thought defenses were scared of. He tends to kind of get it together in crunch time if he's within a score. But other than that, he's a guy that holds the ball too long, runs not that fast, strong-bodied quarterback for this league, takes hits and gets, like, marginal yards. So Trey Ford is way more of a big play guy, and I thought that they would kind of ride it out with him. So, I mean, I say that now, and then all of a sudden Cody will come out here and look like, you know, an all-star, but I'm not too worried about it.
Obviously the biggest trending topic, so let's get into that. What's trending, brought to you by Karst Holdings, Integra Tire, Assiniboia, proudly serving Southern Saskatchewan for 30 years. Darren, Tracy, Dylan, and staff welcome you for all your automotive and ag tire needs. Karst Holding, Integra Tire, Assiniboia, truly local. You had some interesting conversations this week, Justin.
Definitely, because coaches, as you know, Wes, like to play this game and keep the cards close to their vest. But I think the Riders and Cory Mace knew all along that defensively they could prepare for Cody Fajardo.
Until anything's official, you don't know. Trey's been their guy, so we prepared for it as if there's potential to see both, looking outside in. Could there have been a potential going through a bye week and self-scout? No doubt. That's why we kind of put a heavier emphasis on both guys. But, ultimately, you don't want to just kind of go into it in those kind of situations, just pushing all your eggs, in the one basket. And then get kind of caught with your pants down come game day. So we did a good job, I think, preparing these guys to see both cats. And then obviously you get it solidified today. You can just do a deeper dive. You kind of want to look at who they are current day, right? Certainly, this is a system I think Cody will feel comfortable in as Maximic is from the Moss tree, so to speak, so I'm sure there's a little bit of comfort for both of those gentlemen, but, I don't care how you cut it. I mean, Cody's had a fantastic career, certainly his time in Montreal and just waiting his time here in Edmonton. So, our guys know it, and shoot, he's a heck of a quarterback, man, so we got to be on our P's and Q's defensively to make sure we make it as tough a day as possible on him. But he's shown to be a winner. So if we want to go where we want to go, we're going to have to make it pretty tough on him.
On the other side, Cody Fajardo will be matching up against Trevor Harris in this quarterback comparison. They actually exchanged teams a couple of years ago when Cody Fajardo went to Montreal from Saskatchewan, and then Trevor Harris came out here. And Harris with the Riders in his second year in this Mark Mueller offense might be playing the best football of his career. At least the stats show it through the first 5 games. If you look at this on our live stream, and I'll give it to you verbally for the radio, in 2018 with the Ottawa Redblacks, through his first 5 games, he was 3-2, threw for over 1,200 yards, 6 touchdowns, 4 interceptions. But with the Riders this year, he's thrown for over 1,600 yards, is 4-1 in his first 5 starts this season, has 9 touchdowns through the air, and is on pace for a single-season career high in terms of passing yards with over 5,100 yards. That's what he put up in 2018 with Ottawa. So Harris has been red hot. No, by the way, he set a CFL record, resetting his own mark that he shared with Dane Evans last week when it was his 9th straight game with a completion percentage of 70% or higher. He's leading the league in completion percentage this season at 76%. And a note for this game as well, he's ranked 16th all-time in terms of passing yards coming into this game with 34,774. 31 short of Michael Riley for 15th and 56 away from Dieter Brock for 14th. So early on in this football game, he's going to become the 14th leading passer all-time in CFL history. So if anybody thought the 39-year-old was done, far from it. It seems like to me he's playing the best ball of his career. And Harris, interestingly enough, when we're talking about this quarterback matchup, was in a similar situation not too long ago to Cody Fajardo, where all of the quarterback seats were full. So he totally understands the predicament that Fajardo found himself in during the offseason.
I think it's just kind of a game of musical chairs, and sometimes all the seats get filled up. And it happened to me in 22 when the seats were filled up and nobody saw me as a starter. And you just kind of find out what you're made of there if you really love the game, if you want to continue playing, and you know that Cody Fajardo does, and it's really unfortunate because it's really not fair. He's in the MOP conversation, pulls his hamstring last year, and comes back and plays fine, and they win the East, and coming off of a Grey Cup the year before, and then he's really delegated to a backup role. It didn't make a lot of sense.
All due respect to Trevor Harris, Cody Fajardo's won a Grey Cup, and he didn't have a starting job entering the 2025 CFL season. Wes, what do you think that's like for Fajardo to suck it up and say, okay, I got to be a backup now and just bide my time until I get an opportunity, which has come sooner than a lot of people might have thought in Edmonton?
Well, yeah, for sure, especially considering he's a couple years off of a championship, right? You're playing championship caliber football for all intents and purposes, and then all of a sudden you're backing up a struggling QB. So I would say it's a hard pill to swallow, but it's kind of the nature of this league. Like Trevor mentioned in the interview, like there's only 8 teams, so there's only so many positions, and that's kind of one of the advantages to management. They can kind of play vets a little bit like that because of the fact that there's not a lot of space for change. Most teams kind of know what they're taking into the next season. So I think that for sure it's something that is going to maybe hit your confidence a little bit. But at this stage in his career, I don't think it's something that's really going to affect his play. So when he gets out there, he's going to play at his best. But I just don't know if his best is winning football on a regular day, every day, right?
There was 8 teams in the CFL when you played. You never played when there was
or 9. Yeah, 9. Sorry, my bad.
I got you, bro. No worries. And talking about Trevor Harrison, the streak that he's on, he's done it. I'm talking about the completion percentage streak, despite injuries continuing up front in the offensive line. And yet again, we're going to have not a new starter, but a different starter up front in 2025 for the Riders, with Noah Zaire going in there at left guard. And this is a guy that was released early on in training camp, came back a handful of days later, now gets an opportunity to start for his hometown Saskatchewan Roughriders.
He's our biggest offensive lineman, homegrown product, which we love that, you know what I mean? But, just from how things went for him in camp and then, coming back, again, similar to Mario Anderson, when we had to make that decision, those are hard, right? Because we still think highly of these guys. Easy for him to come back, seamless transition, getting back. And just waiting for his opportunities. He's been on the roster up and down. He started some games for us last year, so it's not like he's fresh. He's never done it before. Excited for his opportunity. I know it means a lot to him to put this helmet on. So what an opportunity for him to go out there and play with some conviction. Zach ended up being in a motor vehicle accident earlier in the week. He got checked out at the hospital and here, and all the things were good. We were cleared, and then like most things do with some injuries to the head, at practice, it wasn't feeling exactly what it should. So again, we're not going to play around with that kind of stuff. And then again, same thing. Next guy, we know what that is here, specifically at that position. So everybody's always ready. So, he'll be fine. I'm sure. It's just, you don't want to risk that.
This Riders offensive line can't catch a break. They're getting hurt enough on the field, but off the field, we got people in Regina running into these guys. I've seen you two. You're pretty good drivers. But who's out here hitting Zach Fry, causing him to be out of the lineup?
Hey, these big city, these small towns, when they get into a little bit of traffic, I wonder if it was around that 4:30 to 4:45, the traffic hour in Saskatchewan.
No, that's when all the trains come in. You actually can't go anywhere. So, I don't know. You've never just seen people try to zipper merge in this city, Dunk. That's probably why you think that this is out of order, out of the ordinary.
I've never seen that. Sounds like the Gardner in Toronto.
Well, downtown Regina construction struggles are one thing. But,
That
stop
is
hurting
true.
the Riders. Come on, guys. Get it together. You know what? We have a jam-packed 2 hours, boys. Regina U16 flag football team heading to nationals. They're going to be joining us in a little bit here. We also are going to be hearing from Shane Ray, Saskatchewan Roughriders defensive lineman. We got Dre McCray, kick returner. Obviously, he is going to be in because Alford is still out. Rider legend, TSN analyst Glenn Sutder is going to have a conversation with us, along with Jeff Fairholm, as usual. This is the Countdown to Kickoff, and it's brought to you by Croft Electric. 27 years of trusted, reliable home, farm, and commercial service for all electrical needs. CroftElectric.com and all socials. And coming up next, Justin Dunk had a conversation with Edmonton Elks offensive lineman and Saskatoon native Brett Boyco. Great conversation coming up next here on Countdown to Kickoff. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Have you ever thought, I need more power for grain drying? For anything on your farm, Croft Electric is here to help. Let Croft upgrade your farm service capacity. Call now. Let us take this off your plate so you can focus on your farm and be ready when you need the power. Trust our 27 years of experience, here for all your electrical needs, from generators to permanently installed holiday lights. Find us through all socials and croftelectric.com. Croft Electric. Do it right. Do it once. Nelson Homes is having a summer blowout sale on quick possession homes that you don't want to miss out on. Get free delivery anywhere in Saskatchewan on select in-stock show homes and spec home RTMs. For more information, visit their website, homes.nlc.ca. Or for general information, call 1-800-661-6534. That's the Nelson Homes Summer Blowout Sale. Nelson Homes, trusted quality and service since 1949.
The building is full at 2sauctioneers.ca online auction house in Indian Head. Next week on Monday, we got a big sale, mostly from one consignor of shop and hand tools, incubation equipment, and much, much more. We have added another equipment sale for the summer. That'll be closing on August the 26th. We've got a little room in that one for some combines, tractors, or vehicles, or whatever you may have. Come on out here to 2S Auctioneers in Indian Head and check it all out. 2sauctioneers.ca, online auction house in Indian Head.
SEIU West members are
Medical Equipment Coordinator,
Combined Laboratory and X-ray Technologist, Orderly,
Biomedical Engineering Technologist,
File Clerk,
MRI Technologist,
Carpenter,
Pharmacy Technician, Cardiology Technologist,
Staff Scheduler,
Information Technology Analyst.
The backbone of your public health care system. Learn more at seius.ca.
You're raising your livestock, while Glassers TV, your SaskTel authorized dealer, is raising your cell phone bars. No matter how deep in the field you are, you can expect excellent and consistent coverage, so you can do what farmers do best, multitask. Like this guy. He's out here milking cows and managing his fantasy football team. With today's smartphones, farmers are checking the weather, pricing soybeans, and swiping right, all before breakfast. Glassers TV, your SaskTel authorized dealer in Moosomin.
It's game time at Two Ways Service, your Ford dealer in Southie. Just 30 money-saving minutes north of Regina on Highway 6. Two Way Service is a first-round draft pick, delivering championship deals all season long. Score big with any vehicle purchase, and they'll throw in a free trip for two to Las Vegas. That's right, Vegas, baby. So suit up and drive 55 kilometers north of Regina to Two Ways Service. Online at twowayservice.com.
Never get tired of tire talk? Neither do we. We banter about balance, rave about rolling resistance, and we could tell you all about traction long before social media. Yeah, here at Quality Tire, we care about tires and, well, quality. There's a reason it's our name. This summer, trouble-free driving starts with quality service from Quality Tire, with 9 locations across Saskatchewan. Thanks for coming to our Tread Talk.
QualityTire.ca 620 CKRM brings you Saskatchewan's #1 sports talk show, The Sports Cage. Catch The Sports Cage weekday afternoons from 3 to 6 on the Voice of Saskatchewan, 620 CKRM.
Hear that? What a tackle.
That big crunch wasn't from the tackle, Chris. That's the KFC $4.95 End Zone Big Crunch and $7.95 End Zone Big Crunch combos only on game days.
The End Zone Special available on Roughrider game days at participating KFC Sask locations.
Getting you set for Saskatchewan Roughrider football. This is the Croft Electric and Nelson Homes Countdown to Kickoff. Watch at sportscage.com. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
You got Teagan Witko, Justin Duncan, Wes Cates inside the Sports Cage Lounge at Mosaic Stadium. Of course, you can stream us at sportscage.com or on our YouTube, 620 CKRM as well, or just come hang out with us once they open the doors here. Riders coming off a win in BC. Edmonton well-rested, coming off a bye week, and Cody Fajardo will be at the helm for the Elks tonight, or Double E. I'm not sure what we're calling them now. The kickoff is just after 7 o'clock at Mosaic Stadium tonight. But now we're going to bring it back home with our homegrown segment for 2S Auctioneers Auction House. Start bidding today at 2sauctioneers.ca.
No, I got a chance to catch up with Brett Boyco, who I remember covering, it seems like a long time ago. I guess I'm aging myself. Back at the 2015 NFL Combine. His career at one point, he thought it was going to be over in 2022, but not so fast. So try to get all the goods from Brett Boyco, who's back in his home province, to take on the team that he cheered for growing up as a kid.
Saskatoon native and Edmonton Elks offensive lineman Brett Boyco joins us. Your career has so many twists and turns. So how about we go to the beginning? How did you start playing football growing up in Saskatchewan?
So growing up in Saskatoon. So my brother started playing. I always had an interest in football. It was something that, it was obviously I have passionate family members about, football, Saskatchewan and stuff like that. So my dad was a big fan, and obviously, I grew up that way. So when my older brother, I played touch football, then my older brother played tackle football, and so I joined his team. So I was one of the younger ones playing, and that's kind of when so 10 years old, I started playing tackle football, kind of fell in love with it, and just kind of away it went. I played defensive end predominantly, then I got to high school, played linebacker, and then defensive end, and then actually my senior year I was quarterback, and it's just kind of, once I was playing, you watch all the movies of the football movies, and you want that life and everything like that. So I wanted to go down south and try and play big time college ball, and I remember going into my senior year, I got a letter from the University of Iowa, and being from Saskatoon, I never knew anybody who's got that or never knew what to do with that. So then I talked to somebody, and they told me to make a highlight tape. But by the time I got the highlight tape done, it was my senior year was over, and all my senior clips were on there. So I was kind of a little bit behind the eight ball, and fortunately had UNLV reach out, and it was the best thing that ever happened to me.
Were you a Riders fan as a kid?
I grew up a Riders fan. Yeah.
Who was your favorite Rider?
My favorite Rider. So I love Jackie Mitchell, the linebacker. Yeah, I grew up a defensive guy, so I liked Jackie Mitchell. He was my favorite. But we used to go to training camps in Saskatchewan. My family is big time Rider fans, so they're Elks fans now. So, but yeah, we used to go to games. We were season ticket holders and stuff like that. So,
were there any moments at games that you went to that stuck out when you were young?
Gosh, not overly. Just I'd probably say like moments of just like my family cheering and stuff like that. But overall, like moments, I wouldn't be able to tell you too many.
You talked about being a defensive guy, and then you were a quarterback your senior year. You go to UNLV, play offensive line there. How did that transition happen?
Well, so I played quarterback. I loved quarterback. That was, I say I'm a defensive guy, but quarterback was what I always wanted to play. It's just, I was bigger than everybody, so they put me on defense. So when I got that opportunity to play quarterback, it was like, okay, I want to play quarterback and see if I can do it. But obviously, I still wanted to play down south, and I put enough faith in myself that whatever I was going to do, I wanted to play pro football. And so when I was going through the recruiting process, it was a lot of O-line talk. So I was kind of recruited as a big athlete, but I kind of knew what was happening when I was going down there. So it was just a challenge and an opportunity that I kind of put on myself, and I was like, I'll figure it out. Because I will say, my first year at UNLV, I was the worst football player ever. I really do stand by that. I feel like I tell people, when I talk to people, I say, I'm a pretty good athlete, could do a lot of things, but when I switched offensive line, I was terrible. So it took some time, and it worked out. But yeah, it was a rough start.
You use the words worst and terrible, but then you end up in the NFL. How did you get better so quickly?
Yeah, it was just a process. I think it was really just diving in and understanding the position. Football people know, like offensive line, it's a very technical position. There's a lot of moving pieces, and you got to work together, but also understand the assignment. And so it was kind of learning the game, and I guess learning the whys of every play, and kind of understanding that just kind of helped me. And then obviously it's just reps, right? The more reps you do, the more you'll be able to pick it up. So yeah, it was a fun process, and I'm obviously grateful for UNLV and the opportunity that Bobby Houck and the staff gave me there.
What was it like for you, considering, I'm assuming your dreams as a kid were to play for the Riders and win a Grey Cup, but you go to UNLV and then you end up in the NFL. Did you ever even dream about playing in the NFL when you were young?
Yeah, growing up, I mean, I don't think I watched, my first NFL. I know my first NFL Super Bowl was in the year 2000. So, but yeah, I mean, growing up for that, until then, and even after that, it was all just CFL. I wanted to play, professionally in the CFL if I could. And then kind of once I got to college, and once I started kind of figuring out the position, I was kind of like, okay, you know what, maybe there's a chance. We're playing big schools, Wisconsin and West Virginia, stuff like that. So I was like, maybe there's an opportunity here. And then it was kind of, it switched, and it was like, okay, it's NFL or bust. I feel like I can do it, and I want to do it. And, fortunately for me, I got the opportunity, and unfortunately, had some kind of injuries that kind of took it away. But that's the business of football. And I'm very grateful for how everything kind of worked out.
What was it like to go through the NFL draft process? Like, I remember covering you at the NFL Combine. I think that was in 2015?
Yeah, 2015, right? Yeah.
And then just being in the buildings, in the meetings, preparing for games and actually playing games in the NFL. Like, what was all of that like for a kid from
I think a whirlwind. I think, and I had some really good teammates, and, I ended up signing with Philadelphia. So I was hurt. I got hurt my last game in college football, which was a bummer. I remember I had 50 people from Saskatchewan come down to watch me on my senior night, and I got a brutal injury in the first quarter. So that kind of obviously dampened the mood and kind of put some worry and doubt into, what was going to happen next. But was able to bounce back and get an opportunity to sign with the Eagles. And, obviously Jeff Stoutland, O-line coach, still there. Lane Johnson was kind of a mentor to me while I was there. And I had like Jason Kelsey, Jason Peters. So there's a lot of like guys who really kind of took me under their wing in terms of O-line play. And you just see what they do, right? Like, tell young guys all the time, find your routine, find someone, see what they do that they're successful at, and kind of mimic it, understand kind of the way they go about being a pro. And that was kind of my approach to everything. And so I was fortunate to have those guys. And the amount of knowledge I've gained, and then you go from there to, the Chargers, where you're playing with guys and quarterbacks like Phillip Rivers, and you're just seeing a whole new kind of perspective of the game. And, it's taught me so much along the way.
What was it like to play for the Eagles? It just seems like that franchise has such a passionate following. Philadelphia is a big-time sports city.
Yeah.
How was it for you?
Yeah, it was awesome. I mean, when you look at the because I had other options. When you look at it, and you think of Philadelphia, they had like 3 Hall of Famers on that offensive line. So my chances of really making it there weren't great. Maybe it wasn't the best choice.
You could have been the next Hall of Famer.
Yeah, maybe. But you look, Lane Johnson's still playing now at an elite level. So, but no, it was awesome. I mean, obviously Jeff Stoutland is arguably one of the best offensive line coaches, of all time, and so he taught me a lot. He was just a great man, great teacher. And, it was just, it was one of those things where you go to a fan base like that. I mean, even for me, they knew who I was, when you'd walk around, and it was cool to see that side of it. And obviously you see just what, was invested in these players, and from, strength staff, nutrition, everything, you see it's kind of, the top of the top, right? And so when you have an organization that's backing you so much, you understand why they're so successful.
You had an unfortunate injury with the Chargers. I believe you tore your calf in 2018, and it took you a while to get healthy. And I think a lot of people around Saskatchewan, probably honestly that are CFL fans, perhaps even NFL fans, were wondering that year in 2022 when you were off, what was happening. But that was actually your own decision.
Yeah. So I had, it didn't work out here in Saskatchewan. And so I was kind of, my daughter was born, and my wife and I were just kind of figuring out what's next. And obviously I was healthy, but not, to where I would have liked to have been. And it was just one of those things where we were just like, okay, let's walk away kind of on our own terms and start figuring out what's life after football. Because at that point, obviously, there was some injuries, like I told you before, like 2018, you tear the calf, 2019, you got the knee and the ankle, you're playing through, and you're not putting out good film either. You're just trying to kind of survive at that point. And 2020, no season, 2021, kind of went through this weird illness, right? So you overcome that all, and, you kind of want to keep playing, but at the same point, it just wasn't in the cards. So I stepped away, and as the season kind of continued, I was getting calls, to come back. But at that point, the decision was made, and then, kind of get healthy again, and the body starts feeling good, and you really miss the brotherhood. I will say that when you're done playing football, that's, I'm sure most guys would say that, the brotherhood and the locker room and all that stuff, it carries a weight. And so when you're not around that, it does stink a little bit. So obviously missing that, being healthy, and then my agent called me and said, this XFL team wants you. Do you want to come do it? And I said, sure. And got there on a Thursday, played 70 snaps on a Saturday, and just, all the love and everything came back. So once that season finished, I was like, I got a lot more ball left, so let's figure out an opportunity to come back up here. And I was glad it was Edmonton, and it's all worked out so far.
You mentioned brotherhood. You had a couple of your fellow offensive linemen in here telling me that you're getting fined for doing this interview.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Who was in here, and what's the details behind this?
That's downhill Phil Grahovac and David Beard. So they're on me like a hawk. So Mike must have told them that I was doing this or something. So they had to snipe a few pictures. But no, we got a really good group. We got a fun group, and we enjoy playing with each other. on the football field, and we have a lot of fun.
What's it like for a kid from Saskatoon who had a stint with the Riders, as you mentioned, to come back here and play at Mosaic Stadium, packed house? You said you've converted some of the people around you to Elks fans.
Yeah, some of them.
And all the rest that goes with it.
Yeah, I mean, it's cool. I mean, for me, honestly, the best part is that, my family and friends get to come out and watch. So, after this, I got a buddy, going to see my pal the Rig and hang out with his family. So, it's nice for all my family to come watch a game because it's not always easy to go to travel to other places. And so that's the best part about playing here is getting to see everybody.
I hope you're shaking down Beard and Grahovac for tickets to give to all the
I had to.
friends.
Yeah, I had to. Yeah, I got... I was lucky that actually there's a wedding in the family, so some people couldn't, or else I'd be struggling to get the amount of tickets that I need. So,
if you need help next time, let me know.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
Thanks for the time, Brett.
Awesome.
Good to see you.
That's Brett Boyco, who was gracious enough to give us some time, even though he had a bunch of friends he needed to catch up with in Regina, and clearly there's a bunch of people coming from Saskatoon, and even if they're not here, we'll be tuning in to see the local boy play for Edmonton.
Now, coming up next on Countdown to Kickoff, we are going to be going deep with Jeff Fairholm, so make sure you hang tight for that. And, of course, you can always stream us on YouTube or sportscage.com. Join us once they open the doors here in the Sports Cage Lounge at Mosaic Stadium as we get set for this 7 o'clock kickoff. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Hi, I'm Fraser Tolmie, your Member of Parliament for Moose Jaw Lake Centre Lanigan. Saskatchewan is my home, and representing our province in Ottawa is my top priority. That's why I'm working hard to bring home lower prices for you and your family, standing up for our farmers, and so much more. Canadian football is such an important part of our over 60 communities I serve in Ottawa and brings so many different people together in a positive way. Let's unite and bring it home for Saskatchewan.
Introducing the next generation of the RCH Hydro Mower from Highline, now more compact with exceptional maneuverability. Equipped with a unique hydraulic drive system, the RCH mower offers minimal maintenance, longer blade life, and increased cutting efficiency. With piston-style motors and a low pull-point hitch, you'll experience better flotation and smoother performance. Ready to cut smarter? Available at Young's Equipment, your local Case IH and Highline dealer. Visit youngs.ca and experience the Highline RCH mower today. Highline, designed with purpose.
He's at it again. Matt's sharpening his pencil to save you money at Matt's Furniture. Now till July 30th. Buy any qualifying Whirlpool or Maytag front load and top load washers and dryers and save an extra $150. See the sales associates in store for all the details and the list of qualifying models. It's time for a new washer and dryer with Whirlpool and Maytag. But hurry, it all ends on the 30th. Matt's Furniture in Fort Capel, Kamsack, Melville, and Foam Lake, or online at mattsfurniture.ca.
Nelson Homes is having a summer blowout sale on quick possession homes that you don't want to miss out on. Get free delivery anywhere in Saskatchewan on select in-stock show homes and spec home RTMs. For more information, visit their website, homes.nlc.ca. Or for general information, call 1-800-661-6534. That's the Nelson Homes Summer Blowout Sale. Nelson Homes, trusted quality and service since 1949.
This football season, Positively Perfect Pets is ready for a touchdown of the best pet food in town, offering a fantastic selection of healthy food and treats. Richard from Paws Purr is your quarterback for your pet's food decisions and everything else for your furry friends. The customer service will always go long for anything you need, setting their team apart from the box stores. Score big points with your pets at Positively Perfect Pets, 4637 Ray Street. Visit their Facebook page and onestopdogshop.com.
So, how big is yours? 5 inches. That's about average. How'd you like 6 inches? 6 inches?
6 inches? That would be a big improvement.
A 6-inch package from Prairie 6-inch eaves trough is made specifically for your farm building. 6-inch eaves troughs are more durable and efficient during storms. They're family-owned and operated, so you'll get an honest installation at a fair price. Prairie 6-inch eaves trough, your farm shop specialist. Call 570-6415.
Milligan Bio has a need for seed, and they want your heated and damaged canola today. Milligan Bio, a locally owned canola Canadian company based in Foam Lake, has space available for your canola and is accepting immediate delivery. Get that damaged canola out of your bins and put the cash in your pocket. Call Milligan Bio now at 272-6284. That's 272-6284 to arrange your delivery or on-farm pickup. MilliganBio.com.
Summer is here, and it's the best time to get out on the road. So why not get your vehicle inspected? Landry's Napa Auto Pro specializes in full-service inspections. With certified mechanics on site, they handle everything from minor repairs to major overhauls. When you take your vehicle to Landry Service, your car is in the right hands. And to keep you cool and comfortable this summer, they also service vehicle air conditioning systems. Landry's Napa Auto Pro, located on North Winnipeg Street, serving Regina for over 50 years.
Proud to tailgate with all of Rider Nation. This is the Croft Electric and Nelson Homes Countdown to Kickoff. Text 306-936-6262 with the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
It's Teagan Witko, Justin Dunk, and Wes Cates. We are live from the Sports Cage Lounge at Mosaic Stadium. Of course, just after 7 o'clock, the Saskatchewan Roughriders and Edmonton Elks will kick off. And Trevor Harris on fire. So, of course, we're going to be talking a little bit about the receiving core here. So let's dive in. Let's go deep with Jeff Fairholm for Zipperlock Building Company and Powerlift Doors. See them in Raymore or call 1-888-692-5515. Obviously, Jeff, I mean, Trevor Harris has been looking good, but that's also because it feels like there's always someone showing up. Dante Myers was the guy last week in BC, stepped up big time, 132 yards, 2 tutties. What did you like in his performance specifically?
Well, specifically, I love what he's doing, and I love his confidence. You know, you just throw it up to him, and he's going to go up. He's going to go get the ball. That's one thing that I'm loving. But you know, although he had the biggest number of the receivers in the last game, I would suggest that we spread the ball around a lot better than we have in past games, which is great. I love that. Focusing on one person is not always terrific, but I think we had 3 receivers over 60 yards in that game, and I think that just bodes well to what's coming up in the future.
Yeah, Jeff, you're talking about Trevor Harris spreading the ball around, but doesn't there need to be some sort of simpatico, some relationship with the receiver? Speak to kind of how important that relationship with each receiver is for a QB, and then do you kind of just focus on building a couple relationships, or do you try to have that relationship with all of them?
Well, I think he's building that relationship with all of them, and because it's been one, it hasn't been the same guy every week. Myers has had 2 big games, and you've got other players. Emilus has had a good game, and a lot of the other players have had good games. Mm-hmm. So, you look at Robustelli had a good game, and Johnson, and everybody's had their turn. But I like the fact that they're spreading it around. And talk about the relationship, there was something that happened in that game that unfortunately they didn't say on TV, but there was a time, I believe it was pretty early on in the game, where Harris was blitzed pretty hard. And he dropped back and was hit right in the chest. But what he did is he knew where his receiver was going to be, and he threw it deep down the right sideline. Now, it might have been to Myers. I don't recall. But, that's having trust in your receiver that, hey, I'm going to take a hit here. I'm going to throw it up to you. Make sure you get it, or at least knock it down if you're tightly covered. But what happened was the receiver caught the ball, and, that kind of trust is what, it just brought me right back to my days with my quarterbacks, and they just had trust in us and throw it up. And, that comes in time. And I don't think I've seen that this year. That was the first time I've seen that trust really exhibited on the field, which I really loved.
Mm-hmm. Jeff, you're talking about Trevor Harris and his relationship with the receivers there. Well, he can't have much of a relationship in the game if his offensive line doesn't play well. We've had yet another injury with Zach Fry being involved in a car accident. Noah Zaire stepping into that left guard spot to start. Do you think that the Riders' offensive line, despite all the injuries, has an advantage over the Edmonton defensive line?
Yeah, I went way outside of my comfort zone just now, and I actually looked at some statistics. And so I see that Edmonton has 3 sacks on the year. and only 10 knockdowns. They're last in the league. So, 3 sacks on the year through this many games, that's not very good. So our offensive line, I expect them, no matter who we put out there, I expect them to have a game of games. So if we can give Trevor that time to sit back and pick apart a defense, he's playing so well right now. I mean, he's right now, dare I say, he's MOP type of numbers. Him and the other little guy in Hamilton. So, I think our offensive line has done a tremendous job. Their run blocking is better. We're playing against a team, especially a defensive line and linebacker crew that doesn't have many sacks. So, if I was a betting man, I would think our quarterback and receivers are going to have a day today.
Jeff, I don't know if you heard, but our Dave Thomas stated pure facts when he said that Trevor Harris is 1,000 days and change older than his offensive coordinator and Mark Mueller. So if you're calling him old and Bo Levi Mitchell old, I don't know if either of those guys are going to like it too much. But anyways, we got to ask you, Jeff, where are you in the world today? You on the golf course? You on a cruise? You chilling at the beach? What's going on?
I'm in Reykjavik, Iceland right now. No, I'm just kidding. I'm sitting.
We bought it, man.
Thanks for playing the game at least. I know you wanted to touch on, too, the Riders' defensive line and the linebackers. And generally, I don't think we can call it a front seven in the CFL. But let's say the front six, right, because really the Sam's a nickel. Let's say the front six for Saskatchewan. And what have they been doing that you've liked?
Well, I mean, look at what they did against BC last week. I mean, they totally shut down who was, arguably the best running back in the league, at least by statistics, was coming into that game. We totally shut them down. And, we really made their big star quarterback super uncomfortable in the pocket, which I've said over and over and over. Our defense is built around as you say, our front six. So I used to say the defensive line, but we're bringing that extra person a lot, and we're really making it uncomfortable for the quarterback. So rushing the quarterback and run stopping, and you got to give props. I'm sorry, every time Sanders is in the game, we just seem to be able to run or stop the run, and we've just been doing a tremendous job in doing that with the 9 guys that are rotating in there, plus Allen and Thurman and Revis when he's up there, and we're doing a tremendous job of stopping the run, which makes the team the opposing offense very one-dimensional, and then our defensive backfield really starts to thrive. So you got to give them kudos. Now I will say, here's a big but if we had just made a few tackles in that game against BC, we would have run away with that game and not caused a few people to have some anxiety at the end, because we missed some tackles, right? There was a couple of times we had work on the run and even in our grasp, and we didn't make the tackle. So if there's one negative I would like to pull on our defense right now, or let's make it a positive, we need to improve our tackling a little bit more. If we can do that, get the same amount of pressure, keep playing that defense, and make those tackles when needed, I mean, this defense is unstoppable, and it just makes the offense easier. So, we're a good team. We showed last week that we are a good team. I was a little concerned. I didn't know what kind of team we had, but we have a really good team this year, as long as we stay healthy, which I'll get to in a second. But the other thing is, we just have to stay within this, and we have to play a game like tonight against Edmonton, who's won one game. And I think we play Montreal next week, don't we? Yeah, I'm pretty sure we play Montreal. So we're going on a road game next week to play arguably the best team in the East. So we don't want to look ahead. We've got to take care of business. Don't take them lightly. Just keep playing your game and show that we deserve to be 6-1.
Well, Jeff Fairholm, thank you so much for taking out time from your Icelandic trip to join us. Really appreciate the input as always.
Guys, if you don't mind, guys, I would like to just give one shout out to Kadeem Carey. He's my University of Arizona Wildcat brother, and I just wish him all the best. I just cringed when I saw that on TV last week, and I hope he's doing well. And if you see him around, please give him my best. But prayers up for him. Let's have a great game and a win.
Absolutely. And enjoy the game there, Jeff. Again, going deep with Jeff Fairholm. And now we are going to turn things over to our very own Dave Thomas. This is Today in Rough Rider history for North Home Windows, designing, building, and installing window systems in Saskatchewan for Saskatchewan conditions. Google North Home Windows or call 1-866-362-6525. Again, voice of the Saskatchewan Rough Riders, Dave Thomas with Rob Vanstone.
It's Christmas in July, and it was like Christmas in July for one Rough Rider quarterback on this day.
Nealon Green, back on July 25th, 2003. He ran 7 times for 89 yards, including a 21-yard touchdown, threw a 16-yard touchdown pass to Travis Moore. Riders had 200-plus yards along the ground and through the air, beat Edmonton 32-14 at Mosaic Stadium. Edmonton managed 143 yards of net offense. The defense was absolutely terrific. Davin Bush had a pick 6. And the game, or the news wasn't over after the game was. After the game, Danny Barrett, who was then the Rough Rider head coach, confirmed that Henry Burris had re-signed with the Green and White. He had been with the Chicago Bears the previous year. The year before that was with the Green Bay Packers after throwing 30 touchdown passes for the Riders in 2000. So the Rider quarterbacking stable, once Henry Burris returned, was Henry Burris, Kevin Glenn, Nealon Green, and Rocky Butler. Pretty good quartet of quarterbacks there.
Wow. So if you look back at it on this day, Nealon Green ended up with a lump of coal in his stocking after a great shooting star performance, if you will.
And the thing is, he was the starting quarterback for most of the remainder of 2003. Riders had an 11-7 record that year. That was the only winning record between 1995 and 2004. It was with Nealon Green at quarterback for most of the way in 2003. Plus, they won a playoff game winning in Winnipeg when Kenton Keith took off for 3 touchdowns and the Riders won 37-21.
Big thank you, as always, to Rob Vanstone. He's obviously the Saskatchewan Rough Riders historian and journalist, and Dave Thomas for having a conversation with him to take a trip back in time on this day, July 25th. We're gearing up for kickoff just after 7 o'clock right here at Mosaic Stadium as the Edmonton Elks are in town. But coming up next on Countdown to Kickoff, we have a couple of players joining us from the U16 Cowboys flag football team on their way to nationals. They're working on it, so we're going to talk with them a little bit next. This is Saskatchewan Rough Rider football, streaming on our YouTube and sportscage.com. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rough Rider Broadcast Network.
Farm equipment keeps getting bigger and bigger, so the doors on your farm buildings have to keep up. Hi, I'm Terry from Zipperlock Building Company. At Zipperlock, our buildings can accommodate up to a 24-foot high door without expensive changes to the building's steel arch design. So when it comes to farm equipment storage, Zipperlock is head and shoulders above the competition. Zipperlock Building Company, built in hours to last a lifetime. See us in Raymore or call 1-888-692-5515.
SEIU West members are
phlebotomist, food service worker, security officer, plumber,
continuing care assistant,
porter, licensed practical nurse, medical device reprocessing worker, purchasing agent,
environmental services worker,
social services worker, cook, health information management practitioner, switchboard operator,
distribution worker. The backbone of your public health care system. Learn more at seius.ca.
Howdy, Wood Country Woody again. You know, you and me ain't so different. We both love to sit on a sunny deck with a cool beverage instead of sanding the thing all the time. And when I heard TimberTech composite decking material is super low maintenance, well, that sold me right there. They didn't even need to mention that it features a sweet little hidden fastener system or that they also have the treated lumber that goes underneath. It's easy, it's pretty, it's TimberTech from Wood Country.
Your home is your castle.
In McLean, Estevan, and Tisdale, wood-country.com.
The building is full at 2sauctioneers.ca online auction house in Indian Head. Next week on Monday, we got a big sale, mostly from one consigner of shop and hand tools, incubation equipment, and much, much more. We have added another equipment sale for the summer. That'll be closing on August the 26th. We've got a little room in that one for some combines, tractors, or vehicles, or whatever you may have. Come on out here to 2S Auctioneers in Indian Head and check it all out. 2sauctioneers.ca, online auction house in Indian Head.
You hear that? Do you feel that? It's summer. The best season in Saskatchewan. Because after that long winter of sitting inside on your phone, you can finally go sit at the lake on your phone. Thanks to Glassers TV, your SaskTel authorized dealer. Yes, their coverage is the best. So enjoy it everywhere you go this summer. Visit Glassers TV and check out their newly renovated store. Summer starts at Glassers TV, your SaskTel authorized dealer in Moosomin.
Never get tired of tire talk? Neither do we. We banter about balance, rave about rolling resistance, and we could tell you all about traction long before social media. Yeah, here at Quality Tire, we care about tires and, well, quality. There's a reason it's our name. This summer, trouble-free driving starts with quality service from Quality Tire, with 9 locations across Saskatchewan. Thanks for coming to our Tread Talk.
Ashdown's Furniture in Moose Jaw. Not just the best deals, best selection, and best savings on indoor furniture, but now on outdoor too. Ashdown's has over 6,000 square feet of patio furniture to choose from. Pet-proof, kid-proof, and all built to last in southern Saskatchewan's extreme weather. And it gets better. Ashdown's is now the new full-line Napoleon barbecue dealer. Create your own outdoor oasis at Ashdown's Furniture right here in Moose Jaw. Hurry in today and get set for summer.
It's game time at Two Way Service, your Ford dealer in Southie. Just 30 money-saving minutes north of Regina on Highway 6. Two Way Service is a first-round draft pick, delivering championship deals all season long. Score big with any vehicle purchase, and they'll throw in a free trip for 2 to Las Vegas. That's right, Vegas, baby. So suit up and drive 55 kilometers north of Regina to Two Way Service. Online at twowayservice.com.
Keeping you company wherever you are in Rider Nation. It's Justin Dunk, Teagan Witko, and Wes Cates. This is the Croft Electric and Nelson Homes Countdown to Kickoff on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Elks kickoff just after 7 o'clock here at Mosaic Stadium. I'm Teagan Witko on the Countdown to Kickoff. Of course, we are live streaming at sportscage.com and on YouTube. We're also live from the Sports Cage Lounge, so come hang out with us, have some fun. But right now it is time for our Rough Rider community segment. It is for Sask Seniors Mechanism. Learn how age-friendly communities benefit us all. Visit skseniorsmechanism.ca. Now, we do have some very special guests joining us right here on set. And I do also want to mention here that we are talking a little bit about amateur football. We're talking about youth football, and that is something that the Saskatchewan Rough Rider Foundation truly cares about and raises money for all of the time. So I have Connor Francis, Marcus Berezowski, and Hayden Romanowski joining me on set here. Now, the reason that these gentlemen are joining me here is because the U16 Cowboys, a flag football team that these gentlemen play on, they are off to the national championship. It is a unique situation, that is my understanding. They didn't win the provincial game against the reigning national champs, the Raiders, which is coached by Mike Thomas, of course. The Raiders had to drop out due to a scheduling conflict, so they got the call. Cowboys, you're up. Chance of a lifetime. The catch here is that they need to raise the money to get there, and of course they didn't have a complete heads up. So now they are busting their tails, raising this money so they can take advantage of this incredible opportunity. Now, as more of an in-depth introduction here, first of all, I want to talk Connor Francis, a flag-pulling interception machine. We have Marcus Berezowski, as I mentioned, deceivingly fast and one of the team's top receivers with serious hops. And then Hayden Romanowski, a relentless pass rusher who brings heat to every down. So we are just going to jump right in here, gentlemen. First off, congratulations. Let's start with you, Marcus. Now, what was your reaction when you learned that your team had a chance to go to nationals? What was your first thought that came to your mind?
Well, I was pretty excited because I just came home from camp, and then my mom told me, and then we were figuring out plans how to raise money, and then we went from there.
Because, of course, that is a major focus at this point. And from my understanding, this is a pretty new roster. This is a pretty new team. How did you all come together? What was that chemistry like? How did you guys really find a way to come together as a team?
Well, some of us went to school together, and practices really helped when we focused. We had lots of friendships too, which helped.
And my understanding is it's a big summer for you three. Not only are you off to nationals, but you're also off to high school after this summer. So that's pretty cool. Of the three of you becoming friends, obviously, on this team, you don't go to school together. So that's something pretty cool that football can do, bringing people together. Now, Connor, I want to turn to you next. A real knack for flag pulling and reading plays. And let's be honest, sometimes defense doesn't get the love that maybe it deserves. So what do you love most about playing on that side of the ball?
There's just a lot of action to it. Like, whether the ball is going through the air, you got to chase someone down, get a flag. It's just a lot of fun, pretty good activity.
Absolutely. Now, what are you doing differently to prepare for nationals?
A little bit of training here and there. We do some strength and conditioning training with a coach. And then we have a few practice schedules every now and then. So.
And what was your initial reaction when you found out that you were going to nationals?
Pretty excited, kind of like scared, nervous, because it's going to be a fun opportunity. It's a great opportunity for everybody on the team. So,
I mean, I think that's absolutely valid. You can be a little bit nervous when it's nationals, right? Now, Hayden, with nationals now on the horizon, what does it mean to you personally to represent Saskatchewan on that stage? It's got to be pretty cool.
I mean, yeah, it's pretty exciting. I was on the golf course at the time, and my dad got an email, and then he checked in and was telling me that my team gets the chance to go play to nationals. So it was really just out of the blue, and it was just, yeah, a really exciting opportunity.
Did you think he was lying at first? Pulling your chain?
A little bit, but I kind of peeked over, read the email a little bit, so yeah.
You had to make sure it was accurate. So are you doing anything differently to prepare, Hayden?
I think just got to be fast, got to just read the quarterback. You know, the eyes lies, so it's sometimes kind of hard, but yeah.
So let's talk a little bit about the fundraising initiatives that you guys are currently carrying out, because I understand that you're getting closer, but you need to raise about $20,000 to get the entire team there. So maybe, Marcus, you can talk a little bit about the fundraising efforts you've done so far and what's to come.
So some of us have been selling beef jerky. So we usually go camping, and we've been going site to site and selling. And some of us started a bottle drive, and they've just been going house to house. And on Sarcan, they have this code, and you put it in, and then you can donate money to us that way. And we also have a GoFundMe and an Instagram page.
Okay, so I have a bunch of bottles sitting at my house. I want to donate them. I want to donate the money to you guys. How do I find the information to do that?
So I think you go to Sarcan, and with the quick drop-off, you put in a code, and it's like U16 Team SAS Flag, something like that, and then you put it in, and then it just donates money to us that way.
Now, quickly, before we let you guys go, Connor, maybe you could speak a little bit to how cool it's been to see the community rally their support behind you guys.
It's a pretty good feeling just to know that everybody wants us to have that experience to go and support everybody. It's pretty nice to see communities come together.
And finally, Hayden, are you going to go out there and throw some snowballs? I understand that's what they're doing at Party in the Park.
Yeah, actually, might think about it.
Yeah, you might have to get on that. So make sure that you support the U16 Flag Football Cowboys to get these guys to nationals, an opportunity of a lifetime. Brampton, Ontario, right?
Yep.
That's where you guys are heading? Okay, so let's help these guys get there. And as I mentioned, yes, it is the Christmas in July game, so we don't want to tie these gentlemen up any further because there's plenty to do out there at Party in the Park. Of course, it's the Pure Later Tackle Hunger game as well. So if this made you feel like you wanted to open up your wallets and help out the U16 Cowboys, maybe you want to help out the food bank as well with a monetary donation or, of course, a non-perishable food item when you come see us here at Mosaic Stadium. Getting set for that 7 o'clock kickoff as the Edmonton Elks are in town to face your Saskatchewan Roughriders. And coming up next on the countdown to kickoff, man, we got so much still to come here. Justin Dunk had a conversation with Cody Fajardo, one I'm sure Rider Nation is very intrigued to hear more about. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football streaming on YouTube and sportscage.com, the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
We drive so far to go to these games.
Why don't we just move to Regina?
You know, that's not a half-bad idea.
I mean, I was kind of kidding. I'm not ready to move yet.
An age-friendly community helps older people live happily and healthily as they age. Age-friendly communities make improvements that benefit all ages.
Our community is an age-friendly community.
So let's stay. We can age well with our friends.
Discover how your community could be age-friendly. Go to agefriendlysk.ca.
The bold just got bolder. Fendt is welcoming RoGator to introduce a game-changing sprayer to your farm. The all-new Fendt RoGator 900 series. Liquid logic technology and enhanced precision you've come to know and love meets 3-year Gold Star customer care for unmatched confidence. Now that's growing bold. See the Fendt RoGator 900 series sprayer at Nick's Service in Emerald Park. nicksservice.com. All right, game day. Everybody's going to be here soon. I think I've got everything ready. Big screen, refreshments, seating. What am I forgetting? Food. That's right. Thanks for reminding me, Taco. But what? Taco Time's game day promotion. Great idea. Buy 2 classic beef burritos for $8.99 on Saturdays and all game days at Harbor Landing, Prince of Wales, Southland Mall, Cornwall Center, and Rochdale Regina Taco Time locations. Hey, if you're in the mood for tacos, it's Taco Time.
Nelson Homes is having a summer blowout sale on quick possession homes that you don't want to miss out on. Get free delivery anywhere in Saskatchewan on select in-stock show homes and spec home RTMs. For more information, visit their website, homes.nlc.ca. Or for general information, call 1-800-661-6534. That's the Nelson Homes Summer Blowout Sale. Nelson Homes, trusted quality and service since 1949.
Working with asphalt, sealant, or tar can be a sticky mess. It gets everywhere and on everything. Keep your rollers, truck, and tools clean with environmentally friendly asphalt release agent from Milligan Bio. This grown-in-Saskatchewan solution is made using locally sourced canola. It's safe for the environment, prevents stick-on asphalt, and reduces buildup that's already there. And you'll use less than other products on the market. Great for all paving situations. Asphalt release agent from Milligan Bio. Get yours today at milliganbio.com.
The folks at Integra Tire Grenfell know how important abbreviations are these days, with everyone texting 24/7. To remind the good people of Saskatchewan that Integra Tire Grenfell is your go-to trusted name for tires, towing, mechanical, and farm service needs, they decided to abbreviate tires, towing, mechanical, farm service to TTMF. Then decided, maybe not. Integra Tire Grenfell, locally owned Integra Tire in Grenfell, at the intersection of Highways 1 and 47. Truly local.
He's at it again. Matt's sharpening his pencil to save you money at Matt's Furniture. Now till July 30th. Buy any qualifying Whirlpool or Maytag front load and top load washers and dryers and save an extra $150. See the sales associates in store for all the details and the list of qualifying models. It's time for a new washer and dryer with Whirlpool and Maytag. But hurry, it all ends on the 30th. Matt's Furniture in Fort Capel, Kamsack, Melville, and Foam Lake, or online at mattsfurniture.ca.
Hear that? What a tackle. That big crunch wasn't from the tackle, Chris. That's the KFC $4.95 End Zone Big Crunch and $7.95 End Zone Big Crunch combos only on game days.
The End Zone Special available on Rough Rider game days at participating KFC Sask locations.
620 CKRM brings you Saskatchewan's #1 sports talk show, The Sports Cage. Catch The Sports Cage weekday afternoons from 3 to 6 on the Voice of Saskatchewan, 620 CKRM. It's an all-access pass to everything you need to know about your Saskatchewan Roughriders. This is the Croft Electric and Nelson Homes Countdown to Kickoff on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
It's Teagan Witko, Justin Dunk, Wes Cates. We are live from the Sports Cage Lounge at Mosaic Stadium, streaming at sportscage.com and our YouTube channel as well. It's a 7 o'clock kickoff. Edmonton Elks in town to take on your Saskatchewan Roughriders. And of course, this is a countdown to kickoff for Croft Electric. 27 years of trusted, reliable farm commercial service for all electrical needs. CroftElectric.com and all socials. And you heard us mention it maybe once or twice before, but big talker here around Regina is the return of Cody Fajardo, and we're going to get to that with our thoughts with JD. It's brought to you by Taco Time, and it's a Rider game day. Buy 2 classic beef burritos for $8.99 on Saturdays and all game days at all 5 Regina locations.
Indeed it is. We got a chance to go one-on-one with Cody Fajardo. But before we get to it, Wes, I want to get your impressions from Fajardo's time here with the Riders. Started great. At the end, it seemed a little immature. I'll say that quietly. What did you think?
Well, I mean, yeah, because they went 13-5 the one year with Cody, I believe. So
West Final, man.
Still have the best record. I mean, they didn't play any other quarterbacks that season, but hey, we won't talk about that part of it. There was a lot of QBs hurt that year, but yeah, Cody's had some success. I would definitely say he's a smart quarterback, a tough individual. I just feel like at times he struggles to be accurate and just let go of the ball simply. Like, he really does like to feel like his receivers are wide open before he releases it. I think that, some of the things that kind of went on with him and Jason Moss kind of leaving here were odd, to say the least. So, I mean, I'm sure he has a little bit of vendetta or get back that he wants to kind of prove that Saskatchewan kind of made a mistake giving up on him. But we'll see. We'll see how it all works out.
He downplayed that angle, but I did ask him if he was ready for the reaction from Rider Nation.
I think there might be a couple cheers, but at the end of the day, I'm fully expecting some boos.
Do you look back on your time with the Riders and then compare it to where you are now in terms of your evolution in the league, just overall? Like, those were kind of your younger days. Now you're a veteran who has a cup, and I guess what I'm getting at is, would you tell younger Cody, hey, do this, this, and this, don't do this, this, and this? Or how do you look at it?
Yeah, that's a great point. I would tell younger Cody, just see through the storm. There was some great days. There were some dark days with my time here, but I wanted nothing more than to win a cup for this fan base. And like I said, the first franchise to kind of give me the franchise tag. But it's crazy when you work so hard for something and then you come up empty. It just leaves that empty feeling in your heart. And then being able to fulfill that in Montreal with Coach Moss, it was something really special to me. But I'll say this about my time in Sask. I learned a lot. I learned a lot about being a professional quarterback. I learned a lot about being the head of a franchise, the face of a franchise, getting media, put in your face after losing a tough game or winning a game, and just how to carry yourself. So I've learned a lot of experience being here, and I don't think my career trajectory of this wouldn't have been what it was if it wasn't for my time here in Saskatchewan.
When you come back to the city, do you feel a little bit nostalgic? Not just going back to the stadium, but where you live and your favorite spots to eat and all those kinds of things?
Absolutely, yeah. I lived just down the road here in downtown in 2019 in a little one-bedroom apartment. Then I moved out by the lake the following years, and so just landing here, I just was texting my wife. I was like, "This is our son's hometown, right?" And we got a lot of great memories here, and so, like you said, it's just nostalgic. And before the game plays, you can think about those things, but at the end of the day, when you get out there, it's football, and we're going to go out there and try and win a football game. But I said this at the beginning of the interview, there's a soft spot in my heart for Sask, but I want nothing more than to beat them in their own home stadium.
And in terms of how this week went for you, Mark Killam told us that he sat you guys down on day A, told you what the plan was going to be. When that news was shared, then what was the week like for you?
Yeah, it was. He just told us we're going to have an open competition. We're going to split reps. And for me, who was used to getting about 2 reps a day, I was happy because I was able to get some reps. Also, I was telling the people and everyone this week, the only time I got reps with the ones since training camp, I didn't get any reps with the ones. The only time I got reps was in live game action. So any reps I got with the ones, I was very thankful for those because I feel like there's a lot timing-wise. I feel like there's a lot I need to learn about those guys. Keon's a guy I've spent 2 years with, so I'm probably the most comfortable with him. But learning the other receivers, learning our running backs, learning how our offensive line operates, all those reps are beneficial. And so it doesn't matter who the quarterback is. You're going to want every single rep throughout the week just because you go into games with 100, 120 plays, and you probably run about 80 to 100 plays during the week. So there's going to be some plays that I'm going to run tomorrow night that I didn't get a live rep on, but that's where I'm going to lean on my experience. That's where I'm going to lean on my veteranship and just being in the league, and very similar offense to what I was in with Coach Moss. And so hopefully when the bullets are flying, I can feel comfortable with not taking some of those live reps during the week.
That's what I want to ask you. Jordan Maximic is kind of under that Moss tree. Was it easy for you to pick up the offense? Was there much different terminology or concepts? How much was it the same, or how much is it different?
Yeah, I think CFL-wise, concepts are all very similar, but the terminology does change, and it changed enough to piss me off because I had to learn pretty much and felt like a rookie in training camp, just trying to learn some new things, something that I called a certain concept for, my 5 years with Coach Moss. And then all of a sudden, even to this day, I'm talking with Coach McSimic and I keep calling it the old concept. And he's like, you mean this, right? And I was like, oh yeah, of course. But sometimes you just fall back on those terminologies. But I feel really good. And I think probably one of the most beneficial things for me starting the year as a backup and transitioning into this role was I had time to continue to just learn this offense and continue to meticulously go through it and see what I like, carve in and tell Coach McSimic kind of what I like. And that, I think that was the hardest thing going into this week was none of us really knew what was going to play out. So it wasn't like I got to sit in his office and say, hey, I like this, I like that, I like this. And Trey and I are two completely different quarterbacks, the way that we see the game, the way that we play the game. So just talking in our meetings today, he's like, I'm just going to call the game the way I see it. And I was like, sometimes that's the best thing for a quarterback. Just you call the play and I'm just going to try and execute it the best I can. But yeah, that's the only thing that makes it a little bit more difficult with an offense you're just not used to and an offense coordinator that's not used to me as a starting quarterback.
Trevor Harris referenced today his year, I forget what it was, where all the starting quarterback seats were full. He was relegated to backup duty, but he's back on the starter role. He's not even a Grey Cup winning quarterback. You were that, and that happened to you this offseason. What was that like for you to go through, considering the resume that you had, one of the greatest plays ever made in Grey Cup lore to Tyson Philpott, and all of a sudden you're a backup? Yeah, it's tough when in the offseason that was tough. Here I was coming off a Grey Cup MVP. We were the best team in the league record-wise. But I understood the decision. I understood this is business. I had some experience to draw back on because getting kind of excommunicated here from Sask and going to Montreal, I kind of was able to lean on that a little bit. But one of the first guys I called in the offseason was Trevor because I know that he dealt with it with going to Montreal and VA and him and that kind of plan, taking that prove-it contract and going out and waiting his turn. So Trevor and I have a great relationship. There's a lot of things we've talked over in the past. Kids, I've talked about, just insurance things, having a kid in the U.S. because our first son was born here in Canada and it was a little bit different. Then I went to the U.S. and I was like, who can I call? Well, Trevor has gone through it. He's got 4 now, I think. So, we have a great relationship and we spent some good years together early on in our careers, which we established that relationship and then just enjoyed competing against each other. And everybody wants to talk about both of our completion percentages and, play that 1A, 1B thing. And so I take a lot of things after Trevor's game and the way he throws the ball, the way he throws it accurately, the way he makes decisions. So growing up and in this league and just watching him, there's a lot of things that I took from his game and implemented into my game. So we have a great relationship and it'll be fun to compete against him. What was his advice to you in the
His advice was the CFL, you know how the CFL goes, everything happens so fast. To take the weeks that you're not starting as a blessing because your body's not getting hit, and this is the best I've felt going into week 6 in the last 7 years. So that's a positive, but he's been around the game. He's been in every situation possible. He's been a starter, he's been a backup, he's been a third stringer, he's been a practice squad guy trying to prove it, right? And I feel like same thing for my story. I've been very similar in the way that we both kind of have these prove it years, and then we become the guy, and then it's a prove it again, and then become the guy. And so there's just a lot of things that are similar about our journeys. He's done a lot longer than I have, but I got a lot of respect for Trevor, and like I said, it'll be very fun to compete against him.
When you were going through it with Montreal, how did you sort of pinpoint Edmonton as a place like, I would like to go there?
They called me and said, you're getting traded to Edmonton, so that kind of helps when the decision's made for you. But yeah, I was actually in Disneyland with my family. I got a call from Coach Danny Machocha, and he said, hey, we're going to trade you to Edmonton. I said, all right, sounds good. And then I got on the phone with Ed, and I got a great relationship with Ed because we spent some time together in BC, and he was a guy who brought me from Toronto to BC. He obviously saw something in me that he liked. So we had a great relationship, but yeah, it's a little bit easier when the decision's made for you.
To be when you find out that you're traded. Disneyland, you get the call, and they tell you you're going from Montreal, with all due respect, to Edmonton. Might drag the day down a little bit.
Yeah, getting a call in Disneyland, I might be able to get over, but it's the Montreal to Edmonton.
Happiest place on earth.
No. Oh, man.
Okay, so the real debate here that's raging in Edmonton and around the CFL. Are the Elks making the right decision? Double E, I should say.
No, keep calling them the Elks because they hate it and it's the losing.
No,
so we'll call them the Elks today,
and
we can call them the double E's when they're not playing the Riders.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I got you.
Yeah.
So if we look at this, okay, Trey Ford, yes, did not play so well. The Elks are 1-4 to start the season.
There you go.
Saying the Elks. But he's 2-0 against the Riders. And more importantly, 2-0 against the Riders at Mosaic Stadium. So Rider Nation is probably happy to see that Trey Ford's going to largely be stuck on the bench unless there's a package that we see him in there. The decision to go with Cody Fajardo from a franchise standpoint, okay, Wes Cates, you look at the hard money in these contracts. It's not that much different. Trey Ford around $257,000 with playtime incentives in there. Cody Fajardo $180,000. So that's a credit to Ed Hervey getting those deals done and being able to make a switch like this. But what does it do for Trey Ford? Because now if you want to go back to Trey Ford, you're saying, oh, well, we still believed in you the whole time. We just needed Cody Fajardo in there to give us a spark. Like, as a player, how would you feel about that?
Dunk, I don't get it. Like, if I was management for Edmonton, I would, even if I started off the season saying, well, we don't know, even though they told Trey that they were going to give him some time to develop, but this would be the game I would have circled and said he's won twice in Saskatchewan. We'll let him play through the Saskatchewan game, and if he doesn't do it by then, doesn't have a good game in Saskatchewan, then maybe we make some changes. For them to do it right now, I'd feel it a little more as Trey Ford because I'm like, I ball in Saskatchewan and y'all gonna sit me down today? Oh, something's up. Like, I'm on the phone with the agent like, yo, get me up out of here, straight up.
I mean, it is hard to justify the mentality here, but I mean, when you look at Ed Hervey, apparently neither of his QBs are superstars, right? So.
Oh, she went there.
It's time to take a break here, boys. Coming up next on the countdown to kickoff, we hear from JC Sheret, another conversation with Justin Dunk. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football streaming on YouTube, sportscage.com, and you, of course, can find us in the Sports Cage Lounge at Mosaic Stadium. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
The building is full at 2sauctioneers.ca online auction house in Indian Head. Next week on Monday, we got a big sale, mostly from one consignor of shop and hand tools, incubation equipment, and much, much more. We have added another equipment sale for the summer. That'll be closing on August the 26th. We've got a little room in that one for some combines, tractors, or vehicles, or whatever you may have. Come on out here to 2S Auctioneers in Indian Head and check it all out. 2sauctioneers.ca, online auction house in Indian Head.
Nelson Homes is having a summer blowout sale on quick possession homes that you don't want to miss out on. Get free delivery anywhere in Saskatchewan on select in-stock show homes and spec home RTMs. For more information, visit their website, homes.nlc.ca. Or for general information, call 1-800-661-6534. That's the Nelson Homes Summer Blowout Sale. Nelson Homes, trusted quality and service since 1949.
SEIU West members are
Stores Person,
Unit Assistant,
Finance Officer,
Unit Clerk,
Recreation Coordinator,
Youth Care Worker,
Medical Laboratory Technologist,
Power Engineer, Office Administrative Assistant,
Maintenance Services Worker,
Medical Transcriptionist,
Medical Office Assistant, Bio Clerk,
Medical Laboratory Assistant,
Pharmacy Technician.
The backbone of your public health care system. Learn more at seius.ca.
Milligan Bio has a need for seed, and they want your heated and damaged canola today. Milligan Bio, a locally owned Canadian company based in Foam Lake, has space available for your canola and is accepting immediate delivery. Get that damaged canola out of your bins and put the cash in your pocket. Call Milligan Bio now at 272-6284. That's 272-6284 to arrange your delivery or on-farm pickup. MilliganBio.com.
Never get tired of tire talk? Neither do we. We banter about balance, rave about rolling resistance, and we could tell you all about traction long before social media. Yeah, here at Quality Tire, we care about tires and, well, quality. There's a reason it's our name. This summer, trouble-free driving starts with quality service from Quality Tire, with 9 locations across Saskatchewan. Thanks for coming to our Tread Talk.
QualityTire.ca. It's game time at Two-Way Service, your Ford dealer in Southie. Just 30 money-saving minutes north of Regina on Highway 6. Two-Way Service is a first-round draft pick, delivering championship deals all season long. Score big with any vehicle purchase, and they'll throw in a free trip for 2 to Las Vegas. That's right, Vegas, baby. So suit up and drive 55 kilometers north of Regina to Two-Way Service. Online at twowayservice.com.
You hear that? Do you feel that? It's summer. The best season in Saskatchewan. Because after that long, long winter of sitting inside on your phone, you can finally go sit at the lake on your phone. Thanks to Glassers TV, your SaskTel authorized dealer. Yes, their coverage is the best. So enjoy it everywhere you go this summer. Visit Glassers TV and check out their newly renovated store. Summer starts at Glassers TV, your SaskTel authorized dealer in Moosomin.
You know something? It's like selling a six-pack with only 5 beers in it. Wood Country Woody here, reminding you that unlike some other places, Wood Country Garage Packages contains everything you need, right from the start, including appearance-grade lumber, all your nails and screws, and walk-in doors with cladded jambs. Building a garage? It's one and done with Wood Country.
Your home is your castle.
In McLean, Estevan, and Tisdale. Shop online. wood-country.com.
Getting you set for Saskatchewan Roughrider football. This is the Croft Electric and Nelson Homes Countdown to Kickoff. Watch at sportscage.com. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Yeah, it is. And you got Teagan Witko, Justin Dunk, and Wes Cates. We are live inside the Sports Cage Lounge at Mosaic Stadium, getting ready for the Riders and the Elks, or Double E, whatever you want to call them.
Elks.
We got
Elks.
Elks.
Today, Elks.
Okay. Riders coming off a win in BC. Edmonton rested after a bye. It's going to be interesting to see what type of welcome Cody Fajardo gets tonight. We just talked about that. But now we're going to turn our attention to someone different. And this is the extra point with Justin Dunk for Fraser Tolmie, Member of Parliament for Moose Jaw, Lake Center, Lanigan.
Indeed, and I'm very curious to see this matchup that's kind of gone under the radar here. That's Trevor Harris against JC Sheret, a rookie CFL defensive coordinator in this one. And Harris, talked about what he expects from Sheret and the Elks defense.
Tons of respect for JC Sheret. He's a tremendous football mind, Hall of Fame player. Had a lot of fun playing against him, and shoot, we know that they've played well in games. It's not like people are just dog walking these guys. These guys are good football players, and they've played well in games. They've held up really well. It's just about us, making sure we're executing, because we know they're good. They're a good defense. We're not going to make any mistake about that.
You're talking about an Elks defense that is last in the Canadian Football League in points per game and a number of other defensive categories, but 34 points per game Sheret's unit is giving up. And to me, especially when there's a couple rookie starters in the secondary, you look at this group back there that they're going to roll out there today. On the weak side at boundary corner, you have J.J. Ross making his first career start, playing in just his second career CFL game. And then you have Logan Jr. at safety making his first career start. That's Kenneth Logan Jr. I think Trevor Harris could potentially manipulate him with his eyes, but I got a chance to go one-on-one with JC Sheret to try to get some insight on how he might attack Trevor Harris and what it was like for him to make the decision to go to Edmonton and how influential Cory Mace has been in his defensive foundation with the Elks. Edmonton Elks defensive coordinator JC Sheret joins us, a former Grey Cup champion in the league. I'm curious about your defense. You're in your first year as a coordinator in the Canadian Football League. You spent a year with Cory Mace, who's become renowned for his defenses as head coach and defensive coordinator with the Saskatchewan Roughriders. What's the foundation of your defense? Is it JC Sheret, or is it a little bit from here and there?
Cory has a big influence on how our defense came together. As far as from an all-encompassing standpoint, he's been a huge influence on me. But along with that, as you go through your years, who you've worked for or played for, they're going to influence you, and then the guys you work with too. They're always going to bring additions, ideas, and that's how you form a defense.
When you're a first-year coordinator in the Canadian Football League with the resume that you have, and you have a bunch of new talented pieces, how do you fit that all together and make the scheme fit best to them?
I think it's a constant daily opportunity to get better at, and that's what we have to do as a defense, is just keep growing, and that's always the name of the game in this league. you go year in, year out, where the team who they were week 1 versus week 18 can be polar opposites. And I think it's just a race of constant improvement. And, that's what our goal is, just get better every day.
Sounds a lot like Cory Mace. He's very focused on that. What do you take away from your year with him in Saskatchewan? And I'll provide context by saying there were a lot of fans in Rider Nation that didn't want to see you go so soon.
No, I mean, Cory, the reason I came back up to Canada was Cory, because, I love this league, absolutely. But to get to work for somebody like that, it was a big deal for me. So that shows you what I think of him. But just, his overall growth, because my first year in 2019, he was the D-line coach in Calgary. So to get to come back, and then now you see how far he's adapted his game, what he's become, and taking his game to a new level is very cool to see.
What's he like behind the scenes when you guys are game planning and getting ready for an opponent?
Corey's the same every day. So just he might be more serious here. He's his own man. He's a good man.
Have you had any communication with him leading into this game?
We haven't talked to him. We shoot each other texts every now and then, but we haven't talked much before this one.
More rivals.
Focused.
In terms of your defense, a lot of people look at Jake Serezna. We're expecting big things out of him. He's had a little bit of trouble with injuries. How do you envision him becoming that elite player again in your defense?
Yeah, I mean, Jake's one of the biggest leaders on our defense, and he's played very, very good. He's gonna have the game will come to him, and he's not chasing stats, he's not chasing things like that. He plays within the defense, and he's always going to be a core block for us.
Can you explain why he's such an elite player in this league from a film perspective when you break it down?
He's just, when you have a dominant presence in the trenches, it makes everybody's life around him very good. Linebackers get to play faster, DNs get to rush harder, and then his consistency is what separates him from everybody else. To be his size, to play the amount of reps that he plays, it doesn't grow on trees, those guys.
Did you have to recruit him much in free agency to get him to Edmonton?
I think a lot of people in Edmonton wanted him back, and I think he wanted to be back in Edmonton as well.
You got a lot of pieces there. It was an overhaul of the defense through free agency, bunch of big names. The defensive front looks completely different. Some new guys in the secondary there, but specifically up front, right? You had Serezna, Jared Brinkman, Robbie Smith, Jonathan Kongbo. You guys were deep there. This group, at least from a statistical perspective, hasn't had the number of sacks and pressures that people thought they would. Do you see a pathway for them getting to that standard that they've played at in the past?
Improve every day as a staff, as a team, as players, and just it's no secret. You got to just keep improving, keep growing as a defense, and usually it'll pay off for you.
How is it like in your first year as defensive coordinator in the CFL when you're going up against long-time experienced offensive play callers? I think of Buck Pearson, BC, because you guys have played the Lions twice. Is it difficult because they have so much experience, or how do you view it?
The words I'm preaching is no different than I preach to the players of improve, just learn, get better every day, every week, learn from your experiences. Obviously, very talented coordinators and teams, so that's an awesome opportunity every week.
The Elks currently right now are last place in the CFL in terms of points allowed per game. I think it's at around 34, if not right on 34. And Mark Hillam, your head coach, referenced needing to get off the field on second down. Mm-hmm. How do you do that and then keep teams out of the end zone?
I think it's just, mixing coverage with pressure, your studies you do throughout the week, the practice, your approach, and then accountability to players on getting off the field and doing your job.
When you break down this Riders offense without giving away any of the secrets, what do you see from Trevor Harris in the group?
Just a confident, balanced attack. And, Trevor's playing good football like he does, smart football, knows where he wants to go with the ball. And then obviously, AJ and their running game is clicking, so they are a well-rounded unit.
You mentioned AJ Ouellette He's been a little bit of the talk of Rider Nation here, but one of the other major focuses for the Green and White has been that it seems like every week a receiver for them pops off. Dante Myers was last week, for example. One week it was Keyshawn Johnson. Another week it could be Samuel Emelis. As a defensive coordinator, what's that like to game plan for?
I mean, and don't forget Robustelli now.
True, Joe Robustelli almost went for 200 yards. They didn't say his name, man. You can take this thing over if you want.
No, I mean, they're a great unit base. This league, honestly, there's a lot of pretty good wide receiving cores, and I don't know if you can game plan for just one guy at the professional level, because there's just a lot of pieces that can hurt you, but Sass does do a great job of spreading the ball around, and that speaks to Mark and his approach of, his offensive style of play.
Do you think you have a little bit of at least deeper intel on Mark Mueller because of the year that you spent in Saskatchewan?
I know Mark well, and then I'm not going to say that because he's going to use it against me.
Talking about the receivers, do the Riders have a guy that's a legitimate number one, or does the fact that they don't pose a more dangerous approach?
Yeah, I mean, I just have great respect for him. I think we do as a defense. The guys we named off, I don't want to disrespect them by saying they're not number ones. They just kind of are that great, a full-rounded unit that they are.
When you see Cory Mace on game day, before and after the game, what do you think that interaction will look like, feel like for you?
It's always love, man. Always. That guy, he's always looking out for you. So nothing but love.
Enjoy it.
Awesome.
Thanks for the time.
All right. Thanks, man.
And that, of course, was Justin Dunk with Edmonton Elks coordinator JC Sheret. We are going to take a quick break here. Coming up next on the Countdown to Kickoff, a nice conversation with Glenn Sutder teeing up tonight's game, and maybe a little bit of talk about what happened last night. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football, streaming on our YouTube and sportscage.com. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Nelson Homes is having a summer blowout sale on quick possession homes that you don't want to miss out on. Get free delivery anywhere in Saskatchewan on select in-stock show homes and spec home RTMs. For more information, visit their website, homes.nlc.ca. Or for general information, call 1-800-661-6534. That's the Nelson Homes Summer Blowout Sale. Nelson Homes, trusted quality and service since 1949.
Hear that? What a tackle. That big crunch wasn't from the tackle, Chris. That's the KFC $4.95 End Zone Big Crunch and $7.95 End Zone Big Crunch combos only on game days.
The End Zone Special available on Rough Rider game days at participating KFC Sask locations.
620 CKRM brings you Saskatchewan's #1 sports talk show, The Sports Cage. Catch The Sports Cage weekday afternoons from 3 to 6 on the voice of Saskatchewan, 620 CKRM.
Croft Electric. You've probably heard of us because we've been around for over 27 years. We do commercial and residential work? Yes. We do permanent holiday lighting? Yes. We do cabins? Yes. And farms? Yes and yes. We're an authorized Generac generator dealer. We are a full-service electrical company with the experience and the people to service all of your electrical needs. We are Croft Electric. We will be here when you need us. Do it right, do it once. Follow us on all social and call 306-586-1333 to book.
Need tires that tackle every terrain? Trust Integra Tire Grenfell. But they're more than just tires. Trust them for all your towing, mechanical repairs, and farm service needs as well. From your family car to your combine, they keep you rolling with expert service and small town care. Farm tough, road ready, always reliable. Integra Tire Grenfell, where rubber meets the road and service meets the standard. Locally owned Integra Tire in Grenfell, at the intersection of Highways 1 and 47. Truly local.
He's at it again. Matt's sharpening his pencil to save you money at Matt's Furniture. Now till July 30th. Buy any qualifying Whirlpool or Maytag front load and top load washers and dryers and save an extra $150. See the sales associates in store for all the details and the list of qualifying models. It's time for a new washer and dryer with Whirlpool and Maytag. But hurry, it all ends on the 30th. Matt's Furniture in Fort Capel, Kamsack, Melville, and Foam Lake, or online at mattsfurniture.ca.
This football season, Positively Perfect Pets is ready for a touchdown of the best pet food in town, offering a fantastic selection of healthy food and treats. Richard from Paws Purr is your quarterback for your pet's food decisions and everything else for your furry friends. The customer service will always go long for anything you need, setting their team apart from the box stores. Score big points with your pets at Positively Perfect Pets, 4637 Ray Street. Visit their Facebook page and onestopdogshop.com.
Introducing the next generation of the RCH Hydro Mower from Highline, now more compact with exceptional maneuverability. Equipped with a unique hydraulic drive system, the RCH mower offers minimal maintenance, longer blade life, and increased cutting efficiency. With piston-style motors and a low pull-point hitch, you'll experience better flotation and smoother performance. Ready to cut smarter? Available at Young's Equipment, your local Case IH and Highline dealer. Visit youngs.ca and experience the Highline RCH mower today. Highline, designed with purpose.
Howdy, Wood Country Woody here. I've always thought that deck railings should be a little more than a way to keep yourself from falling into the hydrangeas. They should add style and class. They should be regal aluminum railings from Wood Country. These bad boys come with LED lighting options that allow you to change the color and the mood at the touch of a button and at the best price around. Regal aluminum railings from Wood Country.
Your home is your castle.
In McLean, Estevan, and Tisdale. Wood-country.com.
Proud to tailgate with all of Rider Nation. This is the Croft Electric and Nelson Homes Countdown to Kickoff. Text 306-936-6262 with the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Week 8 in the CFL. Teeing up the game for you as Saskatchewan hosts Edmonton at Mosaic Stadium. Kickoff just after 7 o'clock. Teagan Witko, Justin Duncan, Wes Cates, live from the Sports Cage Lounge at Mosaic Stadium, streaming at sportscage.com and on our YouTube as well. Here to get you ready for kickoff, Glenn Sutder is joining us for North Home Windows. Designing, building, and installing window systems in Saskatchewan for Saskatchewan conditions. Google North Home Windows or call 1-866-362-6525. So, Glenn, I guess Calgary maybe not so invincible after what we saw last night. What were your big takeaways from the game?
Well, yeah, it's a tough one because the Stamps, Teagan, lost 3 key players in the game. I mean, they lost Damien Alford really in the first series with a non-contact, looked like hamstring. Haven't got a full report on that at this point, but he left and didn't return. And then Adrian Green, who leads the team in interceptions, on one of his interceptions, was hurt when he got tackled, and he didn't return. And then, of course, Vernon Adams, late in the third quarter, McLeod Bethel-Thompson put together a long drive, so the Calgary offense didn't actually go back on the field with P.J. Walker until midway through the fourth. However, Vernon didn't return. Now, the preliminary reports I got is that Vernon should be okay. He's still going through protocol. It is a head injury. So we'll see how that progresses. But, when you take those 3 players out of the game day roster Calgary Stampeder lineup and you're in a one-possession game, I think if those players were available, who knows what the outcome would have been. Full credit to Montreal and to McLeod Bethel-Thompson, don't get me wrong, but I thought it was sort of 3 key players that were making those big plays were all of a sudden not available for Dave Dickinson, and I think that really affected the outcome of that game. But again, good play by the defense. P.J. Walker has a little bit to go, and a couple of league things that if you're watching and you're listening right now and you were watching the game last night, you may agree or maybe you want to debate and disagree. But there were some sort of decisions from the league in the replay center that they are now jumping into replay without a challenge, a catch or a no catch situation. And Teagan, I feel like we're on a real slippery slope here from the league office point of view, from the replay center point of view. I know that overall penalties are down. We had way too many last night. That was an issue in the game. But overall, I think in the first 6 weeks of the season, penalties have been down, so that's a good sign. But I'm a little concerned with challenging a catch or no catch. Like if a coach challenges, that's one thing. But if a coach doesn't have a challenge and the command center in the final 3 minutes is automatically challenging things or automatically replaying things and looking at them at the replay center to make a ruling, it does two things. One is, why are we penalizing coaches for using a challenge that they aren't successful on if you're just going to challenge late in the games anyway? And why are we slowing down the pace of the game in the final 3 minutes? The final 3 minutes is the best 3 minutes in sports, in my opinion. And people can debate that, whatever. But I don't care if it's basketball or hockey or whatever. CFL football in the final 3 minutes of a game is the most exciting final 3 minutes of any sport. And I just don't want to see us start to slow that down because of automatic replays on whether or not a guy caught the ball. I think that's a slippery slope.
Glenn, arguably the most entertaining part of that game was post-game when McLeod Bethel Thompson delivered some pointed comments towards the TSN panel. And I quote, "You've got to stay true to your colors, TSN panel. Don't say anything good about me." I went back to the panel. Davis Sanchez, Enoch Mwamba, Milt Stiegel weighed in. What does that tell you about McLeod Bethel Thompson, that he's carrying that around with him and goes outside the question he was asked by Chantel Shand to point the finger at the panel and say, no, I don't want to hear you talk good about me because I've been hearing you dicing me up game in and game out the last little while.
Well, I would say from my point of view in talking on conference calls and things like that with our panel, I think they're big fans of McLeod Bethel Thompson. So I haven't, I can't listen to everything they say on the air because I'm often busy doing other things. But, I guess they have been critical at times. It's two things. One, I think he did it in a fun way. I mean, you remember when Henry Burris did that years ago?
Told the panel to shove it.
Looked right in the camera and basically cussed the panel out. I think there was a lot of venom in that one. And maybe as much as I like Hank, that was probably not called for to go there. I think McLeod Bethel Thompson was having some fun, was saying, hey, we just won a game, so if you've been criticizing me before, don't stop criticizing me. We'll just keep on going this way. And it also says that they listen. I'm telling you, players are listening. So not only are they listening to, what we say at the panel or what we say on the air, but they're also listening to the radio and the post game and the cage, and they're listening to these shows and they're seeing them on social media, and they will take and use, Justin, as you know, anything they can to add that little bit of an edge, to make it personal, to make it like, okay, I've been disrespected in some way. Let me go and prove those people wrong. I mean, you hear that story from athletes constantly in every sport. So I heard a little bit of that in there. I heard a little bit of fun in there, poking fun at the panel and saying to Mwamba, who was a former teammate, love you, buddy, that kind of thing. So, yeah, I have no problem with it, honestly. I mean, we are paid to give our opinion. Sometimes that opinion is critical, a criticism of a player for either a mistake or a decision or, or missing a play, missing a throw, those kind of things. And, I think if there are players out there, if there are players out there that are, sincerely hurt by this or it's affecting their performance in some way because of something I said in the booth or the panel said on the desk, well, then they're probably in the wrong business, honestly.
But Glenn, I thought players don't read, watch, or listen anything that's said about them. That's what the majority of them say.
Justin, you know darn well they do. And they will look you right in the face and say, I don't even listen to that stuff. Yes, you do. Hey, I just got off a conference call before I hit here with Nathan Rourke and with the BC Lions. And, we had a lot of the same conversations about something that guys are saying and that Nathan didn't want anyone to use his injury to his midsection as an excuse for not playing well. He said, he was fully open, saying that he wants to play better, and didn't want anybody to use that as an excuse. So, I know they're listening. They're listening. I hope they have fun with it at times. They know what our job is. Our job is to give our opinions, and we get paid to do that. And sometimes it's critical, and that's okay. If someone is really bothered by it and it's affecting their performance, they need to cut the shoes off of their pajamas and go out and play good football.
Okay, Glenn, I'm going to stick with the quarterbacks and the injury theme a little bit. Vernon Adams, he tries to run, ducks, and gets knocked out of the game. Last week we saw Zach Caleros try to chuck without the duck. He takes a hit. He's out. And then me and you also had a back and forth about Trevor Harris when he got hurt chucking without ducking earlier in the season. Now, I feel like these quarterbacks should learn how to protect themselves a little better. I know you believe in keeping the best players on the field so we can have a great product out on that field with the best quarterbacks. What say you after watching some of these guys take these hits, and we're in, week 7?
Yeah, Wes, from now on in every Zoom call I have with a quarterback moving forward, I'm going to make this point that they've got to start thinking about our TV show and stop thinking about themselves. I'm totally kidding. No, listen, Here's the thing, and I'll tell you guys a quick story. That I worked a long time with Matt Dunnigan as a colleague, and Matt was a Hall of Fame quarterback. And we had this very same conversation quite a few times where I said, why do quarterbacks not understand the importance of protecting themselves and sliding early, especially early in the season, like we're week 6, week 7, week 8. And, Vernon Adams is in a 2nd and 18, and he's only got about 8 yards on the run, and then he doesn't hook slide, and he takes a huge hit by 2 linebackers. Matt Dunnigan said to me this. He said, Glenn, let's say we're teammates. It's 2nd and 8. I have a chance to run for the first down. You see the hit coming. I see the hit coming. Do you as a teammate want me to get the first down, or would you rather me hook slide at 6 yards? And my gut visceral reaction was, get the first down. And he goes, exactly. That's the dilemma that quarterbacks are in. They want to do whatever they can in their power to keep on the field, to get down there and score, and to lead their team to wins. So something there clicks in instinctively that they take off and they start running, and they don't compute that they've got to get down, even if it means punting in that particular situation in a close game, and you can't get that extra 2 yards. I'm saying to them, in all honesty, if you can't win because of that 2 yards early in the first half or whatever it is early in the season, if you're talking playoffs or a Grey Cup championship, different conversation. But for a regular season game, the importance of the starting quarterback to the franchises, to the fan bases, to their chances of winning and losing. I mean, you saw how far away P.J. Walker is from being it's a tiny little sample size, but he was. Yeah,
I was surprised. I didn't think he was going to play that bad.
Be careful, Glenn. P.J. Walker's probably listening to you.
Yes, he is. But listen, he's not ready. I'm not saying he can't be, but he's not ready. He didn't show that he was remotely ready in that game last night. So, I want to tell every quarterback, and I hope Trevor's listening right now, and I hope that Bo and all of them are listening. If it's in the regular season, especially this early in the regular season, and you have to punt because you hook slide a little early, punt. You're too valuable to the league, to the game, to your team's chances to win and lose than to take a hit like Vernon Adams took last night. That was just, I'm just going to say it was a bad decision by a guy that I'm a big fan of. And I think Vernon Adams is a leader right now in the early MOP conversation. Vernon Adams is top of that list. However, that was
top of the list.
I gotta agree. I kind of agree with him, Dunk. I do. I'm just saying.
What, man? Come on. You guys been having beers on the patio together.
He started off with no TDs his first couple games. Then he got hot. He had his buddy Moose. They got a thing going. Now I don't know what's going to happen.
Kenny Lawler out here like, we can't get no respect.
I mean, they are.
Kenny
and
Lawler's
Trevor.
on the list.
And Trevor.
Kenny Lawler's on the list, and Trevor's on the list, and Bo is on the list.
There you go.
You know, this disagreement between Wes and Dunk, I think we need to save this for an entire other segment. So, again, Glenn, thank you so much for your time. As always, we appreciate the input, and I hope you enjoy the game tonight.
Yeah, I can't wait. I'm settling in. I've got my pretzels. I've got my beverage. I'm good to go.
He's keeping that secret.
Thanks so much, buddy. Sure appreciate it. We'll talk next week. Of course, it is a hot Friday night as we celebrate Christmas in July here at Mosaic Stadium on Countdown to Kickoff. For Nelson Homes, supplying home packages and RTMs for over 65 years. Coming up next on the Countdown to Kickoff, we get some analysis from Wes Cates. We are live from the Sports Cage Lounge at Mosaic Stadium and streaming on YouTube and sportscage.com. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Summer's here in southern Saskatchewan. Before you hit the road for your hard-earned family getaway, make sure your vehicle and your trailer are ready to roll. At Integra Tire Karst Holdings in Assiniboia, we'll check it all. Tires, brakes, bearings, for your boat trailer, camper, or daily driver. You work too hard all year to let a small problem turn into a major headache this summer holiday season. Don't risk your vacation. Stop in today at Integra Tire in Assiniboia. Safe travels start here. Integra Tire Karst Holdings in Assiniboia. Truly local.
Elevate your baling experience with the Heston by Massey Ferguson 1 Series Round Baler. With a dependable, long-lasting design for challenging conditions and high-speed baling, this machine features swing-away net loading and an optional hydraulic drop floor for easy obstruction clearing. Quality hay production starts today with Heston by Massey Ferguson. See the Massey Ferguson 1 Series Round Baler at Nick's Service in Emerald Park. For more information, visit nicksservice.com.
All right, game day. Everybody's going to be here soon. I think I've got everything ready. Big screen, refreshments, seating. What am I forgetting? Food. That's right. Thanks for reminding me, Taco. But what? Taco Time's game day promotion. Great idea. Buy 2 classic beef burritos for $8.99 on Saturdays and all game days at Harbor Landing, Prince of Wales, Southland Mall, Cornwall Center, and Rochdale Regina Taco Time locations. Hey, if you're in the mood for tacos, it's Taco Time.
Nelson Homes is having a summer blowout sale on quick possession homes that you don't want to miss out on. Get free delivery anywhere in Saskatchewan on select in-stock show homes and spec home RTMs. For more information, visit their website, homes.nlc.ca. Or for general information, call 1-800-661-6534. That's the Nelson Homes Summer Blowout Sale. Nelson Homes, trusted quality and service since 1949.
I hate when my power's out. It doesn't matter if it's a storm, accident, or planned outage. Losing power is frustrating. But you can keep your lights on with a Generac standby generator from Croft Electric. Even when your neighbors are sitting in the dark, a Generac standby generator can power your home. Don't let power outages ruin your day. Get your home a Generac standby generator from Croft Electric. Financing now available. CroftElectric.com. It's game time at Two-Way Service, your Ford dealer in Southie. Just 30 money-saving minutes north of Regina on Highway 6. Two-Way Service is a first-round draft pick, delivering championship deals all season long. Score big with any vehicle purchase, and they'll throw in a free trip for 2 to Las Vegas. That's right, Vegas, baby. So suit up and drive 55 kilometers north of Regina to Two-Way Service. Online at twowayservice.com.
You're raising your livestock, while Glassers TV, your SaskTel authorized dealer, is raising your cell phone bars. No matter how deep in the field you are, you can expect excellent and consistent coverage, so you can do what farmers do best, multitask. Like this guy. He's out here milking cows and managing his fantasy football team. With today's smartphones, farmers are checking the weather, pricing soybeans, and swiping right, all before breakfast. Glassers TV, your SaskTel authorized dealer in Moosomin.
Working with asphalt, sealant, or tar can be a sticky mess. It gets everywhere and on everything. Keep your rollers, truck, and tools clean with environmentally friendly asphalt release agent from Milligan Bio. This grown-in-Saskatchewan solution is made using locally sourced canola. It's safe for the environment, prevents stick-on asphalt, and reduces buildup that's already there. And you'll use less than other products on the market. Great for all paving situations. Asphalt release agent from Milligan Bio. Get yours today at milliganbio.com.
Keeping you company wherever you are in Rider Nation. It's Justin Dunk, Teagan Witko, and Wes Cates. This is the Croft Electric and Nelson Homes Countdown to Kickoff on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
For the Riders, you know what that means. We are live inside the Sports Cage Lounge at Mosaic Stadium, streaming live at sportscage.com and on our YouTube. It is the Christmas in July game, and a lot of people really embracing this, so come have some fun with us in the lounge. But, you know, we are getting closer and closer to kickoff here, so we got to jump into it, boys. The Wes Cates analysis brought to you by Prairie Battery in Regina, your one-stop source for quality batteries. Check out Prairie Batteries at 646 Henderson Drive or call to find a dealer near you.
Cates and I are about to get into it. Just hold on a second here, because we threw our picks at Cory Mace to see if he agreed with our selections.
Oh, he saw my picks too?
Well, I threw them at him, okay? So he didn't see them, but I was giving them to him verbally. Wes and I made our picks through 1/3 of the season for the Riders for the major individual award winners, starting with the MOP, of course. So we asked Cory Mace to see if he would choose somebody or at least agree with Wes or I and break the tie.
Trevor Harris, MOP.
Sure.
AJ Allen, MODP.
Sure.
Close with Jameer Thurman.
Yeah, sure.
Is that dumb to take AJ over there?
No, take AJ. Good. Or Thurman play better. Convince these guys.
Most outstanding rookie, Daniel Johnson.
Daniel Johnson, sure. I'll take DJ.
Who do we have for most outstanding Canadian?
Look, you're running out of Guelph guys is what's happening.
Well, hey, MOC, we got Emilus, not AJ.
Yeah, all good.
Okay. Cory Mace is right. Hey, if Kean Schaefer-Baker was balling, I'd try to get him on the list somehow because he's from the University of Guelph, just like A.J. Allen. So if you check it out on the live stream, we got a graphic for my picks and Wes's picks. Wes, you want to go through yours first, and then I'll tell you why you're wrong?
I couldn't. It's so jumping in the Harvard Lounge that I couldn't really hear what Cory Mace said, but I'm sure he agreed with me entirely. But are we going to go one? Are we going to go one by one, or are we going to just rattle off the list?
Yeah, you give yours.
All right, so for MOP, I'm going with Trevor Harris. I think for sure the way he's played, missed the game, but he's up there at the top of the league in passing yards. He's 5-1, and he definitely, or 4-1, I guess, because he missed the game. But definitely doing his thing. I guess honorable mention, I could give it to A.J. Olette, or Dante Meyer should get named as well, because I think he's been a big part of the Riders' success. He's taken some short passes a long way for some touchdowns that were game-changing. Let's see, for most outstanding defensive player, I have A.J. Allen. I'm looking at what he's done. They asked a lot of him. It was going to be a year. They were expecting him to step up and earn that check. I think he's done so. He's second in the team in tackles, and he's filled the stat sheet. He's got a forced fumble. He's got an interception. Should have another one, but he's playing patty cake with one against Rourke. And I think he's got some special teams tackles as well, and a sack. And then for most outstanding Canadian, I've got Sam Emilus, just because I'm a fan and he's a baller. When he was in there, I think he set the tone for the team this season. Those first couple of games, he was eating up receiving yards, scoring touchdowns, and he was a dog in the blocking game and springing some of these running backs for extra yardage. What do we have else? Most outstanding rookie, I've got Daniel Johnson. Most outstanding rookie. I think so. There's some other young guys that have played that left tackle and done a great job. Darius Washington, Peyton Collins, but most outstanding special teams player, I think we still got to give it to Mario Alford. He had that big return when they needed it the most, and he's done great in the return yardage. And then most outstanding O-lineman, I'm going to give it to Jamarcus Hardrick. He's been a great leader, and yeah.
Well, you know what? Unfortunately, boys, we don't have time for Justin Dunk to debate you on this, so we might
There's no reason to debate Teagan. I
You're not always
had
right,
all the right
Wes,
players.
okay? You know what? We gotta get Dave and Luc on the panel here because we are getting closer and closer to kickoff, 7 o'clock right here at Mosaic Stadium. Saskatchewan Roughriders, Edmonton Elks, Rider Nation pregame show coming up next. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football, streaming on YouTube and sportscage.com. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
When you're looking for new batteries this summer, go see Prairie Battery. They have options for your everyday battery needs, whether it be your boat, motorcycle, tractor, golf cart, scooter, or even your watch. Prairie Battery's got you covered. They have high-end AGM batteries like Odyssey and Optima, and their automotive batteries have warranty options to fit every budget. They'll even test your old car battery for free. So when there's something you need, see Prairie Battery, 646 Henderson Drive in Regina.
Never get tired of tire talk? Neither do we. We banter about balance, rave about rolling resistance, and we could tell you all about traction long before social media. Yeah, here at Quality Tire, we care about tires and, well, quality. There's a reason it's our name. This summer, trouble-free driving starts with quality service from Quality Tire, with 9 locations across Saskatchewan. Thanks for coming to our Tread Talk.
QualityTire.ca. The building is full at 2SAuctioneers.ca online auction house in Indian Head. Next week on Monday, we got a big sale, mostly from one consignor, of shop and hand tools, incubation equipment, and much, much more. We have added another equipment sale for the summer. That'll be closing on August the 26th. We've got a little room in that one for some combines, tractors, or vehicles, or whatever you may have. Come on out here to 2S Auctioneers in Indian Head and check it all out. 2SAuctioneers.ca, online auction house in Indian Head.
620 CKRM brings you Saskatchewan's #1 sports talk show, The Sports Cage. Weekday afternoons at 3 p.m. Breaking down the biggest news in Rider Nation. Rider season is in full swing. Check out sportscage.com for the full Rider schedule and all Rider updates. It's time to bleed green. Catch The Sports Cage weekday afternoons from 3 to 6 on the voice of Saskatchewan, 620 CKRM.
So, how big is yours?
5 inches.
That's about average. How'd you like 6 inches?
6 inches?
6 inches? That would be a big improvement.
A 6-inch package from Prairie 6-inch eaves trough is made specifically for your farm building. 6-inch eaves troughs are more durable and efficient during storms. They're family owned and operated, so you'll get an honest installation at a fair price. Prairie 6-inch eaves trough, your farm shop specialist. Call 570-6415.
He's at it again. Matt's sharpening his pencil to save you money at Matt's Furniture. Now till July 30th. Buy any qualifying Whirlpool or Maytag front load and top load washers and dryers and save an extra $150. See the sales associates in store for all the details and the list of qualifying models. It's time for a new washer and dryer with Whirlpool and Maytag. But hurry, it all ends on the 30th. Matt's Furniture in Fort Capel, Kamsack, Melville, and Foam Lake, or online at mattsfurniture.ca.
The Gleaner S9 Series combines are designed for farmers in the business of farming. A harvest is successful when a crop is harvested as quickly and efficiently as possible and produces a clean grain sample with little loss. The Gleaner combine offers levels of harvesting performance and efficiency other combines are unable to achieve. Simply put, Gleaner combines save more and cost less. See the Gleaner S9 at Nick's Service in Emerald Park or go to nicksservice.com. The Gleaner S9, built with the farmer in mind.
Hear that? What a tackle. That big crunch wasn't from the tackle, Chris. That's the KFC $4.95 End Zone Big Crunch and $7.95 End Zone Big Crunch combos only on game days. The End Zone Special available on Rough Rider game days at participating KFC Sask locations.
620 CKRM brings you Saskatchewan's #1 sports talk show, The Sports Cage. Catch The Sports Cage weekday afternoons from 3 to 6 on the voice of Saskatchewan, 620 CKRM. Rider Nation, get ready to get loud. Kickoff is 60 minutes away. It's time to get you set for Saskatchewan Roughriders football.
It's gone 10 yards. It's up. Riders touch it. It's still loose on the turf right at the 45-yard line. Riders have it. Riders have it.
Coming up, we'll hear from head coach Cory Mace with all you need to know about today's matchup. We'll look at the injury reports, the starters, Luc Mullinder's keys to the game, and we'll take you inside the Rider locker room as the green and white suit up for another Canadian Football League contest. This is the Rider Nation pregame show on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network. Here's Justin Dunk, Teagan Witko, Dave Thomas, and Luc Mullinder.
That would have been awkward.
And here we are, live inside the Sports Cage Lounge. You heard the big voice guys, Teagan Witko, Justin Dunk, Dave Thomas, Luc Mullinder. First meeting of the season against the Elks for the Saskatchewan Roughriders. Kickoff just after 7 o'clock here at Mosaic Stadium. Streaming at sportscage.com and on our YouTube. So Dave, Luc, joining the panel with us now. Let's get right to it. Let's set the scene. It's brought to you by McDougall Auctioneers, official auction partner of the Saskatchewan Roughriders.
Well, it is Christmas in July here, right? And you know,
it's hot.
Brings up warm and fuzzy memories. And if I'm the Edmonton Elks, would anyone want to agree with me that they've got the same warm, fuzzy feelings? Because if you rewind the calendar, almost 365 days, like right to the day almost, the 0-7 Edmonton Elks rolled into Mosaic Stadium and put up a 42-31 victory, running for 276 rushing yards along the way. You look at the Edmonton Elks, everything that is happening, Luc, and I made this point to you, and you said, maybe you're right, so that's why I'm bringing it up, because I'm very seldom right. But isn't the only way to go up right now for the Edmonton Elks?
Yeah, absolutely, and there's a way that you can prevent that. But I do think this is a really interesting game. I would have said that this is going to be a blowout if they had started Trey Ford. I think Cody Fajardo is going to be a spark for this team. The problem with the Edmonton Elk is their defense. Their defense is terrible. They never should have taken – and JC Sheret, when JC Sheret was here as linebacker coach, I thought he did a fantastic job. But there's no way that JC Sheret should have gone, you know, at this young of a stage in his career straight to a defensive coordinator position. They've got guys like Demetrius Maxey over there who's a multi-time Grey Cup champion. He's been a coach. There were guys there that they should have given that role to over Sheret. And I'm not saying he's not going to be good, but that was a real heavy role to put him in very early. They are dead last in the CFL in 9 of the 11 trackable categories. Their defense is allowing 34 points a game. And sometimes, especially me, I'd be like, well, hold on a second. Stats aren't everything. You're right. 34 points is misleading because it's actually 32 points offensively per game. So really their special teams in their right? Like they're bad. And they've got to start taking some chances here. I think that they've got a couple good opportunities. We got Noah Zur making one of his first starts this year. We've got a young Braden Knoll behind Noah Zur. They've got one of the best D tackles in the game in Jake Serezna. Maybe they try to create some matchups there, but they've got a long way to go. So if the Saskatchewan Roughriders, if they want to do what they need to do here today, the nice part about it is you can keep it simple, and we'll get that in our 3 keys, but you don't have to overthink this because you can say, guys, this isn't about the Elk, this is about us. But I do think that they have a chance to really spark offensively with Cody. He's still an athletic quarterback. Now he has the experience of a Grey Cup champion, right? And more importantly, if he leaves the pocket, he will be leaving the pocket with the intention to get the ball downfield, not necessarily just to get a first down with his legs.
So if I can just interject for a moment, I was stopped on the concourse by a couple of fans when we were talking this week about perhaps being the ultimate trap game for the Saskatchewan Roughriders. And the definition of trap, and JD, I go to you, is basically where you overlook your opposition. In the professional game of football, at any level game of football, whether you go back to when you played in college, do you actually have that potential to overlook an opponent?
I mean, Luc might laugh at me because I didn't play in the pros, but yeah, for sure. Like in the OUA, when we played York and U of T, we just figured it was going to be a win. Now it's a totally different level, but like the difference in the pros is the other guys get paid too. Yeah. And for as bad as the Elks are this season, you know, some subtle changes here can really make a difference with this team. And just look back to last year. Like, to be honest, you know, I'll go against Luc here and say I'm surprised Trey Ford isn't starting. He's 2-0 in his career, not only against the Riders, at Mosaic Stadium. But I think what happened last year was Trey Ford came in for MBT, Grecian man, or whatever you want to call him, and that provided a spark. So Cody Fajardo coming in, I think to Luc's point, could provide a different spark for the Elks. But guys, like, let's look at this lineup, okay? Trevor Harris has to be licking his chops. There are 2 rookies in the secondary. You talked about the struggling defense, Luc, making their first career start today. Logan Jr. at free safety. I think Trevor Harris is going to mess with him with his eyes all game long. And you got Ross not only on the corner, but he's at the boundary corner. I think back to just last week. What did they do with Dante Myers? run a slant in front of a DB, and then the next play come back and hit him with a double move. Like, Ross, you are going to be in for a day, man. There are going to be lots of targets going your way.
You're right, Justin. The fastest way to, and you see this all the time, especially with young safeties, run some crossing routes right underneath them. Get their eyes going, and after that crossing route, you get something deep, man. Those young safeties, they really start keying down low, right? And so that'll be a challenge. And I think you're right. With Trevor Harris, there will be that. And the nice part about what Justin is referencing too, I mean, this is a defensive line that only has 3 sacks on the year as well, right? So you look at last game and some key performance indicators for the Riders against the BC Lions. One of those key performance indicators was there was 0 sacks, right? There was 0 sacks against a line that included Sione Tuema and Mathieu Bertrand. This defensive line, they're not the BC Lions defensive line, right? So you can expect, again, if the Riders come into this game with their mind right, Trevor Harris to have some time, maybe to sell some of those lower things and get over the top.
Am I, like, losing? Did you hear, Teagan, did you hear either of them say run? Like, if you look right now at the Edmonton run-pass breakdown offensively, they run the ball 38% of the time. The Riders' defense faces a run play 28% of the time. But I roll back to last year, you go ahead and you surrender 276 rushing yards. Javon Leake runs for 169 against you. Why aren't we talking about stopping the run game of the Edmonton Elks who torched the Riders last year?
Because I think that Trey Ford, as Justin alluded to, came in there to provide a spark. And when Trey Ford was in that role, one of the intangibles that he brought was an athletic skill set that was going to stress the edges of your defense, right? 6 games in to the Canadian Football League schedule, that's on field. That's on field and it's on film. Every opponent is waiting on it. So now you get to focus on some of the other things. Last year, I felt like, man, listen, this is a Trey Ford. He's an athlete. Let's not let him get outside. And when you start focusing too much on something, then something else falls off. This year, everybody kind of understood what type of quarterback Trey Ford was, so they can actually load up the box because you're right, Dave. I mean, Rankin is a heck of a runner, and we've all seen Javon Leake's skill set too, right? Just right now, teams have understood what their assignment is when they've looked at the Edmonton Elk offense. It's turn Trey Ford into a passing quarterback in the pocket, and to do that, you stop the run first. So there's a lot more focus on it. I don't think the emphasis was the same last year, a year ago today, like you were referencing.
The R word doesn't just mean Rudolph on Christmas in July. It means run for Dave Thomas. Teagan?
Did I just see a pirate walk by? I mean, I get the reindeer, I get the Santa hats, I get all of the attire here, but man,
Cory
fans are
Mace
getting
asked
into it.
for the Grinch. Maybe the pirate is that man's version of the Grinch.
Hey, listen, there's some people making some sacrifices out here today. I think that it is hot, and those woolen Santa hats, to put one of those bad boys on today, you a better person than me. I wouldn't be doing that.
Well, that was Setting the Scene, brought to you by McDougall Auctioneers, official auction partners of the Saskatchewan Roughriders. Speaking of being scorching hot out there, Luke, we should probably get to the weather update because, it's Christmas in July. We're, 5 months out from the holiday, but it is toasty here at Mosaic Stadium, and it probably still will be for the 7 o'clock kickoff. So let's get to Phil Spivak with Precision Weather. It's for Quality Tire with 9 locations across Saskatchewan, qualitytire.ca.
All right, Rough Riders fans, looks like a quiet night for a football game at kickoff. We should enjoy crystal clear skies. Temperatures will be quite warm after a toasty warm Friday, and we should see those readings dropping back to about 24 degrees at kickoff and should be down to about 21 or so later in the game. Winds will become a little more northwesterly this evening and should be under 20 clicks through most of the game. Again, a quiet, mild night for the game. If you're headed out to the stadium, have a great evening, and go Rough Riders.
It's going to be a hot one out there today, man.
Yeah, it's definitely a toasty one out there. That was Phil Spivak, of course, from Precision Weather. Happy Christmas in July, boys. We are going to take a quick break here. We are streaming live from the Sports Cage Lounge at Mosaic Stadium. We are also streaming on our YouTube and sportscage.com. Coming up next on the Rider Nation pregame show, your injury report, your starting lineup. We're really going to break this down for you. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
power through your busy season with Redhead Equipment. It's time to save on all the parts you need to keep you up and running. Save on lubricants, OEM and fleet guard filters, hay and forage parts, precision farming products, hand tool sets, air compressors, and so much more. Select items are on sale now through August 31st, 2025. Visit your local Redhead Equipment or visit us online at redheadequipment.ca.
Code GREEN25. With PlayNow.com, make any $10 sports bet using the code GREEN25 and get a $20 free sports bet. Say you bet $10 on baseball. Use the code GREEN25 and get a free $20 bet to put on the green and white. Or bet $10 on golf and get a free $20 bet to put on tennis. Restrictions apply. Details at PlayNow.com. Must be 19 plus. Use your game sense.
At the cabin or on the farm, Access Rural Internet gives you speed and service you can rely on. Right now, get Access Rural Internet for as low as $69.95 a month for 24 months, including free service calls by our local techs, a free Wi-Fi router, and a strong, reliable signal matched by our strong, reliable customer service. Great service is never far away with Access Rural Internet. Visit myaccess.ca to book your free site survey.
B&A Petroleum is a Southern Saskatchewan family-owned business that's there for you. They've been supporting their clients for over 30 years with locations in several communities throughout the southern part of the province. B&A Petroleum is available for all your bulk fuel and lubricant needs, with propane at selected locations Monday to Friday. And don't forget, their Cardlock location is accessible 24 hours for your convenience. B&A Petroleum. Fuel you once, fuel you forever.
Picture this. You're ready for the big game, but your basement's underwater. Again, not exactly ideal tailgate weather. That's why I called Winmar. Fast, friendly, and they handle everything like a linebacker on a loose ball. Now I've got a dry basement and a front row seat to the game. Winmar, we're coming through for you. Visit winmarregina.ca today.
620 CKRM brings you Saskatchewan's #1 sports talk show, The Sports Cage. Weekday afternoons at 3 p.m. Breaking down the biggest news in Rider Nation. Rider season is in full swing. Check out sportscage.com for the full Rider schedule and all Rider updates. It's time to bleed green. Catch The Sports Cage weekday afternoons from 3 to 6 on the Voice of Saskatchewan. 620 CKRM.
From minor repairs to complete rebuilds, Golden West Trailer and Equipment has been your #1 repair shop since 1979. Saskatchewan owned and operated, they have dealerships in Moose Jaw, Saskatoon, and Winkler. They're Canada's only full-line Wilson trailer dealer and the biggest move-all trailer dealer in the country. Be sure to also check out their parts and service section. For your heavy truck and trailer service and parts, all SGI accredited, visit Golden West Trailer and Equipment today.
The only thing better before Rough Rider football is the sizzle of burgers on the tailgate barbecue. This is the Rider Nation pregame show on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
It's Teagan Witko, Justin Dunk, Dave Thomas, Luc Mullinder. It's a home game, so we are live from the Sports Cage Lounge at Mosaic Stadium, getting you ready for the Saskatchewan Roughriders and Edmonton Elks 7 o'clock kickoff. Now, we do need to get into the specifics here. Let's dive into what we're going to be seeing on the field in terms of players. Injury report, it is brought to you by Saskatchewan Construction Safety Association. They provide cost-effective, convenient training courses online, in person, or on demand anywhere in the province. All I got to say, Dave, put the offensive line in bubble wrap.
Yeah, that's probably the best thing and way to describe it, because there's two substantial additions to the injury list this week. First and foremost, Kadeem Carey sustained that substantial knee injury last week in BC. It didn't look good, and you feel bad for him. He's gone on the 6-game injured list. Of course, the future's unclear right now, but that's going to be a long-term injury for Kadeem. And speaking of substantial, Zach Fry, offensive lineman, was involved in a car accident here in Regina earlier this week. From what I understand, a very significant car car accident. Fortunately for him, it's a head injury that he's walked away with. It could have been much, much, much worse. So right now, Zach Fry is on the one-game injured list. Also joining Mario Alford, Daniel Johnson on that one-game injured list, as is Sean Bain Jr. And I think the one that's interesting is Peyton Collins. We don't have him on the screen, so if you're watching back on YouTube or, of course, sportscage.com, Peyton Collins is on the one-game injured list and is starting to progress. He is an offensive lineman, of course, so he looked like he went down with what was going to be a major knee injury, but so far so good as he looks like he's well on the road to recovery.
So that's your injury report for the Saskatchewan Construction Safety Association. Now let's talk about who is going to be dressing. Who are we seeing in the starting lineup? It's for Apple Murray College of Notre Dame. At Apple Murray College of Notre Dame, greatness begins with character. Discover excellence in academics, athletics, and leadership. Join the tradition. Apply today, notredame.ca.
Well, I just hope as a reminder to everyone that's leaving Langenburg today that the last person out should turn off the lights, because it's going to be a celebration of Noah Zare, who will get the start today at left guard on the offense for the Saskatchewan Roughriders today.
Is that
He'll
where
be
he's from?
from
Oh, there you
Langenburg,
go.
yeah.
Langenburg, Saskatchewan.
There you go.
Sorry, Dave.
The famous home of cheap wine and cigarettes, but we'll talk about that later, kids. Darius Washington, Logan Furlan, Jacob Brammer, and Jamarcus Hardrick are the remaining crew on the offensive line. And if we put up a scoreboard, yes, that is the 9th different offensive lineman to start for the Saskatchewan Roughriders this season in Noah Zare. The receiving core remains the same. Dante Myers, Joe Robustelli on the outside. Interior receivers, Keyshawn Johnson, Del Duncan Busby, and Samuel Emmelis back for his second game after missing some time with the foot injury. At running back, A.J. Olette comes in, of course, 428 yards rushing thus far in the season, while Trevor Harris gets the call at quarterback. For the defensive side, no changes this week. Same four right up front, trying to shut down the Edmonton Elks running game that no one else appears to want to acknowledge. Sorry, that's just my own thing that I'll have to deal with later. Malik Carney, Shane Ray, Micah Johnson, Mike Rose up front. The linebacking core, A.J. Allen, Jameer Thurman, who was hobbled earlier this week. I'm not going to kid you. I didn't know that he'd be able to go or not, but he is listed as the starter. C.J. Rivas gets the start of the other side. The secondary, Tavon Campbell, Marcus Sales will be on the corners. Roland Milligan Jr., DeMarcus Fields at the half, and Nelson Lacombe, a former teammate at the University of Saskatchewan of Noah Zare, starts at safety.
That is your starting lineup for Apple Murray College of Notre Dame. Now, this might be the biggest talker heading into this game. The Edmonton Elks starting quarterback. So, yeah, we got to dive into that. We're going to look at, starting QBs on both sides of the field here, but the quarterback comparison is brought to you by Prairie Gun Traders in Avonlea. For all your hunting and shooting needs, visit prairieguntraders.ca. A familiar face returns to Rider Nation.
Cody Fajardo will start at Mosaic Stadium for the first time since he left the Riders in 2022. You can see his numbers, of course, limited sample size this season, 9 of 11, 81% completion rate, and that's why he's on the field right now, provided a spark in that last loss to the Leos by the Elks. Around the horn, how is his reception going to be? Cheers or boos?
Cody Fajardo thinks it's going to be boos, so I'll go with him.
You going?
He's such a princess, man. He thinks it's going to be booze. Dude, the appropriate answer should have been to that. Who cares? I'm here to win a football game. But he's like, oh, they're going to boo me. Oh, no. I hope it's booze now that I heard that.
Oh, my gosh. Someone holds a grudge. I don't.
I think he's, like I said, I think he's going to provide a spark today.
Okay. I think it's going to be mixed. I honestly think it's going to be about 50-50. I think some people are going to like to see him back. I think others are, they remember what happened, right?
You'll be on the sideline. You'll have the verdict.
I'll report back.
Trevor Harris, of course, 4-1 thus far this season. You know what? Who says he can't throw the deep ball? 20-plus yards, completions. He is 12 of 17. Now, yes, it's a small sample size, but he's completing the deep ball and probably off to the best start of his career. Tonight he's got an opportunity to set some new career marks, but I'm sure he doesn't even care about that. But coming in 31 yards short of Michael Riley for 15th all-time in the CFL, 56 away from Dieter Brock for 14th all-time. So some pretty significant numbers from a guy that's really, I think, playing the best ball of his career. I threw it out there.
Well, nice. It's nice, too, to see that he's healthy, right? Again, the stadium's going to go silent. You're going to be able to hear a pin drop every time he turns himself into a runner. But fortunately, that hasn't been a lot of times this year, right? I can only count about twice that I remember him getting out of the pocket and actually going and running for it. So you're right. But the other thing about it is they've done everything around him to enable his success. They've had a really good run game, and they have protected him extremely well.
That's your quarterback comparison for Prairie Gun Traders in Avonlea. Luke, let's keep it going. Let's get to your three keys of the game. It's brought to you by KFC. Get the Rough Rider Game Day special. $4.95 for a Big Crunch, $7.95 for a Big Crunch combo at participating Sask KFC locations.
I've got 2 imperatives and 1 bonus key. So the first key, again, this is not about the Edmonton Elk. This is about the Saskatchewan Roughriders. When you see an Edmonton Elk team that's really struggling, you have to make it about yourself. So what do you want to do in order to make this not become a trap game? The first thing is execution. You have to execute, especially on the offensive side. Let's get guys in and out of the huddle. Let's understand where we're going. But more importantly, I do think this is a defense that has to take some chances. If I'm looking at Noah Zur starting his first game, I want to throw some pressure his way. I want to make him think. I got to get his eyes moving because that enables me to potentially get to the quarterback. So when it comes to execution, listen, AJ Oleto, or whichever running back is in there, if they're blitzing, you have to work from inside out, right? Protect the inside first, then work to the outside. So everything has to work here, and it has to work on time. You hear coaches say, stay on schedule. The Riders have to execute and stay on schedule, especially offensively. 2, communicate. Especially on the defensive side. I've been in plenty of ball games where the team is considered a bad offensive team, right? And the first way that we turn those guys into looking like All-Americans is by not communicating with each other, right? You have to be out there. You have to talk. You have to make sure people are getting lined up. Here's the other thing. You've got Cody Fajardo starting, so guess what that might mean, Justin Dunk? Guess what that might mean, Teagan? What if Trey Ford has his package today? What if he becomes a package quarterback today where we put him in second and 2 to 3? Right? And he runs a quarterback option. Well, you know what stomps all that out, even though you haven't seen it on film? Communicating. Hey, guys, let's just make sure that we're playing our base coverage here. Guys, defensive line, you know where you're going. Make sure the gaps are secure. Defensive backs, make sure you're lined up. So communicating is going to be essential here for the Riders' success. And the third one is my bonus key. Defensive players, if you get a chance to smack Cody Fajardo, please focus on the upfield shoulder, because there's a lot of folks out here who were really getting tired of that backside pirouette that he consistently did when he was a starting quarterback here. Every single time you do the left-sided pirouette. You want to know how to avoid that and not get PTSD for Rider Nation? Tackle the upfield shoulder. Always hit the upfield shoulder. That way, if a quarterback does spin out, he spins out into you versus away from you. So there you go. There's my 3 keys. Let's go get a W.
All right. We'll revisit that maybe in the postgame show here and see if they listen to Luc's 3 keys to the game, brought to you by KFC.
Especially that pirouette. Boy,
that might have been my favorite
today, Justin. I'm gonna be pissed.
Okay, so I think looking at the records, we all probably have a pretty good understanding who the favorite is tonight. But let's dive into the numbers, Justin Dunk. This is Betting the Odds, and it's brought to you by Darlene Power Sports, proudly community-driven, powering every ride every season.
This line's been bouncing around a little bit, Teagan, and Luke, obviously we're going to you with this. It opened around 9.5 when Fajardo was announced as the starter, came down to 7.5. It's back up to 8.5 for the Riders as the favorites, of course, in this one. So what say you?
If it was 9.5, wow, 8.5 too. You know what? That's a lot of points for a pro football game, right? Let's give the benefit of the doubt to the Edmonton Elk, right? Problem is, their defense sucks. Bang the Riders. Let's go.
Oh!
Let's go.
I wonder if that means you're taking the over. It was at 55.5, but it's come down a point.
No, I'm taking the under.
54.5.
I'm taking the under.
Okay.
54 and under?
54.5.
Wow.
That's high.
Yeah, no, that is high. I feel like they're expecting the Riders to do the majority of the scoring, though, right? Like, get them up around 34.
You think so?
Yeah, I don't know. That 8.5, man, that's tough, because it's almost like, I mean, you know, if we saw that 8.5 line in the NFL, we'd be like, man, that's disrespectful to the opponent, right?
Yeah.
So a lot of me wants to say, like, I'd actually take the plus 8.5 with Edmonton. But, man, like, there are just so many things that have to go right for Edmonton to even sort of create impact. But, again, if you're not paying attention to, if you're not communicating, if you're not executing, it might get close, right? But I don't know. I like the chances. So I'll take the 8.5, but I'm not going to put a lot of money on it. I'm going to treat it like my golf game, man. I'm going to pay like $5 a hole on this one.
Oh, I thought you were going to say you were going to use an eraser at the end.
Yeah,
like,
exactly.
that makes sense, too.
Yeah.
So we're just going to scrounge up the change from your center console. That's about it?
Yeah. Well, yeah.
Yeah.
Someone's going to drop a toonie or two out there for the $5 beers. So we'll just use that. We'll use the change we found on the floor.
Fall out of their Santa suit here.
Yeah, exactly.
All right. It is the Christmas in July game at Mosaic Stadium. Kickoff just after 7 o'clock as the Edmonton Elks are in town, ready to face your Saskatchewan Roughriders. Coming up, we're still going to hear from Shane Ray. We're still going to hear from Dre McCray, and we have a lot more to get you set for this matchup tonight. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football, streaming at sportscage.com and on our YouTube channel. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Your Cooperator's advisor can help find life insurance that suits your lifestyle. Like the Let's Keep Granny's Cottage in the Family plan. Talk to a local advisor today about life insurance designed to fit your life and give you greater peace of mind.
Looking for a local Cooperators advisor? Give Dylan Holmson in Regina a call at 306-359-2660 and see the difference a personalized plan makes. Cooperators, investing in your future together.
The summer sidewalk sale is on now at Colin O'Brien. The brands you love like Copley, Strelson, DeSoto, AG, and Page are 20 to 80% off. Plus, suits are starting from $199.99 and jackets and shoes from $99.99. Colin O'Brien's annual sidewalk sale. Hurry in for the best selection. Colin O'Brien Men's Shop. Contemporary, urban, defined. Find us on Instagram and at colinobrien.com.
Take care of your crops with the Fendt Rogator 900 series sprayer. It's the industry's only rear boom sprayer with 2 height adjustable clearance for late season protection. Go from standard clearance to high clearance in less than 45 seconds and liquid to dry application in under 2 hours for maximum productivity. Your crops depend on spot-on placement, and this is the sprayer to get the job done. See the Fendt Rogator at AgriLink Equipment in Moose Jaw and Brownlee.
SaskToday.ca is your local news source, proudly serving communities all across Saskatchewan. Sask Today's team of local journalists are on the ground focusing on local topics that matter to you. From agriculture, local community news, sports, and more. Find it all at sasktoday.ca. Sign up for our daily news digest at sasktoday.ca. From Harvard Media, everywhere.
Picture this. You're ready for the big game, but your basement's underwater. Again, not exactly ideal tailgate weather. That's why I called Winmar. Fast, friendly, and they handle everything like a linebacker on a loose ball. Now I've got a dry basement and a front row seat to the game. Winmar, we're coming through for you. Visit winmarregina.ca today.
What a drive! And speaking of drives, out here in the prairies, you need a truck that can tackle anything, like the Ford F-150. To build a truck ready for any play, we ask the tough questions, like what if intelligent power could really go the distance and get you that first down? Get there with the available Power Boost full hybrid V6 engine and available Pro Power onboard built in, bringing the power of the game right to you. Ready for the job site, at the cabin, or anywhere you need it. Get your new 2025 F-150 at your Saskatchewan Ford store or Ford.ca today.
The Gleaner S9 Series combines are designed for farmers in the business of farming. A harvest is successful when a crop is harvested as quickly and efficiently as possible and produces a clean grain sample with little loss. The Gleaner combine offers levels of harvesting performance and efficiency other combines are unable to achieve. Simply put, Gleaner combines save more and cost less. See the Gleaner S9 at Nick's Service in Emerald Park or go to nickservice.com. The Gleaner S9, built with the farmer in mind.
Getting you set for Rough Rider Kickoff. Rough Rider Kickoff. It's the Rider Nation pregame show with Dave Thomas, Luc Mullinder, Justin Dunk, and Teagan Witko on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Your Saskatchewan Roughriders take on the Edmonton Elks today, starting Cody Fajardo. It's his return game to Saskatchewan as a starting quarterback. And on that defensive line for the Riders, Shane Ray going to be trying to get after Cody Fajardo in this one. Seems to be enjoying his first season in Riderville.
Season. Give me your analysis on the first 6 games so far.
I think that we're finding ourselves. I think the first few games, we're trying to work out kinks that are keeping us from being a full championship team. You know, from penalties to big plays and allowing guys to come back and make, you know, games that are not close. You know, those are the things that we're trying to work on as a team, is to finish teams off. And, you know, I think that gradually every week we've gotten better towards that goal, but we just got to keep stacking it. And I think that, you know, our record shows that we come out here every day, we work, we try to figure out a way to win. And, you know, we took an L, but you got to be able to bounce back in this league, and I think that this team is capable of doing that.
I would suggest you did bounce back last week in Vancouver, especially on the physicality side. Your coach said we weren't physical enough. Is that one of the biggest things, I guess, that could maybe tick off a player when a coach says we just weren't physical enough?
You know, I don't think it'll tick you off because it's honesty. You know, when we watch the film as pros, like, we were out physical that week, and that's just, you know, plain and simple. So our identity here as riders, we want to be one of the most physical teams that people play. We want to bring the hits to people. We want to create that type of energy. So last week was a step of us getting back to doing that. And, you know, we never want to lose. Out here we call it the bully game. We never want to lose the bully game. You want to come out there and dominate each guy that you go against each week. And that's just our mentality as a team. We want to make teams not want to play us.
You mentioned the fact that you're having difficulty closing out opponents. Is that a mindset? Is that an experience thing?
I just think, you know, every team has something that they're working on, right? Every team is not perfect, and they have kinks that they have to figure out of why they're winning or why they're losing. And, you know, for us, I just think it just comes down to the little things and doing everything right when we're supposed to, you know, not having the penalties. Obviously, we were leading the league in penalties. That was killing us. And we've been able to kind of back up from that some, and that's helped us. But we just got to fix the little things to be a championship team, you know, from communication to how we practice. It's got to be an everyday thing. And that's what we're trying to create as far as a culture for everybody here.
All the way back to you at the start of the conversation, you talked about a championship caliber team. Mm-hmm. You've got extensive pro experience both north and south of the border. Where does this group stack up?
I talked to the team, you know, after our loss to Calgary about the makeup of this team. I feel like this team has a makeup of a championship team from top to bottom. From, you know, you just look at the roster on paper, you got all kind of all-stars across the board, guys that have made a lot of plays and proven. And when you look at the season last year, the things that weren't fixed last year and where this team got, I think that we're a better team. I think that we're more focused and more locked in. And I think, just like I said, the little things, how we practice, how we attack each day, making sure that we don't make those mistakes that we were made early in the season and last year, we have everything we need to be a championship team in the back end.
For fear of you totally disliking me after this question, the word trap game has been used. Obviously, I wouldn't expect this team to overlook an opponent, but does that come into play at all?
You know, I don't think so for us, because I feel collectively our mentality is we got to beat everybody. You know, the idea is to set the tone no matter who's out here and play our brand of football. And, you know, a lapse in that idea, and to, you know, you got to respect every pro football team you play. I don't care what their record is. You can come out and lose at any point in time, and that's from up here to down south. So we got to be focused with this team. We can't, you know, look at their record and be like, oh, we're just going to walk over this team, because that's how you lose trap games. You know what I'm saying? We got to treat this game like this is another serious game that we need to win. And, you know, I feel like after this week's practice and Mace getting us rested up, I think we'll be able to do that.
That was Shane Ray with your voice of the Saskatchewan Roughriders, Dave Thomas. And Mr. Thomas also caught up with Dre McRae after his CFL debut last week in BC, where he returned 3 punts for 44 yards and 3 kickoffs for 74 yards.
Dre, your first CFL experience in Vancouver 1 week ago. What were your takeaways from that game?
I think it went well. Glad we came out with the W. Just learn from it, get better, whatever it may be. And whatever I was doing well, just keep doing it.
Take me inside your preparation for that game, and maybe even that first kick that's coming your way with the sun in your eyes. Explain it.
Just trusting your training. You've been there before, just understanding, hey, like, this is another game. You've been there before. Trusting your training, the work that you put in throughout the week, just trusting that.
Mario Alford is a guy that's been helping you out throughout the week. What has the veteran experience that he's had rubbed off on you with?
Oh, man, he's been great. Just little tips here and there. Just, hey, look for this if you see this. And Coach Ken has been doing a good job as well.
Tell me what it's like being a Saskatchewan Roughrider and having an opportunity now to play a home game.
Man, it's exciting. Just to be out here for the regular season in front of these fans, it's exciting.
Coming up on the other side, Canadian receiver Samuel Emelish shares with me what his rehab process was like to get back on the field. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football, streaming on our YouTube channel at sportscage.com. This 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Let's face it, summer comes with its fair share of hiccups, sunburns, storm clouds, bug bites, and curfews. The good news? The fun's still on with SaskTel Internet. Enjoy fast, reliable internet that powers movie marathons, online gaming with friends, virtual reality adventures, and more. Visit SaskTel.com/summer and sign up today.
Most farmers plan to win. Strong inputs, smart strategy, no wasted plays. So why carry insurance that only shows up in garbage time? Global Ag Risk Solutions doesn't believe in farming scared. They believe in farming smart, with coverage that protects your input costs and your margin. When it's third and long and the season's on the line, you trust your game plan. You farm forward. Global Ag Risk Solutions. It's not just insurance, it's a strategy. Visit agrisksolutions.ca.
Sask Lotteries has over 50 years of winning behind us. And you know what that means? Lots of winning numbers. Numbers like over 1,200 organizations funded and 12,000 plus groups supported. $6 million given away annually in community grants. And the winningest number of all, $1.4 billion given back to the people of Saskatchewan through sport, culture, and recreation. And we're just getting started. Learn more at sasklotteries.ca.
SaskToday.ca is your local news source, proudly serving communities all across Saskatchewan. Sask Today's team of local journalists are on the ground focusing on local topics that matter to you. From agriculture, local community news, sports, and more. Find it all at sasktoday.ca. Sign up for our daily news digest at sasktoday.ca. From Harvard Media, everywhere.
From minor repairs to complete rebuilds, Golden West Trailer and Equipment has been your #1 repair shop since 1979. Saskatchewan owned and operated, they have dealerships in Moose Jaw, Saskatoon, and Winkler. They're Canada's only full-line Wilson trailer dealer and the biggest move-all trailer dealer in the country. Be sure to also check out their parts and service section. For your heavy truck and trailer service and parts, all SGI accredited, visit Golden West Trailer and Equipment today.
If you're going to upgrade to a new combine, don't take half measures. Go all the way with this limited time offer on the Kloss Lexion 8600 Combine and the Convio Flex Draper Header. Now through July 31st, get 3.45% financing for 24 months when you purchase both together. An unbeatable deal that delivers big savings, legendary Kloss performance, and lower cost of ownership. But hurry, inventory is limited. Contact your Kloss dealer or visit klosssavings.ca. That's CLAAS savings.ca. Offer valid in Canada only.
The summer sidewalk sale is on now at Colin O'Brien. The brands you love like Copley, Strelson, DeSoto, AG, and Page are 20 to 80% off. Plus, suits are starting from $199.99 and jackets and shoes from $99.99. Colin O'Brien's annual sidewalk sale. Hurry in for the best selection. Colin O'Brien Men's Shop. Contemporary, urban, defined. Find us on Instagram and at colinobrien.com.
The countdown to kickoff continues with the Rider Nation pregame show. Get the latest on your team from our team at sportscage.com and here on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
The top of the clock, Dave Thomas, Luc Mullinder with the call. It's a packed Sports Cage Lounge at Mosaic Stadium, and Samuel Emilus, the Canadian receiver, made his return to the lineup last week in BC after missing 3 games with a lower body injury against the Lions. 3 catches for 78 yards, so I had to ask him, how do you get back into game shape so quickly after being on the sideline for 3 games? Can you take us behind the scenes? What was it like for you to rehab from your foot injury?
Yeah, I mean, it was tough, not be able to play football, battle with those guys during games. It's tough, but I used that time to get back on, getting back stronger, physically, mentally, and everything. So I just had to make sure I'm ready for when I come back to the field to be ready and play my best football for the team.
How did you balance rehabbing your foot injury versus staying in tip-top game shape?
It's tough, because you need your foot to stay in shape, if you want to run and stuff like this. But I always pride myself for being the most conditioned player on the team, and I knew that it was just a little obstacle. It was just a little thing in the road that I had to fight through and just keep on pushing, and eventually I know I'm going to get back healthy.
What's it like for a player to come off an injury and then try to get back to that game shape without actually playing a game? Because I assume once you get back on the field like we saw you in BC, that's a different level you need to be at.
Yeah, most definitely. It's different. Practice and games is two different type of speed, two different type of conditioning. But every time I get tired, I think like the first thing I think is I work all off season. Conditioning, so just get your mind right, and you're gonna be all right. But to get back to the game, obviously is different. But I just knew that my team needed me, so it don't matter if I'm tired or not.
What do you do in the off season to prepare for a full season plus playoffs and potentially a Grey Cup?
Yeah, I mean, I try to replicate the speed of the game. I know that most plays are around 6 second to 8 second, it depends. So I be sprinting for 6 seconds, take probably a 30-second break, do it again, and depending on the time of the off season, I do like 10 reps, 6 reps, whatever it is, 20 reps. You know what I'm saying? Like I gauge it and put more reps depending on where we're at the season.
How do you get ready physically? And I'm talking about from a blocking standpoint, because I think Cory Mace would agree. You're an absolute dog out there.
I just think it come with willing to do it. If you're willing to put your face in there, you're gonna be all right. To be honest, obviously I got a little advantage. I got a waggle, which helped me going against those bigger guys. But really, to be honest, it's just my mentality. I know those boys, the O-line blocking for me, so when it's my turn, I might as well do it right.
Is it about bench press reps, or what's your secret to get ready for the season when you're stock blocking and pancaking guys on the field?
Yeah, to be honest, bench press don't have nothing to do with it. It might help, but like I said, it's really the willing to. If I know I'm willing to beat that guy in front of me, it's gonna happen.
And you've become Trevor Harris's, dare I say, go-to guy. It just seems like you're that comfort target for him, for lack of a better term. How has that relationship developed and then flourished during your time with TH7?
Yeah, I mean, it started in 2023 when he first came here. We had a little mini camp before the training camp, and that's when really we started working on a chemistry. I see what he liked to do. He knew what I like to do, so now it's really natural now, But Trevor is the most accurate quarterback I ever played with, and I just know that he's gonna give me the ball when the play is for me.
Did you know that he's the second most accurate quarterback in CFL history?
No, I didn't know that, but it makes a lot of sense. If you guys know it and I didn't know and I know it, that tells a lot.
What allows him to be so accurate in terms of what you see that he does behind the scenes?
I think it's preparation. Like behind the scene, he always do something to make himself better. That is physically, mentally, or anything of that nature. I just know every time I see him, he doing something I know gonna help the team.
You got Cody Fajardo coming in here, making his first start since leaving Saskatchewan as the starting quarterback. What's it going to be like to go against him?
Cody's a good quarterback. My rookie year, that was my quarterback here. And obviously we have a tough year, but obviously I don't think that he was the reason why we had a bad year. I hope Cody the best, except against us. But obviously Cody is a great quarterback in this league, proven the winner. So obviously it's going to be a good battle. It's going to be I think that's his first game back in Mosaic. So I think it's going to be a lot of good memories for him. And but yeah, I wish him the best.
Us on the Rider Nation pregame show. Up next, A.J. Allen, the Canadian, having an outstanding season at weak side linebacker. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football, streaming on our YouTube channel at sportscage.com. The 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
This is
SaskToday.ca is your local news source, proudly serving communities all across Saskatchewan. Sask Today's team of local journalists are on the ground focusing on local topics that matter to you. From agriculture, local community news, sports, and more. Find it all at SaskToday.ca. Sign up for our daily news digest at SaskToday.ca. From Harvard Media, everywhere.
With coverage that goes where you go, GMS ensures the power and potential of the human spirit. Our health and travel insurance is designed to have your back through action and adversity, resilience and roadblocks, success and setbacks. So go, humans, go. We'll be here when you need us. GMS, coverage Canadians have counted on since 1949.
At the cabin or on the farm, Access Rural Internet gives you speed and service you can rely on. Right now, get Access Rural Internet for as low as $69.95 a month for 24 months, including free service calls by our local techs, a free Wi-Fi router, and a strong, reliable signal matched by our strong, reliable customer service. Great service is never far away with Access Rural Internet. Visit myaccess.ca to book your free site survey.
B&A Petroleum is a Southern Saskatchewan family-owned business that's there for you. They've been supporting their clients for over 30 years with locations in several communities throughout the southern part of the province. B&A Petroleum is available for all your bulk fuel and lubricant needs, with propane at selected locations Monday to Friday. And don't forget, their Cardlock location is accessible 24 hours for your convenience. B&A Petroleum. Fuel you once, fuel you forever.
Hey, Dig Safe Doug here. I love to dig. And when it comes to digging, we prairie dogs are naturals. But I want to make sure that when you dig safe. No matter what kind of project you're working on, we're talking at a huge construction site or just in your backyard, you got to find out where the underground lines are. And getting a line locate's the only way to know for sure. Keep your projects on track. Plan before you dig.
Dig safe. Dig like Doug. Learn more at digsafesask.com.
The only thing better before Rough Rider football is the sizzle of burgers on the tailgate barbecue. This is the Rider Nation pregame show on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
It's time for Cory Mace's Coach's Comment, brought to you by KFC. Get the Rough Rider Game Day Special, $4.95 Big Crunch and $7.95 Big Crunch combo at participating Saskatchewan KFC locations. Mace wants to see his team have that killer instinct against Edmonton.
Those are certainly things that, we always look at to how can we be better, right? There's certain ways how we want to play. And to me, the score should never dictate that. We have a call to execute. Let's execute it, and truthfully, that comes down to focus. If we can keep these guys, and we talk about that all the time, be focused and win your job, do your job on every single play. We don't mention anything about the clock. So, certainly we talked about that. We talked about it today, being able to finish to the very last whistle.
Let's see if the Riders can do it today against Edmonton. Dave Thomas, Luc Mullinder next with your game call. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
The Rough Rider and Children's Hospital Foundation's lottery is back, and it's a game changer. Picture yourself in a sleek new Porsche, or toes in the sand in stunning Greece, with 10 spectacular grand prizes, and your best chance to win $1 million. The life you've imagined is closer than ever. Over 1,000 epic prizes, from luxury vehicles, bucket list vacations, to fantastic rider prizes. Support Saskatchewan kids. Get your tickets now at riderschildren'slottery.ca. Please play responsibly. Lottery license LR250022.
Your Cooperators advisor can help your business do what you want it to. Like the, we have 2, actually 3, make that 4 locations plan. Talk to a local advisor today about small business insurance that sees your needs as anything but small.
Looking for a local Cooperators advisor? Give Dylan Holmson in Regina a call at 306-359-2660 and see the difference a personalized plan makes. Cooperators, investing in your future together.
Sask Lotteries has over 50 years of winning behind us. And you know what that means? Lots of winning numbers. Numbers like over 1,200 organizations funded and 12,000 plus groups supported. $6 million given away annually in community grants. And the winningest number of all, $1.4 billion given back to the people of Saskatchewan through sport, culture, and recreation. And we're just getting started. Learn more at sasklotteries.ca.
Picture this. You're ready for the big game, but your basement's underwater. Again, not exactly ideal tailgate weather. That's why I called Winmar. Fast, friendly, and they handle everything like a linebacker on a loose ball. Now I've got a dry basement and a front row seat to the game. Winmar, we're coming through for you. Visit winmarregina.ca today.
Farming isn't easy. You need a partner you can depend on to deliver better outcomes no matter the challenge. At Massey Ferguson, we're committed to providing equipment solutions that deliver when it matters, ensuring you get the most out of every acre. From planting to harvest and every season in between, you can trust that with Massey Ferguson. Better outcomes are always within reach. Achieve better with Massey Ferguson. Stop by Parkland Farm Equipment in North Battleford or visit masseyferguson.com to start achieving better outcomes today.
Never get tired of tire talk? Neither do we. We banter about balance, rave about rolling resistance, and we could tell you all about traction long before social media. Yeah, here at Quality Tire, we care about tires and, well, quality. There's a reason it's our name. This summer, trouble-free driving starts with quality service from Quality Tire, with 9 locations across Saskatchewan. Thanks for coming to our Tread Talk.
Whether you're going down the road or spend your days down on the farm, you've got a lot to get done and a lot of miles to go. Knowing that UFA has you covered with one of Western Canada's largest card lock networks, bulk fuel delivery where you need it, a range of premium lubricants, and our exclusive Diesel X Gold fuel, means you have less to worry about. Visit one of over 100 convenient locations or ufapetro.com to find out more. From fleet to farm, we've got you covered.
Pride.
Touchdown! Riders!
Tradition.
And it's intercepted. Riders have it again.
Excellence.
It's through! Walk it off, Brett! Walk it off! Riders steal one in Steeltown!
For over 4 decades, Harvard Media has been the flagship broadcast partner of the Saskatchewan Roughriders, uniting our province from corner to corner. It's game time, Saskatchewan, on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network. Now to the broadcast booth, here's your voice of the Saskatchewan Roughriders, Dave Thomas and Luc Mullinder.
Season's greetings, everyone, and welcome to the Steffes Auctioneers broadcast booth at Mosaic Stadium. More to come on those Christmas and July well wishes in a moment. But I'm Dave Thomas alongside Grey Cup champion Luc Mullinder to my right. Statsman extraordinaire John Hoffman is to my left with our technical producer who celebrates a birthday tomorrow. Carter Berglund is here in the booth at Mosaic. And Colson Schultz, of course, producing the game for all of Saskatchewan back in our Rose Street Century studios. They've just brought out the home team to a huge ovation at Mosaic Stadium. The Edmonton Elks have made their way to the far sideline as the offense and defense are being introduced to the crowd as we are moments away from kickoff here on what is being dubbed Christmas in July here at Mosaic Stadium. And I don't know, is there any surprise that the biggest ovation on the starting offense goes to A.J. Ouellette? Well, Trevor Harris may be a close second.
Well, A.J. Ouellette's got the most, he looks most like Santa Claus in his Christmas July thing. And I'm not talking about his weight, I'm talking about his beard. So definitely the reason.
All right, we'll join our public announcer, Daryl Brace, as we get set for tonight's national anthem.
Branch number 001. They are joined today by Captain Dean Thomas and firefighter Jay Yasu from Regina Fire and Protective Services. Holding the Treaty 4 flag today from Pasqua First Nation is Councillor Genova Pasqua. And holding the flag of the Métis Nation is Grayson Kuyaner. Now, please stand if you're able and remove your headwear as 620 CKRM presents today's anthem singer. From White Bear First Nation, please welcome Teagan Little Chief. Please join Teagan in the singing of our national anthem.
Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us command. With glowing hearts we see thee rise, the true, no strong and free, from far and wide. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee. God, keep our land glorious and free. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for
Fans, let's hear it.
Well, as we get ourselves set for the Quality Tire kickoff, Quality Tire with 9 locations across Saskatchewan and at qualitytire.ca, they bring you the coin toss. I'll defer to my teammates to keep an eye on that. First, I offer you this on Christmas in July. 'Twas moments before kickoff, and all through the land, green pom-poms were waving in each Rider fan's hand. The Elks came to town with a record so poor. At 1 win in 4, they were hungry for more. The Riders stood proud with a 5-1 start, with Trevor at QB all fire and heart. His best start ever. He's sharp and precise, slinging the ball like a blade made of ice. But Edmonton came with a storyline twist. Cody Fajardo, they couldn't resist. A former Green Giant, now dressed in Elks green and gold, making his season debut in Riderville. Now that's pretty bold. The O-line in Sasky has troubles anew, with Zach Fry out from a crash that he'd been through. But Noah Zaire stepping in with some Sasky grit, determined to show he's the right man to fit. The ghosts of last year still haunt in the air when Edmonton came 0-7 laid bare, yet still won the battle to Riders fans' shock as Javon Leake ran right through the entire flock. 169 yards, he flew down the field, and Saskatchewan's pride was one unwilling to yield. Now vengeance is brewing, revenge on their mind. With Christmas in July, their spirits aligned. Then out came the teams to a thunderous roar. Green thunder rolled down from each crowded floor, and Harris looked calm as he zipped up his vest with that steely-eyed glare that said, "Bring me your best." While Cody, determined, returned to the stage, a rider once loved now met with mild rage. A duel in December, but smack in July, with snowmen and heat waves both waving high. So buckle your chin straps, let whistles now blow. The battle is here in this midsummer snow. And as kickoff arrived under twilight and cheer, merry kickoff to all, and go Riders all year.
Oh, man, I've been waiting for that all afternoon. Hey, Rider Nation, Dave Thomas was out here going through that when I got into the booth, and he was saying he got something special lined up for this Christmas in July, and that was awesome.
So on the thank you.
And by the way, I didn't see who won the coin toss.
John was all over it. John was all over it. Saskatchewan wins the toss and have deferred. So Edmonton going to receive the football to start the game. Cody Fajardo going to get the first crack at getting an Edmonton Elks offense that hasn't been a whole heck of a lot on the field thus far this season. They're going to get the first shot. Edmonton leads the league in 2-and-outs. Obviously, they're going to be looking to repair that here tonight to start on the path forward that they hope will lead them to success from Cody Fajardo. So the Riders wearing their green home jerseys, white trim, green helmets with S emblazoned on either side, taking on the Edmonton Elks, who will defend the end zone to our broadcast right. That is the south end zone, wearing their white shirts, gold pants, green socks, and of course the helmet emblazoned with a double E on either side. So we get set to go as the Riders will be kicking this one off in with what little wind there is at their back. And Kean Schaefer-Baker, who has ditched the trolley that he's been riding since way back in week number 1. He is on the field trying to bring this crowd to their feet and whip them into a frenzy for a big battle on a Friday night. Quality Tire brings the kickoff with 9 locations across Saskatchewan and at qualitytire.ca. Brett Lawther puts the ball down on the tee on the 30-yard line. The Edmonton Elks are set to receive. Standing all the way back, just inside the 15-yard line, Arkell Smith. Ready to return as we wait for television to catch us up as Rider Nation's on their feet and ready to explode on a Friday night. It's Christmas in July. The present's about to be unwrapped, folks. Hang on tight. We're in for 3 hours of fun. The fans just keep going. They're not going to stop. As Lawther now puts that ball on the tee, it's on the left-hand hash is where he settles it down on. You recall last year's meeting at Mosaic Stadium, the opening kickoff returned for a touchdown. That return was, of course, by Mario Alford. The Elks are looking for a similar start, but the same result. Play whistled in. Lawther didn't even hear it. Here we go,
at this
Rider
point, he's
Nation.
just guessing.
7-yard approach. Foot on ball. End over ender, and we're underway. Ball's taken by the return man Smith back at his 11-yard line. Comes up the near side to the 20. Spins to the 29. Nick Wiebe right there to make the tackle for the Riders. And here comes Cody Fajardo and the Edmonton Elk offense.
Nick Wiebe has done a fantastic job, especially these last 3 games here on special teams with the cover units. And if there are if there's any players in the OUA, you want to be a CFL draft pick, you better start falling in love with special teams, because that's the way you're going to crack the roster in this 9-team league. Going to be really interesting to see how they approach Cody Fajardo. I like a healthy dose of the blitz. Stop the run, first down here.
69 yards on the kickoff, 18 on the return. Fajardo's in under center. He's announced, and he's booed. First play is a handoff to Rankin. He'll get to the line of scrimmage and no more. It'll be a 2nd and long for the Edmonton Elks.
I'll tell you why they didn't get anything off the line of scrimmage. Micah Johnson, as he always does, dominates David Beard, knocks him backwards, and it forces Rankin to run up the backside of his center. And for the first time, the Elks this year in a first quarter find themselves in 2nd and long. But they have a quarterback this time that wants to throw the football.
The Elks dead last in second down conversions, only 43% coming in. This is 2nd and 10. Fajardo takes the snap, drops back, going to lay it out far side. That's up, complete, but it's only going to be about a 2-yard reception as Arkell Smith makes the catch on the far sideline, and it is indeed a 2-and-out for the Edmonton Elks offense.
Yeah, you'd like Cody to throw this with a little bit more gusto, puts tons of air under this ball. Realistically, even if it had been the dart that he wanted it to be, still would have only gained about 3 yards. That's a good 2-and-out, and you're right, Dave. I'm glad you alluded to that. The Elk are the team in dead last when it comes to second down conversions.
Cody Grace on to punt for the Elks, stands back at his 16-yard line to kick this one away into the shadows, and Dre McCray, who awaits it and now has to move up on it, up at his 37-yard line. He'll take a step forward, will make the first wave miss, get across the 45, near the 47-yard line, and here comes Trevor Harris having one of the best starts of his career. He won't say that it's his best, but statistically it looks like that as he and the offense come onto the field.
Yeah, we talked about Trevor Harris's start down there in the pregame show. One of the things that this team has done offensively really well, they've run the ball and they've protected him when he is passing. So everything's been set up for him to succeed, and he's done his job by making the throws.
So they announced Harris's new CFL record for completion percentage. 9 games, 70% plus in completion percentage. He says the only number he cares about, going 1-0. And it's a first down for the Riders. Fake a handoff to Ouellette, throw it up, and that's almost batted down as Joe Robustelli had a shot on a slant on the play-action pass. Falls incomplete, 2nd and 10 coming up.
Yeah, it's good defense here by J.J. Ross, who's got Robustelli one-on-one, and realistically no safety help. He gets in there late, but he gets in there and knocks the ball out of Robustelli's hands. Not saying that would have been a completion, but Ross made it a lot harder. Now the Riders find themselves into 2nd and 7+ situation at 2nd and 10.
Ross, one of 2 rookies in the Edmonton Elks secondary tonight. There's been some injuries that have carried over from last week. 2nd and 10 Saskatchewan. Harris back to pass. Looks, finds Emelis into Edmonton territory up near the 47-yard line. Going to take a big shot at the end from the safety, Kenneth Logan Jr., but it's still a first down Riders.
And this is a fantastic throw here from Trevor Harris. This has to be a soft throw because it's landing in front of 3 Edmonton defenders and behind the linebacker that's dropping. So you've got a little bit of a pocket to drop this in, but it's got to be an accurate throw. It was, and Emilus, who catches everything in his range, makes a tough catch because he knew he was going to have contact as soon as he did catch the rock.
First cooperator, Bazandowski Insurance and Financial Services. First down, your choice for insurance. The Riders set up 1st and 10 on the Edmonton 47. Hand the ball off to Ouellette on first down. He'll get across the 45 up near the 44-yard line. Michael Broderick amongst the tacklers in there for the Edmonton Elks will limit the gain to about 3.
Yeah, not able to get a ton of movement on the line of scrimmage, and Niles Morgan, number 45, their middle linebacker, does a good job filling the hole. You've got Logan Ferland pulling from his center position to the right, but Niles gets down there and meets Ferland before he's able to really start moving past the line of scrimmage as the puller. 2nd and 7.
All set up by an Eberassa and Sons punt return by Dre McCray and the Roughriders. Of course, Eberassa and Sons. Find everything you need from MacDon this harvest season with parts and equipment from Eberassa and Sons. Stop by in person or visit us at eberassa.com. Looks like we've got a shaken up Edmonton Elk on the field.
Well, Niles Morgan, who just made that play, he went down after. Didn't look like he had any troubles after he made the tackle getting up, but something's wrong.
Injury
We'll
break.
check in Joel DeBlanco, former #1 pick in the Canadian Football League, who hasn't really had a ton of reps here as an Edmonton Elk member.
Absolutely, and really he was the marketing tool last season for the Edmonton Elks.
Was.
So Morgan makes his way off. Injury timeouts for WorkSafe Saskatchewan. Workplace health and safety is everyone's responsibility. Together, we can make Saskatchewan workplaces safer. So go back to where we were, Luke. 2nd and 7.
Now you got a rookie safety back there, so as we talked about in the pregame, Dave, do you try to get his eyes low and get someone deep behind him?
Ball on the Edmonton 44. Elks show blitz, rush 4. Harris is time, near side, complete to Myers, but he's going to be tripped up at the 39 after a gain about 5. It's going to be a 3rd down for the Riders, and here comes Brett Lothar and the field goal unit. Lothar, 14 of 20 on the season. He's been on a heater so far. See if he can continue that momentum that he was with a perfect week in Vancouver last week.
Yeah.
See if he can bring that forward this week. His field goal attempt for Reliance Heath Water Heater Rentals. Get $200 cash back with the purchase of a new water heater. Switch today.
Yeah, he was money last week, which is a good sign. This one's going to be from 47.
Coach on the hold. Hughes on the snap.
Just get that little 7-iron out here, Dave, and just lob it up.
Towards the south end zone. The kick is up, and it goes wide to the right. It'll go out of the back of the end zone for a single. Lothar can't believe it, as there were fans in Pill Country who thought that went through. That's not the case. Instead of 3, it ends up as 1 as the Riders take a 1-0 lead with 10:43 to go in the opening quarter. Back with more in a moment. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Choosing what restaurant to go to? Difficult. Choosing a wireless deal at SaskTel? Easy. When you switch to SaskTel and choose your savings, you'll have no regrets. Switch to SaskTel and choose to save $10 a month for 24 months, or get up to $250 off a new phone. Visit SaskTel.com/choice for details. Conditions apply.
Hey Rider Nation, I'm Jay from Capital GMC, and I've got 2 heavy hitters with me. Trevor, AJ, welcome.
Thanks, Jay. You know, just like on the field, success comes from a strong team, and Capital GMC, the total pros.
Capital GMC goes the extra yard. Dependable vehicles, great service, and they always put the team first.
Whether you're buying a new truck or just saying hi, we treat you like part of the team.
Capital GMC brings that same energy we bring on game day.
Capital GMC, we drive Rider Nation.
Time to get back to the action. Stay up to date on everything Riders at sportsgates.com. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Teagan Witko is down on the sidelines. Brought to you by Ritchie Brothers. Born in the West, trusted worldwide. Any equipment, every auction. Proud supporters of CFL Country. Ritchie Brothers, where Canada bids. Happy Christmas in July, Teagan.
Happy Christmas in July, indeed. You know, it's not actually as hot on the sideline here as I initially imagined. However, the guy dressed in a Grinch suit in the front row towards the one end zone, I think he's going to be a bit toasty. Morgan did not go into the Medi tent, by the way. I'm just looking over at the Elks sideline here. Looks like he was shaken up on that play, but I don't see him leaving the sideline at this point. Also, anytime Cody Fajardo's out here, there's a lot of booing fans, just in case you were curious. hilarious.
Yeah, that dude in the Grinch suit, he's going to smell ripe after this game. I would not want to be on the bus or in the car next to him on the way back.
Understood.
Yeah.
So it feels almost like a missed opportunity, that field goal attempt that sailed through the back of the end zone. 1-0 the Riders lead. Edmonton has not been good in opening quarters this season, and the Saskatchewan Roughriders have scored 4 more points than their opponent in the opening stanza in each game this season. So we'll see if they can carry it on.
In football, you want to kick a dog when it's down, right? The longer you let it hang around, the longer it might make a play.
Fajardo, 1st and 10 from his 40, fakes a handoff, flips it far side to Stephen Dunbar Jr. He'll be pushed out of bounds at the 45 of Edmonton, and it's a gain of about 5.
RPO look, good job by Malik Carney, who's on the left side. Assesses whether he's handing the ball off there, and once he realizes Cody is not handing the ball off, he's directly to his upfield shoulder. Cody has no choice but to throw it low. Good gain, though, 2nd and 5. This will give them the entire playbook, but also the ability to adjust the pocket and run with his legs.
The entire playbook, kinda. I'll build on that coming up later, but first it's 2nd and 5 for the Elks at their own 45. Shotgun snap to Fajardo. He's got time. Now chase to the near side, escapes, and he'll dive down to the feet of a Rider defender right close to the first down marker. We'll have to wait on the spot to see if he gets it.
Well, this is a good decision here by Cody. We got a lot of pressure up the middle, but nobody on the edge, and Cody gets to the edge, and they get a hat on Shane Ray, who's the only defender there that could possibly stop this first down run. Ray can't get off the block, and Cody moves the sticks.
So 1st and 10 for the Elks, their first down of the ball game. At their own 50, ball right-hand hash. Just underway in the first quarter, 1-0 Saskatchewan leads with 9:36 to go. Fajardo in the gun, high snap, corrals it, now back to pass. Looks far side, that's complete. Roland Milligan Jr., though, going to wrap up the receiver on that far side after a minimal gain, and it's going to be 2nd and medium for the Elks.
Who is that? Is that Tanner Green, the fullback who caught that football?
Yeah, it was Tanner Green. Yeah, second reception of the year.
This is a really good job by Roland Milligan just covering down. Tanner Green's a big boy, so Roland Milligan's the ability to make that solo tackle before his help gets there saves them about 2 yards.
2nd and 5 for Edmonton. Right at midfield, ball left-hand hash. For Harris, who's in the gun, Justin Rankin exits the backfield. 4 receivers far side. Fajardo back to pass, feels the pressure, going to try to get away, but Malik Carney gets there quick and tracks him down from behind after a gain of a couple. He'll still be 2, maybe 3 yards shy of the first down.
Well, this action happens quick. The Riders are only rushing 4, but they get immediate pressure from both edges. Cody, I'm not sure he needs to run out here. I think that if he steps up into the pocket, buys himself a couple seconds, he might be able to get something over the middle. That was kind of the MO of him when he was a Rider, is just seeing ghosts and getting out of the pocket a little bit too quickly.
Well, interesting here from the Riders as Cody Grace is on to punt for the Elks. However, the Riders have left their defense on the field. The only substitution they made was Dre McCray for the safety Nelson Lacombo, so the Riders may be thinking that something's up.
Well, it's 3rd and 2 against a team that needs a spark, right? And when you know your opponent needs a spark, 3rd and 2 in the middle of the field with a punt is the time to get it.
Well, Grace isn't going to do anything but kick it into the Riders' end zone. Dre McCray will take a knee and will be tied at 1 with 7:49 to go, and the Rider offense coming onto the field next. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Code Green 25. With PlayNow.com, make any $10 sports bet using the code GREEN25 and get a $20 free sports bet. Say you bet $10 on baseball. Use the code GREEN25 and get a free $20 bet to put on the green and white. Or bet $10 on golf and get a free $20 bet to put on tennis. Restrictions apply. Details at PlayNow.com. Must be 19 plus. Use your game sense.
In an ideal world, you're already driving one. When you're behind the commands of the Fendt Ideal Combine, you experience a workhorse that takes harvest to task. Real-time monitoring, 485 bushel grain tank that unloads at 6 bushels per second, all backed by a 3-year full machine warranty, plus all scheduled maintenance ensures your harvest doesn't stop. Now that's how you grow bold. See the Ideal Fendt Combine at Nick's Service in Emerald Park. nicksservice.com.
Every tackle, every play, every touchdown, every win. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
51-yard punt, no Ibarasa and Sons punt return. Goes for the single, means the Riders will start first and 10 at their 40-yard line. Dave Thomas, Luc Mullinder, along with you, here in a beautiful Mosaic sun-soaked stadium on a great summer night. We're in the Steffes Auctioneers broadcast booth, of course, selling land and the equipment to farm it. Find out more at steffesgroup.com. The Riders come back onto the field for their second series. Cody Fajardo, if you're keeping score at home, is 3 for 3 for 13 yards thus far with 1 first down for that Elks offense.
3 for 3, 13 yards. Seen Ghost 2 times. Got Jake Serezna that they're making sure lines up over Noah Zur on the strong side here. And I'll tell you what, this is a team that lets their opponent score 32 points per game on offense. Decent start from the gold and yellow, or yellow and gold.
First and 10.
Yellow, gold and green, sorry.
You got it. First and 10 for the Riders at their 40. Harris to pass again near side, complete to Joe Robustelli. He'll reach forward to near the 48-yard line, good for a gain of 8, 2nd and 2 upcoming.
Similar route here from Robustelli, a little bit of an in. It's different from a defensive perspective, though, when it comes to J.J. Ross this time. J.J. Ross is essentially playing cover 2. He knows the safeties behind him, so what he's doing is he's got his back to the sideline, and he's trying to force Robustelli up the seam. Robustelli cuts it off, and that's where he was open.
2nd down and 2 for the Riders at their 48-yard line. Ball right-hand hash for Trevor Harris in the gun. 2 targets to his far side. He hands it off to Ouellette. What a move he made in the backfield. He absolutely blew by the onrushing Cordell Jackson to get across the 50 for a cooperator Bazandowski Agency's first down.
Yeah, no, that's the most frustrating thing for a defensive coordinator as well, too, right, Dave?
Yeah.
You dial up the perfect call, you get the guy in the right position, and he blitzes. This is an easy tackle for loss. He goes low at his feet, completely whiffs. AJ moves the sticks. It's got to be frustrating from Edmonton, right? When you're doing so many things wrong, you don't want to continue making the same mistakes. And I guarantee you that one of the mistakes that they've been making consistently is missing tackles.
So 1st and 10 for the Riders. The new set of downs comes from their own 51-yard line. Right hash for Trevor Harris. Del Duncan Busby in motion pre-snap. Fake a handoff to A.J. Ouellette. Harris has to scramble near side, feels the pressure, doesn't see anyone, and throws it into the Riders' bench incomplete.
Jake Serezna is going to get all the press, but Jared Brinkman does a good job here as his defensive tackle counterpart. He just beats Logan Ferland to the inside, but then manages to get back out. He beats him to the inside to Trevor Harris's left, but Trevor Harris runs to his right. So Brinkman's got to stop and then get back down. He does a good job in pursuit. Harris throws the ball away, 2nd and 10. Good job coverage-wise because Harris was downfield.
6:07 to go in the opening quarter. We're tied at 1. Riders are 2nd 10 at their 51. Right-hand hash again for the Riders in a 5-receiver look. 3 receivers to the far side of the formation. Elks have 4 down linemen and rush them all on this 2nd down play. Harris hit as he throws, looking for Ouellette, who picks it up. Harris, though, slow to get up as he was looking at the pass. Looks like he'll be okay, and the officials are going to rule that that throw was incomplete as Harris takes some time to get up off the turf, and he'll have to.
Defensive line stunt between Brandon Barlow and Jake Serezna. Barlow takes 1 step up, then goes inside. Serezna takes 1 step up and replaces Barlow in the C gap that he just left and manages to get some pressure on Harris. And again, you can't be mad at the defensive effort here from the Elk.
Joe Couch on to kick this one away. He'll stand back at his 36-yard line. Javon Leake back to return for the Edmonton Elks, averaging 6.9 yards per return this season. Clean snap from Hughes to Couch, and Couch going to kick an end-over-ender that's going to kind of get caught up in the wind. Taken by Leake at his 17. Comes to the near side, a little bit of room before he runs out of space and gets pushed out of bounds with 5:23 to go, and Cody Fajardo and the Elks coming back out onto the field. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Premier Scott Moe.
Your Saskatchewan party government is delivering for you. There's a lot of uncertainty in the world today, but Saskatchewan's economy remains strong and steady. Our strong and steady economy means more jobs. It means we can lower taxes, build more schools, recruit more doctors and nurses, and shorten our wait times, and deliver all of the services you expect and deserve from your government. Your Saskatchewan party government, delivering for you.
A message from your Saskatchewan Party Caucus.
Take control with New Holland's T9 four-wheel drive tractors and Redhead equipment. The New Holland's T9 series tractors bring 7 levels of horsepower, along with the efficiency, dependability, and versatility you come to expect from a New Holland tractor. Visit your local Redhead equipment today and experience the comfort, power, and strength of our T9 series tractors. Visit redheadequipment.ca for details. Redhead Equipment, making tracks since 1948.
You love football as much as we do. Talk Riders anytime at sportsgates.com. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Back at a beautiful Mosaic Stadium, kickoff temperature 29 degrees. And if you'd like to spread some holiday cheer on this Christmas in July, we'd love to hear from you on the holiday text line brought to you by B&A Petroleum. In Swift Current, Assiniboia, Gravelbourg, and many other locations serving southern Saskatchewan for over 30 years. See B&A Petroleum today for all your fuel needs. The text number, anywhere across North America. And we've been hearing from Kentucky and BC already tonight. 306-936-6262. 42-yard punt by Joe Couch. 12 on the return by Javon Leake means that the Edmonton Elks are set up first and 10 of their own 27-yard line.
One good thing that you've seen from the Saskatchewan Roughriders so far defensively is they've managed to get pressure on the quarterback by not sending pressure, right? And so if this is a game where they're going to be able to rush 4 and still get Cody uncomfortable, obviously you get to dedicate more folks back in the coverage.
First and 10 for the Elks. Fajardo fakes the handoff. Drops to pass, looking deep, has a man, one-on-one coverage, and it's knocked away by Roland Milligan Jr. He went up on Curly Gittin Jr. to knock it away. He attempted the interception, couldn't come away with it as Gittin Jr. got his hand in there to knock it away.
Saskatchewan's got 6 defensive players rushing the quarterback here, so it forces them into man defense behind, and Roland Milligan is step for step. He never falls for the run fake. He understands that his assignment, man-to-man, is number 19, Curly Gittin Jr. He plays him well, no mas.
Incomplete pass makes it 2nd and 10. Mark Killam took a walkout onto the sideline and decided not to challenge for pass interference as Fajardo to pass, complete over the middle up to the 40 and beyond to the 42 of Edmonton before finally being spun down to the ground as the receiver, Zach Mathis, but it is good for an Elks first down.
You're rushing 4 again. You got a little bit of pressure from both end spots. Cody does a better job this time just stepping up into the pocket, making a throw. Zach Matthias, a relatively unknown player here in the CFL. Massive, though, or at least it looks like it from here.
6'7", 203 for the supplemental draft pick of the Elks last season as they hand off on first down to Javon Leake. He'll get to the 45 and dive ahead a yard or 2 more, but C.J. Rivas had him roped up at the feet.
Yeah, that's a really good job. We're sound gap-wise on the line of scrimmage here. And what I mean by that, there's no holes for the running back, in this case Justin Rankin, to cut back into on this stretch play. So good sound gap defense keeps the Elk at 2nd and 6.
Ball on their own 47-yard line, left hash for Fajardo. 3 receivers go far side, 1 back in the backfield. Riders put 6 bodies along the line. They'll drop back into coverage. Fajardo, though, sees it, throws it quickly across the 50 near the 52, stretching out as Arkel Smith, and he should have a first down.
Yeah, this is a quick slant, and it happens right in front of Jameer Thurman, who's into coverage. He had finished lining up. The thing that keeps Thurman from graduating out into where his coverage was is Curly Gittins Jr. ran right in front of him, so he got distracted by Curly Gittins, and that's what opened that little bit of space to his right to get the quick slant.
Not by much, but it is a first down to the 53 of Edmonton. Left hash for Fajardo. Leak the lone back in the backfield. Extra body in along the offensive line. Riders show 4 down linemen on the first down play. Fake a handoff, fake a hitch, and then Fajardo going to go over the top for Mathis, and he's got it in front of Tavon Campbell down to the Riders' 21-yard line.
Yeah, Tavon Campbell is the lone defender in this pack. Most of the linebackers are playing zone low, and Mathis just runs right in front of Tavon Campbell and then uses that big 6'7" frame to shield off Campbell, who makes the play on the ball once he catches it to try to knock it out. But again, that's like LeBron James running out there versus Well, I guess Tavon Campbell.
31 yards on the reception for Mathis. Again, 6'7", 203. He was on the roster last year for the Edmonton Elks following the supplemental CFL draft. He was late to declare and make himself eligible. The Elks used a draft pick to select him, and the North Dakota State product is on the roster now. Yeah. A couple of catches tonight add to the 12 that he came in with for 92 yards entering this football game.
Unfortunately, I think it's him that is now on the ground here, slow to get up. That's not a good sign when the best receiver you have this game so far makes a catch and then stays on the ground. But again, these Alberta teams, they're dominating in terms of height at wide receiver. You got Mathis over here in Edmonton, 6'4". Alford, the outstanding Canadian rookie, 6'6".
We're going to take a timeout, of course, brought to you by WorkSafe Saskatchewan. More from Mosaic in a moment. 2:35 to go in the opening quarter. We're tied at 1. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Never get tired of tire talk? Neither do we. We banter about balance, rave about rolling resistance, and we could tell you all about traction long before social media. Yeah, here at Quality Tire, we care about tires and, well, quality. There's a reason it's our name. This summer, trouble-free driving starts with quality service from Quality Tire, with 9 locations across Saskatchewan. Thanks for coming to our Tread Talk.
QualityTire.ca. If you're going to upgrade to a new combine, don't take half measures. Go all the way with this limited time offer on the Kloss Lexion 8600 Combine and the Convio Flex Draper Header. Now through July 31st, get 3.45% financing for 24 months when you purchase both together. An unbeatable deal that delivers big savings, legendary Kloss performance, and lower cost of ownership. But hurry, inventory is limited. Contact your Kloss dealer or visit klosssavings.ca. That's CLAAS savings.ca. Offer valid in Canada only.
Every moment of Rough Rider football is here. This is where the Saskatchewan Roughriders play. The 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Injuries for WorkSafe Saskatchewan. Workplace health and safety is everyone's responsibility. Together we can make Saskatchewan workplaces safer. Zach Mathis just making his way off the field now. Not sure if it was his knee, which he is favoring as he goes off, that might have locked up in the midst of that reception. It also looked like he may have hit his helmet on the turf. Either way, he is gingerly making his way to the far side. So 1st and 10 for Edmonton as we resume. Ball will be marked on the Saskatchewan 22-yard line for Cody Fajardo and the Edmonton Elks offense. Inside the red zone, that is one number that is in their favor, as they're 69%. So they get to the red zone, which they're 2 yards away from for Ashdown Furniture and Interiors in Moose Jaw. They're pretty darn good. See what they dial up here. A handoff on 1st down across the 20. Spinning his way is the running back. I'm not sure if that was Leak or Rankin that had it. It's going to be inside the 20, near the 19 of Saskatchewan.
Well, this is a great effort by Caleb Saunders. He sheds a block and then gets in. And I'm going to be honest with you, if Caleb Saunders doesn't get in on this tackle, this play might have a chance. They pulled 2 of their linemen from the right side to left, and they had it blocked up to the second level. Caleb Saunders gets in there from his left defensive tackle position and saves a big gain. That was a good play call in that situation.
Gain of 3, 2nd and 7 for the Elks. Javon Leak lost his shoe, had to throw it off to the sideline, then he checks out as Justin Rankin comes into the backfield, standing to the left of Fajardo. 2nd and long. Back to pass. Here comes the heat. Fajardo gets it away. It's complete down to the Riders' 7-yard line. It'll be another 1st down for the Elks as they move closer to the Riders' end zone.
It's a really good throw here from Cody. Riders are playing zone, and he doesn't let the absence of pressure. He's not seeing any ghosts here. Just waits for his receiver to settle down in the soft part of the zone to his right. Textbook throw, 1st down, and goal. I got to believe the Elks are in 3-down territory here.
Ball on the Riders' 7-yard line following the Kean Julian Grant reception. Fajardo's in the gun. Rankin the lone back in the backfield. Fakes the handoff, throws it, now pulls it down, and then he gets brought down. Micah Johnson gets the big sack for Quilt Plains Chevrolet.
Yeah, Micah Johnson just does an absolutely outstanding job against Mark Corte, a good offensive lineman in his own right. He's just too strong for him, pulls him back, and really forces Cody Fajardo, who's waiting for one of his receivers to get home, to pick a side. Cody's got a bail. He goes right or left. Micah gets off the block, takes down Cody. Unfortunately for the Elk, they're getting hit with the penalty. Riders decline it. It'll be 2nd and goal from what, the 7 or 8?
From the 9, they move it back to Micah Johnson on the Quill Plains Chevrolet sack. Quill Plains Chevrolet Buick GMC and Wadena tackling high vehicle prices. Drive a little, save a lot at Quill Plains.
I hope the Riders stay in man defense here. I don't like zone in this coverage.
Fajardo in the gun, hollers out the cadence. Back to pass, pulls it down. Now scrambling near side. He's got Shane Ray on his tail, throws it up, and it's incomplete. He takes a hit from Ray at the end, and it drops incomplete, and the Riders escape with a field goal attempt.
Yeah, I was going to say they're in 3-down territory, but they needed to get at least 4 or 5 yards out of this in order to really consider the 3rd down conversion. They don't get it. They flush Cody. The problem for the Elk right now is that they are having an extremely tough time blocking the Saskatchewan Roughriders defensive front. 2 games ago, the coach and the media and the fans, they really wanted a better effort physically. They got it in BC, and it looks like they're getting it now here against the Elk at home.
15-yard attempt coming off the foot of Vincent Blanchard. Good snap, good hold, and it goes through, and Edmonton takes their first lead of the ball game, 4-1 with 7 seconds to go here in the first quarter as the Cody chants go up at Mosaic Stadium.
How did you hear that? I didn't hear any of that.
It was loud.
Good ears, yeah.
Some say I don't listen. Who knew? So good 14-yard attempt on the field goal.
Some say. I'm pretty sure I know the person that says you don't listen.
So the Riders are going to take the ball at their own 40-yard line on what likely will be the final play of the opening quarter. Now trailing 4-1 with Trevor Harrison crew trying to get back into rhythm as A.J. Olette's the lone back in the backfield. Wandering to the right of Harris, takes the carry on first down. He's going to run right into the tackle of Brandon Barlow, who hauls him down by the collar. And it'll be a minimal gain on first down, and the Riders will have 2nd and long when we come back. Through the opening quarter on the Quality Tire scoreboard, Quality Tire with 9 locations across Saskatchewan and at qualitytire.ca. It's at Edmonton 4, Saskatchewan 1. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Revolutionize your operation and get more power with a Fendt 1100 Vario MT. The Fendt 1100 Vario MT not only touts the highest horsepower in the industry, but is the only track tractor of this size to feature the revolutionary Vario CVT transmission. Get uncompromising performance and reliability with Fendt. See the Fendt 1100 track tractors at Ag World Equipment in Kinistino.
From minor repairs to complete rebuilds, Golden West Trailer and Equipment has been your #1 repair shop since 1979. Saskatchewan owned and operated, they have dealerships in Moose Jaw, Saskatoon, and Winkler. They're Canada's only full-line Wilson trailer dealer and the biggest move-all trailer dealer in the country. Be sure to also check out their parts and service section. For your heavy truck and trailer service and parts, all SGI accredited, visit Golden West Trailer and Equipment today.
You know them as TM Auctions, but Terry McDougall and Tam Kostanek would like to introduce their new name, McBids. Now known as McBids, they will continue to proudly serve Saskatchewan. With over 50 years combined experience in the auction and appraisal industry, experience, trust, and transparency are words they live by, and they will continue to do so as they invite you to join them as they continue their journey as McBids. Give them a call at 306-262-6327 or visit mcbids.ca. McBids, same trusted team, bold new brand.
It's time for second quarter Saskatchewan Roughrider football. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Dave Thomas, Luc Mullinder up in the Steffes Auctioneers broadcast booth. Steffes Auctioneers selling land and the equipment to farm it. Find out more at steffesgroup.com. You talked, Luke, in the pregame show about Cody Fajardo perhaps bringing a spark to the Elks offense. Well, the last drive, 9 plays, started on their own 27, racked up 4 first downs, took 5:16 off the clock, resulting in a field goal. It didn't end in a touchdown, but it definitely did look like they were much more confident in that.
Well, whenever you're ending a drive and you're kicking for points, it was somewhat of a success, right? I think that for the Elk, that's how you chip away at the rock. Let's just get some consistency going. Let's start moving the ball and see what happens.
We start with the Riders 2nd and 6 on their own 44-yard line, right-hand hash. 3 receivers go to the far side of the field. for Harris. 4 down linemen will rush for the Elks. Harris with time over the middle, got Keyshawn Johnson for a first down. He's still on his feet, finally dragged down up at the 42-yard line, but I think they're going to say that he was down much earlier than that, but it still is a Bazandowski Agency's first down.
Keyshawn Johnson versus Kobe Williams to the left slot of Trevor Harris. He wins a one-on-one, gets inside Kobe, and Trevor Harris just puts it out of Kobe Williams' reach and into Keyshawn Johnson's hands. Anytime you get Keyshawn Johnson rolling in a game, especially early on in the game, you're bound to have some success.
Harris first and 10 on the Edmonton 52-yard line. Again, 3 receivers go far side. Handoff to A.J. Ouellette. Comes to the near side. Looks to get around the corner. Does. Inside the 50, down around the 48. Going to be a gain of about 4 for Ouellette before he's finally brought down by Niles Morgan.
Yeah, Niles Morgan is there. This run really shouldn't have happened. You get one of the, I think it's Noah Taylor, it's Noah Taylor, the right end. I mean, he goes inside of Darius Washington inexplicably. He's responsible for the outside edge of the defense. He jumps inside, and it's what gives an open lane to AJ to run to. Niles Morgan saved a much bigger game.
Not a great spot for the Riders. Brings up 2nd and 7. Here comes the Elks blitzing with 6. Harris throws it, looking underneath for Del Duncan Busby. It's batted down at the line, incomplete.
Yeah, and this is the right throw to make. Unfortunately, they're getting hands up as they blitz here. If Trevor Harris is able to connect with Del Duncan Busby, this play has got a chance. Just a good job by Edmonton. I mean, sometimes as a defensive lineman, when you're blitzing and you're blocked, stay blocked. Get your hands up in the air. If you're blitzing, it means that somebody else is going to be the free man. It's not you. So get your hands up in the air, see if you can knock one down. Want to know who's really good at that? Willie Jefferson.
Absolutely. One of the best. Joe Couch on to punt once again. That one almost blocked, but his spiraling kick going to be taken by Javon Leake back at his 9-yard line near side of the field. Kerfella Exume does a great job of tying up his man and limiting the return in front of him as Leake will get up near the 15, call it the 16-yard line for Cody Fajardo and the Edmonton Elks offense. Fajardo, 8 of 10 for 84 yards. His completion rate is 80%. Conversely, Trevor Harris is 4 of 8 thus far in the ball game. If you would have told me Trevor Harris was at 50% completions through the opening quarter, I may not have believed you, Luke.
Well, you got to give credit to Edmonton. I think that they've come out and they're playing a spirited brand of football right now. Oh, will we have a break?
Yeah, and we're going to go to break. Sorry, Luke, I missed that. So with 13:10 to go, we take a timeout. More to come. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Take control of your soil and residue management playbook with Salford's Halo VRT high-speed disc. Protect your soil while you tackle tough straw using the VRT's 5-inch space blades at the 2-degree blade angle. When you spot ruts coming down the field, call an audible and hydraulically adjust the blades up to a 15-degree angle for maximum leveling power. Visit your local Salford dealer or see the Halo VRT online at salfordgroup.com. See them at RJ Sales in Wadena and at Mazer Group.
What a drive! And speaking of drives, out here in the prairies, you need a truck that can tackle anything, like the Ford F-150. To build a truck ready for any play, we ask the tough questions, like what if intelligent power could really go the distance and get you that first down? Get there with the available Power Boost full hybrid V6 engine and available Pro Power onboard built in, bringing the power of the game right to you. Ready for the job site, at the cabin, or anywhere you need it. Get your new 2025 F-150 at your Saskatchewan Ford store or Ford.ca today.
Time to get back to the action. Stay up to date on everything Riders at sportsgates.com. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
The Elks about to break huddle. Let's go downstairs and join Teagan Witko for Ritchie Brother Auctioneers.
I was just over on the Elks sideline there, and wide receiver Zach Mathis for the Edmonton Elks, you might remember he was slow to get off the field there. He's out of the medical tent. He had multiple people looking at him, and he is trying to walk off whatever's bugging him right now, but he's limping and wincing pretty bad.
Thanks so much, Teagan. Ritchie Brothers bringing you her sideline reports. The handoff on first down to Javon Leake is going to result in maybe a yard and not much more. Yeah. Ritchie Brothers, born in the West, trusted worldwide. Any equipment, every auction, proud supporters of CFL country. Ritchie Brothers, where Canada bids.
Yeah, this is a great job by Malik Carney. He's on the line of scrimmage, and a good job by A.J. Allen adding to the support system that Carney is creating by staying off the block. 2nd and 9.
Cody Fajardo in the gun. There's 12:33 to go in the second quarter. The Elks leading the Riders 4-1. Fajardo with one running back standing to his left, three receivers far side. Riders going to rush five. Fajardo gets hit, throws it. That ball complete. Curly Gittins Jr. No, they say incomplete. The official near side will wave it off. Gittins Jr. is going to go ahead and plead his case to the sidelines, but it'll be to no avail as the Elks don't look like they're going to challenge.
Yeah, it's just 1 yard short. If you're Cody Fajardo, you kind of want to put this ball low, right? You know that there's probably going to be some traffic in and around your receiver on this at the sticks here, so I understand the low throw, just a little bit short.
Grace to kick. Ray McRae back for an Ibarasa and Sons punt return, awaiting this ball at his 40-yard line. Clean snap to Grace. Almost, but he does get hit. As he almost had it blocked, Ray McRae will take it at his 50. Flags down everywhere. No yards going to be a call. Contacting the kicker going to be a call. Likely going to be Edmonton ball with 12:02 to go and emotions running high right in front of the Rider bench with some jabs and words exchanged.
You know, every time we see a special teams flag, I always think, is that Dalkey? And guess who it is?
Jaden Dalkey.
It's Jaden Dalkey.
But Dalkey hasn't taken a lot of penalties.
No,
this
he
year.
hasn't. But
he's been real disciplined.
Well, that's the problem, though. The ones that the Riders do get, it's him. They don't get a lot of them, but when oh, man.
There are two penalties on the play. The first one is contacting the kicker against Saskatchewan number 38. That's a 10-yard penalty. We also have no yards against Edmonton, which is a 15-yard penalty. We're going to go back 5 yards and replay third down.
Well, if it was roughing the kicker, it's an automatic first down. Kicking the kicker is not. That's why we're going to go back 5 and do it all over again. So the Riders catch a break thanks to the no yards penalty. And at the end of it, it was Leonard Johnson for the Elks that encroached upon that 5-yard halo. And he really obviously knew that there was a penalty at the other end of the plate because he tried nothing to get out of that 5 yards. And unfortunately, that error is going to cost his team. As now Grace will stand 5 yards back as we get set for another Ibarasa and Sons punt return. Find everything you need from MacDon this harvest season with parts and equipment from Ibarasa and Sons. Stop by in person or visit us at ibarasa.com. So Dre McRae stands now at his 51-yard line as Grace is going to kick a spiraling kick that'll chase him back inside his 40 to the 39. Takes it and takes off across the 50 to midfield. To the 50, flag comes down as he gets to the 40 of Edmonton. But unfortunately, this will come back as it'll be an illegal block. But it will be Riders ball when we come back. 4-1, Edmonton leads the Riders. 11:32 to go in the second quarter. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Hey football fans, I'm Sally Hauser, Saskatchewan NDP official opposition MLA for Regina University. Saskatchewan produces world-class agricultural products, and our farm families work so hard to put food on our tables. I can't thank them enough. But now droughts are devastating many communities. The Saskatchewan NDP is demanding immediate supports for these producers so we have their backs. Together, let's focus on building a bright future. Enjoy the game and feel free to contact me. 306-584-4403.
Hi everyone, Sean here with Young's Equipment, your MacDon header headquarters in southern Saskatchewan. New or used, red, green, or yellow, whatever drives your farm, Young's Equipment has the MacDon header to lead the way. With MacDon's industry-leading Flex Draper technology, an FD Series header ensures your smoothest and most productive harvest yet. No matter your color, Young's has your header. Young's Equipment, leading the way in a thriving agricultural community.
Every tackle, every play, every touchdown, every win. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
I don't know if you've ever been to Greenwater Provincial Park, but folks are out listening that way. Got a great campsite shot. Thanks so much on the B&A Petroleum text line at 306-936-6262. B&A Petroleum in Swift Current, Assiniboia, Gravelburg, and many other locations serving southern Saskatchewan for over 30 years. See B&A Petroleum today for all your fuel needs. Luke, we didn't really talk about it in the pregame show, but right now...
Kiss cam?
No.
Oh.
The Edmonton Elks right now are playing a whale of a ball game on defense. Their defensive coordinator is JC Sheret, who each and every day last season went up against Mark Mueller in the Riders offense. Does he have an advantage?
No. No, I think that's I think that Mark Mueller's got the advantage. Again, I really think that rushing JC Sheret into a defensive coordinator position was a really bad idea. But today, they seem like they understand the assignment. Good job taking A.J. Ouellette out the game so far early. So I think that, and again, when we look at what Calgary did a while back, remember what I told you, like, this is a copycat league, right? Yep. Teams are going to say, well, Calgary did a great job taking A.J. Ouellette out of the game. Let's do the same thing within our scheme.
Well, we'll see what happens now as the Riders begin their possession of their own 40-yard line following the penalty. Hand off to A.J. Ouellette, picking some spots through that defensive line and linebacking core, and going to end up with a gain of about 6 in what was anything but a north-south run.
Yeah, no, he had to navigate his way through traffic here. We got one guy off the line of scrimmage, and that's Brandon Barlow, but I think the Elk did a good job of just kind of getting off the line of scrimmage with the other defensive linemen, and they kind of created a crater, leaving A.J. Ouellette only one avenue to run out of and make his decision from.
2nd and 3 for the Riders at their 47. Ball in the middle of the field. 4 down linemen for the Elks. Backfield empties. Harris to throw. Has a man. It's Emelis. He's got it. Down to the 30. Takes a step back towards the middle to the 25. Diving down to the 20-yard line of the Edmonton Elks. Lots of yak yards there for Samuel Emelis for Pump Tax Cathedral. Now open before, during, after every game. The place where friends meet.
Yeah, this is one-on-one. You mentioned earlier on in the pregame, this was a rookie safety. They get a mismatch. Safety on Sam Emelis, one-on-one. Emelis runs a corner. Trevor Harris has all day to make the throw, and Emelis just doing what he does, and that's making big plays.
27 yards on the reception for Emelis. First down for the Riders inside the Ashdown Furniture and Interior and Moose Jaw red zone. Ball right-hand hash right at the Elks 20. Harris signals the receivers to the line, fakes the handoff, slings it far side, complete to Emelis again. Not much running room there. The Elks do a nice job of converging on him after a gain of a couple.
Yeah, so normally when you see a wide receiver, there's really 2 options, and in the Saskatchewan Roughrider offense, when you get those wide receivers moving from left to right or right to left, a lot of the times they're blocking the end man on the line of scrimmage and they're trying to run A.J. Ouellette off their hip. Here, they're trying to give that look and then break Emelis into the flat. And the linebacker and the safety or the defensive back don't buy it. They just sort of hang down and they're able to tackle Emelis low for 3 yards. We're at 2nd and 7.
Ball right hash on the 17 of Edmonton. Harris back to pass. Looks far side, throws it. That's complete down around the 12-yard line, but it's going to be shy of the first down. Del Duncan Busby hauling it in for the Riders, and a decision for head coach Cory Mace.
Yeah, these are common routes that receivers run these days. This is a little bit of a, oh, we're sending in the, yeah, we're going for this. Okay, this is the right decision. I was hoping we were going to go for this, I assume, but you're just seeing Del Duncan Busby. I mean, he sort of pirouettes inside and then graduates back out. The thing was, he took a little bit too much time doing so, and it allowed the DB to gain leverage on him and tackle him. But I like the odds of this play. Tommy Stevens, 3rd and 2.
Moose Creek Red Angus, 3rd down gamble. Riders 5 for 5 in 3rd down situations, and the Elks jumped. Jamarcus Hardrick took a shot and gets congratulations from his fellow big teamers as the hard count fools the Elks, and it's a first down for the Riders inside the Ashdown Furniture and Interior red zone. All your indoor and outdoor home furnishing needs and a full line of appliances.
Well, when you're a struggling team, the one thing that you don't want to do is shoot yourself in the foot. That's exactly what the Elk do here. You want to give yourself a chance to just get the playoff, right? And you're getting jumpy. You know that the Riders are a great team in short yardage, so you're trying to get the jump on the line of scrimmage, but all you do there is give the Riders another crack at the goal line from their 6-yard line.
1st and goal from the 7 is where they spot it, Luke.
My bad.
Extra bodies in along the line. Handoff to A.J. Ouellette. Tries to find some room. Now the push is on behind him. Going to go to the 4 and no more, as he'll be just shy of the goal line. It'll be 2nd and manageable inside the 5 for the Riders.
So what this is going to do is it's going to force, I think it's going to force the Elk to either blitz or just play it straight up with the linebacker sucked down and play a press man coverage on the back end. I'm blitzing if I'm the Elk. You are literally on your heels up against the goal line. Get this ball out of the quarterback's hand quickly. Play press man low. and maybe even gamble and jump a ball. But don't make this easy by playing zone.
2nd and 3 Riders. Ball left-hand hash. A.J. Olette, the lone back in the backfield. He'll get the ball, goes to his right, cuts near the goal line, but he's going to be stopped at least a yard shy as he tried to go airborne, and someone held his ankles right at the line.
And that was the right call from Edmonton. Send some pressure in the middle, right? Play man defense. You got a game up top with 2 defensive backs. The Riders are going to send their safety. So right now, every defensive player that's coming in to this for the goal line, they're yelling, stay onside. Stay onside, stay onside, stay onside.
So a second consecutive 3rd down gamble for Moose Creek Red Angus, this time from the Edmonton 2.
If you're Tommy Stevens, where it is, where the ball is, you want to get to the left or the right here, I think.
Stevens in under center. No receivers in the pattern. Stevens to his right to the goal line. No signal. Nothing yet. Elks say no. And the officials look like they're going to agree as it looks like Tommy Stevens was held out of the end zone.
Well, I was saying that he's either going to go left or right because of the distance. That was a really long way to run just a traditional dive. It looks close, but it does look like the Elk got him. And again, if you're the Edmonton Elk, you'll take that. That's a massive win for your defensive staff.
Well, the play is under review by the CFL Replay Center, of course, brought to you by Mazank Fuels, proudly serving the ag community across southern Saskatchewan with reliable bulk fuel delivery and all your oil needs. Trust local, trust Mazank. The decision when we come back. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Saskatchewan, we're built for seeing the sun rise and for days lasting past sunset. We're built for trials, tasks, and tough times. Redhead Power Sports in North Battleford offers you your next ultimate off-road experience. From Can-Am off-road vehicles, Sea-Doo personal watercrafts, or Ski-Doo snowmobiles, let us take you on your next ultimate off-road experience. Choose your next adventure with Redhead Power Sports. RedheadPowersports.ca.
Let's face it, summer comes with its fair share of hiccups, sunburns, storm clouds, bug bites, and curfews. The good news? The fun's still on with SaskTel Internet. Enjoy fast, reliable internet that powers movie marathons, online gaming with friends, virtual reality adventures, and more. Visit SaskTel.com/summer and sign up today.
You love football as much as we do. Talk Riders anytime at sportsgates.com. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Turnover and downs by the Riders at the Edmonton 1-yard line. The Elks offense is on the field, but no gamble here. Get a 50-50 ticket, and you're sure to help minor football and youth in our province with the Saskatchewan Roughrider Foundation 50-50. $180,000, the current jackpot. Go to riders5050.ca for yours.
They got the guy on the Grinch on the Jumbotron. It's probably 150 degrees on that mask.
Dedication.
Yeah.
Whistle sounds. We get back to work with Cody Fajardo in his end zone. Fakes a handoff, throws it far side. No gain on the play. Riders collect themselves and get to the ball quickly. Roland Milligan Jr. on the tackle, 2nd and long, Edmonton.
Well, Roland Milligan Jr. is not having the year that sort of, to capitalize on the momentum he built last year. And the reason why, though, isn't because he's playing bad. It's because nobody's throwing to him. Here they're in the flat. They're trying to get out. Roland Milligan makes the 2nd tackle today.
Gain of 1 for Tyson Middlemost on the reception. It's 2nd and 9, Edmonton at their 2. Ball left-hand hash, 3 down lineman for the Riders. Fajardo loads it up, has a man, it's up, and it's caught in front of the Edmonton Elks bench. What a reception by Dunbar Jr. He hauls it in and will get the football out of the shadow of his end zone.
Well, one of the things that you knew about today was with Cody Fajardo and Jordan Miximic specifically, he is going to want to throw the ball. He's wanted to probably throw the ball all year. Trey Ford just hasn't been doing that. So here today, he's going to let loose. Because guys like Stephen Dunbar, he's the only wide receiver in Edmonton that is in the top 25 at the moment.
41-yard reception for Dunbar in front of Roland Milligan Jr. You don't say that every day. 1st and 10 for the Elks on their own 43. Fajardo in the gun. Fakes a handoff, rolls near side, looking deep, looking, finally throws it into the Rider bench when Curly Gittins Jr. couldn't escape the coverage from DeMarcus Fields downfield. It's incomplete.
And you called it, Dave. There was 2 throws that Cody Fajardo was going to make as he rolled out. They even gave him a pulling lineman to secure the edge so he could make this throw. It was either against DeMarcus Fields or low in the flat. Both were covered. It was great coverage one-on-one by Fields. There was no air and nobody to throw to because Cody Fajardo had rolled to the right with only 2 targets there.
2nd and 10 for Fajardo and the Elks offense. They're at their own 43 left hash. 4 down linemen for the Riders with 4:41 to go in the second quarter. Edmonton in front 4-1. Fajardo barks out the cadence. Riders bring the blitz. Fajardo, he's getting wrapped up and gets away. Now he's scrambling far side. Tackled even further back. The Riders get home. Another Quill Plains Chevrolet sack all the way back at the 25-yard line as A.J. Allen gets home.
5-man pressure. You're getting a win from the left defensive end, and A.J. Allen, he's been really good at this. It's just adding himself to the rush late. And he's the one, he's got the speed to chase Cody down on the backside after Micah Johnson falls off a tackle. Great team defense.
18-yard loss on the sack for Quill Plains Chevrolet. Of course, in Wadena, their great lineup of Chevrolet, Buick, and GMC taking down high vehicle prices. Drive a little, save a lot at Quill Plains as it's an Eberassa and Sons punt return for Dre McCray, who's tracking this Cody Grace kick. He fumbles it, but it goes out of bounds at his own 29-yard line as he was trying to tightrope the sideline and stay in bounds.
And I'll tell you what, if you're Edmonton going to the sidelines right now as a offensive player, your defense is saying, hey, good job.
Yep.
Because you got us out of we were in the back end. You got us out. We were able to kick. And now the Riders don't have good field position. So that was a win in the Edmonton Elk book, if you really think about it. They needed to just get out and flip the field. They do that and force the Riders to start this drive from potentially that could have been like the middle of the field all the way back on their 29.
56-yard punt, nothing on the Eberassa and Sons punt return. Everything you need from MacDon this harvest season with parts and equipment from Eberassa and Sons. Stop by in person or visit us at eberassa.com. The Riders set up 1st and 10 at their 29. Harris in the gun. Fakes a handoff, looking over the middle, finds Keyshawn Johnson, but it's absolutely wiped out. Huge hit by Niles Morgan, causes the ball to come loose, incomplete.
Keyshawn Johnson's just trying to get down with this. I mean, he's normally pretty consistent, but he knows he's going to get contact. He's catching this in the middle of a triangled sort of attack of 3 defenders from the Elk. He's just got to get down. He's got to catch the ball and get down. He starts going down before he secures the ball. 2nd and 10.
Ball on the 29 of the Riders, 3:10 and counting to go in the second quarter, pardon me. Edmonton in front 4-1. 4 receivers to the far side for Harris. Here comes the blitz from Edmonton. Harris reads it, flings it out far side to the 35, up near the first down stick. Nice catch reception there by Keyshawn Johnson to maybe move the chains.
Yeah, it looks pretty close, but this is a really good call and a heads-up play. Keyshawn Johnson dropping the first one, then going back, securing the first down the very next play. You got to flush it and move forward.
Bazandowski Agency's first down. The Riders have it. When we come back, the 3-minute warning has been issued. 2:58 to go in the second quarter. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
If you want to optimize yields and profits, you need the power of PRS technology from Western Ag. An accurate measure of the soil's power to release nutrients, a customized crop plan, a complete understanding of the best crop options for your fields, and a network of professional agronomy consultants. That is the power of PRS technology from Western Ag, helping you grow more profit.
Go to growmoreprofit.com and sign up your farm for soil sampling. Early booking discounts apply until September 15th.
Sask Lotteries has over 50 years of winning behind us. And you know what that means? Lots of winning numbers. Numbers like over 1,200 organizations funded and 12,000 plus groups supported. $6 million given away annually in community grants. And the winningest number of all, $1.4 billion given back to the people of Saskatchewan through sport, culture, and recreation. And we're just getting started. Learn more at sasklotteries.ca.
Every moment of Rough Rider football is here. This is where the Saskatchewan Roughriders play. The 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
3-minute warning brought to you by Brett Young. In the final minutes or the middle of the growing season, performance matters. Find your winning canola hybrid at brettyoung.ca. The Riders indeed did get a first down for cooperators, Bazandowski Insurance and Financial Services. Your first choice for insurance. They are set up 1st and 10 at their own 40 with 2:58 to go before halftime, trailing 4-1.
Yeah, and you're probably pretty frustrated as a fan of the Saskatchewan Roughriders, just not able to get going. You only got 1 point off a missed field goal. But for the most part, Edmonton's come out here and they've played really well. They haven't missed a ton of open field tackles. They've capitalized on some mistakes that the Saskatchewan Roughriders have made, and they haven't managed to suffer for the mistakes they've made.
So 1st and 10 for Harris. Ball right-hand hash. 3 receivers to this near side. Looks to pass. Throws it far side flat. Complete to Johnson again. He'll get up near midfield. Pushed out of bounds there. But again, another first down for the Riders as he makes the play in front of the defensive back for the Edmonton Elks.
At one point, the Saskatchewan Roughriders were 4-0. And one of the reasons they were 4-0 is because of the connection and the consistency in which Keyshawn Johnson and Trevor Harris managed to create. And right now they're going back to it, and it looks good.
15-yard reception, first down Riders, 2:33 to go. 5 receivers set for Harris in the gun. 3 receivers to his left. He's back to pass again. Looks to the far side, looking for Keyshawn Johnson. He's tripped up, and there is a flag that comes down at the end of the play. He was in a battle with Cordell Jackson, and undoubtedly pass interference to be the call.
Well, Trevor Harris was looking at Keyshawn Johnson this entire way. And Johnson just gets in there, runs a little bit of a corner route over to the sideline. So they'll get the interference call, and maybe what's worse is Jared Brinkman is having some trouble getting up. And he's played a good game so far. He's been disruptive, so the Elk don't want to see that. Hopefully he can get to the sideline and get back in the game within a couple reps.
Well, 13 defensive tackles coming into the ballgame for the 4-year pro out of Northern Iowa. Him and Jake Serezna, big things were expected of the two coming into the season. However, just 1 quarterback sack between the two of them. Now, I get it. They're both defensive tackles. However, not the numbers that many anticipated coming into the season.
No, you're right. But again, I do think that you're just in one of those situations. And again, when you spend as much time down on the scoreboard, the teams are running the ball in the 3rd and 4th quarter, right? They're trying to just keep the clock moving because they're up.
Work safe Saskatchewan. Injury timeout is over. 1st and 10 Riders at the Edmonton 45. Harris to pass, quick snap, takes it far side. That's complete to Robustelli on a little wide receiver hitch pass. He'll get up near the 41-yard line, only a gain of about 4 on the play.
Rookie J.J. Ross is the point man on the defense here. And he manages to get around the block of Robustelli and back in. Sorry, not the block of Robustelli, the block of Keyshawn Johnson, and get in on the play. I mean, right now, the youngster, he is a rookie, but he's made a couple plays here, Dave, that have said, hey, you know what, maybe the Edmonton Elk made a good decision here putting him in the game.
2nd and 5 for the Riders on the Elks 40-yard line. 2:06 to go before halftime.
If I'm Edmonton, I'm just making sure I know where number 3 and number 19 are.
5 receivers set for the Riders, 3 far side. Elks jump, no flags. Harris throws it up near side, looking for Robustelli, and he's run over. Made contact with Kobe Williams as he tried to cut back inside for the ball. Flags fly. Riders will get a first down.
Yeah, Robustelli's just running right up the numbers, and Kobe Williams runs right into him. To be honest with you, I think this was a pass interference call that the Edmonton Elks will take, because if they don't knock Robustelli down, I think he's in the end zone.
Placed at the spot of the foul. It's going to be first down for Saskatchewan.
So the Riders go back inside the Ashdown Furniture and Interior in Moose Jaw red zone. That has been the kryptonite for the Rider offense, if you will. Number 7 in the CFL, only getting into the end zone 53% of the time from the red zone. They are 0 for 1 tonight. Ashdown Furniture and Interior in Moose Jaw. All your indoor and outdoor home furnishing needs and a full line of appliances. 1st and 10, Saskatchewan at the 15 of Edmonton. Left-hand hash. Harris flips it underneath. That's Samuel Emelis out of the backfield to the 10, 5, end zone to the 1. Touchdown, Riders! Samuel Emelis runs it in for the Riders, and the red zone curse is over.
That's a really sneaky play here. Emelis has just sort of pitched the ball in the backfield, gets around the edge, and then just some terrible tackling technique from the Edmonton Elk. Hey, just a little sort of dump off right in front of Trevor Harris. It counts as a pass, but not very good technique on the Edmonton Elks behalf. If you've got a wide receiver, you can't body check a guy. He's got all the momentum in the world. Jalen Garnes is going to see that on film and be really disappointed in himself. And realistically, his teammates are going to be sick about it. But hey, it's good if you're Rider Nation. Your team's potentially up 8-4 after this kick.
Point after attempt, sails on through, and it is 8-4 Saskatchewan, as you mentioned, Luke. With a minute 48 to go before halftime. Trevor Harris's 10th touchdown pass of the season, a 15-yard reception by Samuel Emelis on the Nelson GM touchdown drive. Of course, Nelson GM and Assiniboia and Avonlea, they'll find a vehicle to match your lifestyle. Proudly serving Saskatchewan for over 65 years. The drive for the Saskatchewan Roughriders, a big one at the end of the half as they had been stymied up to that point. Started at their own 29-yard line, spans 3 minutes 22 seconds, 5 passing plays in total, a couple of penalties which were perhaps bigger, but in total 7 plays, 46 net yards, and a touchdown for the green and white for Nelson GM.
Yeah, most importantly, it's the touchdown, right? You knew that the Saskatchewan Roughriders, the time is ticking down in the first half. You got to get something here to feel good about going in at halftime against the worst team in the league. And now that you're up, got a little bit of breathing room, things might start flowing a little bit better. If you're the Edmonton Elk defense, though, I mean, what more can you do? You know, you'd like some offensive production.
Lother
go with your effort.
With the kickoff to Smith for Edmonton. He'll scamper ahead to his 25, still on his feet to the 35, forced out of bounds at the 45-yard line. Hit hard there by C.J. Rivas and others, and flags will come out, and Edmonton is going to have fantastic field position with a minute 41 to go and before half.
Yeah, and this is Edmonton's opportunity, right, to just sort of steal one and get a swing here going into the first half break, obviously.
Referee Ben Major sorting it out.
I don't know what the call is going to be, though. I mean, anytime
during the return, holding Edmonton number 47. It's a 10-yard penalty. It's going to be first down for Edmonton.
Saskatchewan doesn't get dinged. Edmonton does.
Yeah, my apologies. I thought C.J. Rivas was going to get it for the hit out of bounds.
Yeah, I did too, but, I mean, this also changes Edmonton's entire approach. Like, literally, they get out there and they're like, okay, we got a ton of clock. Now, I mean, what they're doing is they're protecting themselves from giving the ball back to the Saskatchewan Roughriders because of the field position they're in. And they're really kind of in no man's land here. This is a tough place to start with 1:41 left on the clock because there's a lot of time left. You need to get a couple first downs here.
Elks back on their 25-yard line for Cody Fajardo in an empty backfield. Back to pass, far side. That's complete. Roland Milligan Jr., though, collapses in on the receiver immediately after a gain of maybe 6.
Man on man, Roland Milligan Jr. sees his receiver pivoting in order to just stop. He plants his back foot, charges down, makes his 3rd solo tackle of the game, I believe. More importantly, it puts Edmonton at 2nd and 4.
Minute 33 to go before halftime. Ball left-hand hash. 3 receivers go to that far left side for Fajardo in the gun. Rankin spills out of the backfield once again. Riders going to bring the blitz. Fajardo gets it up. It's batted down. C.J. Rivas gets there and bats it down, but now a late flag with Fajardo down on the turf.
I was wondering when we were going to see the strong side blitz from C.J. Rivas. Haven't seen it yet. We've seen variations, but other guys have gone. This was only C.J. Rivas who gets the call on the blitz. He's really good at timing this up, too. Gets the hand up, knocks the ball down, but you're right. I think that someone's getting a penalty here, but the Edmonton Elk aren't convinced it's going to be for them.
Player pushed the Edmonton player into the quarterback. Yeah. Therefore, there's no flag. It's an incomplete pass. It's 3rd down.
So a 2-and-out for the Edmonton Elks offense and a big opportunity for the Riders.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the Riders are going to get with a good return, even though the punter for the Edmonton Elk has done a great job today. You get a good return there. There's tons of time. There's 1:20 left. You've got both timeouts. I don't know if you want to use them both. You might need a challenge here in the second quarter, second half. So maybe you just say to yourself, if you're Mace, we got 1 timeout to burn in this first half.
Cody Grace to kick it away for the Edmonton Elks, averaging 48 yards per kick. He stands back at his 16 to receive this snap. Dre McCray, the rookie returner for the Riders, back inside his 30 at the 29 on the far side hash. Clean snap is shadows emblazon the entire field, and a kick that is going to be taken by McRae on the run up to his 45 and gets hit hard there. And the Riders will have the ball back with 1:12 to go, and McRae gets up and kind of looks around, and his coach Mace mentioned you got to have a screw loose if you're going to be on a return team and a returner in the Canadian Football League, and McRae looked like he's eating up every moment of that.
Well, listen, I mean, it's been a tough go these last couple punts for the Elk. He bobbled the first one, and here he gets whacked. But much credit to him, like you said, Dave. I mean, he attacks this football. It's a short kick. He knows he's got to get on his horse to even field it. And he also knows that when he does field it, because of the distance that the kicker kicks it, he's going to get an Edmonton Elk player in his face pretty quickly. And he mans up, makes the catch. Most importantly, no turnovers there, because that would be the worst-case scenario, an absolute disaster to give the ball to the Elk in that position. But now the Riders, I mean, you got 1:12 left on this clock. You've got plenty of time to go down and score.
We've got a shaken up Elks player down in the field at the Saskatchewan 42-yard line, pardon me. Dre McRae, a conversation, by the way, I had with him, his first ever punt return in the CFL Vancouver last week, and the roof was open, so the sun was directly in his eyes.
Yeah.
And then the scoreboard went ahead and cut off his angle to see the football as it left the foot of the punter, if you can believe that.
Yeah.
So he was flying blind on that one, did well, but not flying blind tonight. Trevor Harris, now 11 of 16 for 140 yards and a touchdown, but that yardage has moved him into 14th spot all time in the CFL passing yards list as he goes by Michael Riley and Dieter Brock.
We've got a couple quarterbacks climbing the record charts. Trevor Harris and Bo Levi Mitchell, both on their way up that quarterback board.
As Michael Broderick is helped off with a WorkSafe Saskatchewan injury.
Hey, speaking of Broderick, shout out to Karen Broderick and also my man Jason Hushy. Had a little retirement party this week. I wasn't able to attend. I was in another province, but long, successful careers for both of them.
Two very welcoming people, to be sure. As the handoff on first down to A.J. Ouellette spins away from the initial tackle, gets up to the 48 for a gain of just 2. It'll be 2nd and 8 Saskatchewan.
Yeah, A.J. Ouellette gets off this block, and he's got a definite first down. Good job. You know, both teams right now, aside from that one Sam Emelis touchdown, both teams have been good at tackling the ball carrier with the first effort. Like, there's been a lot of one-on-one tackles.
A minute to go before halftime. 2nd and 7 for the Riders on their own 49. Elks show blitz and bring it. Harris to pass. Throws far side. Complete to Keyshawn Johnson. Contested catch. First down catch for the Riders into Edmonton territory.
This is such a strong catch from Keyshawn Johnson because Edmonton's defensive back plays it really well. He sees Keyshawn Johnson cutting out at the first down yardstick, and he attacks Keyshawn Johnson's arms. It's Cordell Jackson, and Keyshawn has to do a great job holding the ball.
Hurry up offense for the Riders. Harris flings it far side. Johnson again inside the 45 up to the 44 of the Elks with a gain of 5 with 39 seconds to go.
All right, now you're in Lowther range. Wow, hold on a second. Now you're hopefully in Lowther's range, right? You got 39 seconds. You got all day here, essentially.
Clock's counting. 2nd and 4 for the Riders. 3 receivers far side for Harris. Elks bring 5. Harris to pass, steps into it, far side.
Great
looking
play
for Del Duncan Busby. Great coverage by the Elks, incomplete.
That is a great play by the youngster again, J.J. Ross.
Having a day.
Yeah, he's one-on-one out of the slot and comes in and plays this. Oh, sorry, that's Garnes.
Yeah.
Yeah, my bad. Jalen Garnes, the guy I was really critical of earlier on the Emelis touchdown, comes back and makes good for his teammates. And, you know, now we got Lowther, and this is a coin flip at best these days.
51-yard attempt for Reliance Heath Water Heater Rentals. Get $200 cash back with the purchase of a new water heater. Switch today. Coach on the knee, takes the snap, puts it down. Lowther drives it,
there you go.
And it's good. Brett Lotzer goes 1 for 2, making a 51-yarder with just 22 seconds to go before halftime. Riders lead 11-4.
That's exactly what the Riders wanted to do, right? You got a 10-point flip at the end in the last 2 minutes of this first half. Lowther ditches the 7-iron, takes out his 3-wood, drives it. That's a good kick.
And don't forget, the Riders will get the ball to start the second half as they won the coin toss and deferred.
Yeah.
So now Edmonton with 22 seconds on the clock. Cody Fajardo comes out, looking to make maybe something happen in these final ticks on the clock. 5 receivers set for the Elks. Fajardo boxes out the cadence and looks to pass. Going to throw far side. It's complete to the 50-yard line. A.J. Allen makes the tackle on Curly Gittins Jr. It will be a first down up to the 51. So first and 10 for Fajardo in the offense. Clock rolling, 16 seconds to go.
You're just thinking field goal at minimum here if you're Cody.
5 receivers set. Fajardo back to pass. Throws it underneath again. That ball is complete. We do have a flag, though, that comes out. The reception is made up around the Saskatchewan 52-yard line. But again, we'll have to wait and see what this is.
Yeah, and it's going to be against Edmonton. A hold. And now
holding Edmonton number 62. 10-yard penalty. Will replay first down.
That's the veteran Martez Ivy. So now the Elk are just going to try to get into the locker room without turning the ball over here.
That's a tough one for Martez, celebrating his 30th birthday today.
Well, more importantly, I don't think it would have been the Elk didn't have much of a chance anyways because of the throw that Cody Fajardo made. The Riders did a good job of keeping the ball carrier in bounds, so the clock would have ran out.
First and 20, 4 seconds to go before half. Elks have the ball at their 41. Fajardo calls out the cadence. Riders rush 4. Dumped underneath. That ball is complete to the far side. And oh, what a hit as Marcus Sales comes up to make the play on Tyson Middlemost. But that's the way the opening half will end. On the Quality Tire scoreboard, it's Saskatchewan 11, Edmonton 4. Quality Tire with 9 locations across Saskatchewan and at qualitytire.ca. Hang on. Coming up next, it's the YAC Auctions Halftime Report. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
In the toughest moments, real pros shine. Fire, flood, mold. Winmar Property Restoration Specialists are always in the trenches, cleaning up messes and restoring homes across Canada. Like our green team on the goal line, we don't quit till the job's done. Big or small, Winmar tackles it all. Winmar, we're coming through for you. Visit winmarregina.ca today.
Never get tired of tire talk? Neither do we. We banter about balance, rave about rolling resistance, and we could tell you all about traction long before social media. Yeah, here at Quality Tire, we care about tires and, well, quality. There's a reason it's our name. This summer, trouble-free driving starts with quality service from Quality Tire, with 9 locations across Saskatchewan. Thanks for coming to our Tread Talk.
QualityTire.ca. The bold just got bolder. Fendt is welcoming Rogator to introduce a game-changing sprayer to your farm. The all-new Fendt Rogator 900 series. Liquid logic technology and enhanced precision you've come to know and love meets 3-year Gold Star customer care for unmatched confidence. Now that's growing bold. See the Fendt Rogator 900 series sprayer at Nick's Service in Emerald Park. nicksservice.com.
30 minutes are in the books. It's time to get the story behind the score. It's the YAC Auctions Rider Nation Halftime Report. Here's Justin Dunk and Teagan Witko.
Sure is. Live back inside the Sports Cage Lounge at Mosaic Stadium, Saskatchewan Roughriders and Edmonton Elks. Let's take it to the halftime rewind, brought to you by Quality Tire with 9 locations across Saskatchewan. QualityTire.ca.
Foot on ball, end over ender, and we're underway. Fajardo's in the gun. Rankin the lone back in the backfield. Fakes the handoff, throws it, now pulls it down, and then he gets brought down. Micah Johnson gets the big sack. 2nd and 3 for the Riders at their 47. Ball in the middle of the field. 4 down linemen for the Elks. Backfield empties. Harris to throw. Has a man. It's Emelis. He's got it. Down to the 30. Takes a step back towards the middle to the 25. Diving down to the 20-yard line of the Edmonton Elks. Lots of yak yards there. No receivers in the pattern. Stevens to his right to the goal line. No signal. Nothing yet. Elks say no. And the officials look like they're going to agree as it looks like Tommy Stevens was held out of the end zone. Fajardo barks out the cadence. Riders bring the blitz. Fajardo, he's getting wrapped up and gets away. Now he's scrambling far side. Tackled even further back. The Riders get home. Another sack all the way back at the 25-yard line as A.J. Allen gets home. 1st and 10, Saskatchewan at the 15 of Edmonton. Left-hand hash. Harris flips it underneath. That's Samuel Emilus out of the backfield to the 10, 5, end zone to the 1. Touchdown, Riders! Samuel Emilus runs it in for the Riders. 51-yard attempt. Couch on the knee, takes the snap, puts it down. Lothar drives it, and it's good.
And, of course, that was your halftime rewind for Quality Tire, 11-4 in favor of the Saskatchewan Roughriders right now through the first half. And this is the YAC Auctions Rider Nation halftime report for YAC Auctions. Your legacy deserves a crowd, just like a home game. Sell it right with YAC Auctions. We're going to take a quick break and come back on the other side to break down that first half. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football, streaming at sportscage.com and on our YouTube. 620 CKRM, Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Elevate your baling experience with the Heston by Massey Ferguson 1 Series Round Baler. With a dependable, long-lasting design for challenging conditions and high-speed baling, this machine features swing-away net loading and an optional hydraulic drop floor for easy obstruction clearing. Quality hay production starts today with Heston by Massey Ferguson. Stop by Ag West in Yorkton today or visit masseyferguson.com to learn more about the 1 Series Round Baler.
Your lottery ticket dispatches the crew that's airborne within minutes. Your lottery ticket powers the helicopter that's equipped with life-saving technology. Your lottery ticket is someone's lifeline. Stars Lottery. Your ticket fuels our mission to provide critical care anywhere. And you can win millions with Lucky Stars 50/50 and Stars Daily Cash. 40 years, one mission. Get your tickets today at starslottery.ca. Lucky Stars 50/50 license LR2500009 and Stars Daily Cash license LR2500010. Saskatchewan only. 18 plus. Please play responsibly.
Hey, Dig Safe Doug here. I love to dig. And when it comes to digging, we prairie dogs are naturals. But I want to make sure that when you dig safe. No matter what kind of project you're working on, we're talking at a huge construction site or just in your backyard, you got to find out where the underground lines are. And getting a line locate's the only way to know for sure. Keep your projects on track. Plan before you dig.
Dig safe. Dig like Doug. Learn more at digsafesask.com.
620 CKRM brings you Saskatchewan's #1 sports talk show, The Sports Cage. Weekday afternoons at 3 p.m. Breaking down the biggest news in Rider Nation. Rider season is in full swing. Check out sportscage.com for the full Rider schedule and all Rider updates. It's time to bleed green. Catch The Sports Cage weekday afternoons from 3 to 6 on the voice of Saskatchewan, 620 CKRM.
Choosing what restaurant to go to? Difficult. Choosing a wireless deal at SaskTel? Easy. When you switch to SaskTel and choose your savings, you'll have no regrets. Switch to SaskTel and choose to save $10 a month for 24 months or get up to $250 off a new phone. Visit SaskTel.com/choice for details. Conditions apply.
Yee-haw! It's the Ram Rodeo at Crestview Chrysler. That's right, folks. We got Ram trucks coming out the wazoo. So we're wrangling prices down with discounts of up to $18,200 buckaroos. Can you believe it? Ram Bighorns going for only $65 and change plus tax, or get 0% financing over 72 months on most models. We also have an impressive selection of cars and SUVs. But the Ram Rodeo's on right now at Crestview Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in Regina.
You know them as TM Auctions, but Terry McDougall and Tam Kostanek would like to introduce their new name, McBids. Now known as McBids, they will continue to proudly serve Saskatchewan. With over 50 years combined experience in the auction and appraisal industry, experience, trust, and transparency are words they live by, and they will continue to do so as they invite you to join them as they continue their journey as McBids. Give them a call at 306-262-6327 or visit mcbids.ca. McBids, same trusted team, bold new brand.
The latest on the Saskatchewan Roughriders. We've got it anytime you want it at sportsgates.com. This is the YAC Auctions Rider Nation Halftime Report on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Teagan Witko and Justin Dunk back inside the Sports Cage Lounge here at Mosaic Stadium as we break down that first half of play. It's the YAC Auctions Rider Nation Halftime Report for YAC Auctions. Your legacy deserves a crowd just like a home game. Sell it right with YACauctions.com. Justin, where do you want to start here? I mean, obviously with the score, it's 11-4 in favor of the Saskatchewan Roughriders. What stood out to you?
I think we got to start with the tale of two quarters there. It looked like the Riders were a little bit asleep, perhaps for some reason. I don't know why you wouldn't want to get up early on Christmas morning, but I think they needed to wake up a little bit. And then in that second quarter, we saw more of the real Riders that we've seen go 5-1 to this point in the season, outscoring the Elks 10-0, and then having another opportunity that Tommy Stevens was stuffed at the goal line on 3rd and goal with about 1.5 yards to go there. So I really liked how the Riders picked it up. Cody Fajardo has shown signs here, though. Deep ball early that led to a field goal, and then another one, well, he was backed up underneath his own goalpost, deep down the left sideline to Stephen Dunbar Jr. Almost provided a spark, but then A.J. Allen came up with a big sack, and the Riders were dominating from there in the second quarter.
You know, right before that big sack, there was that ball that Fajardo threw away, and it hit Del Duncan Busby right in the back of the shoulder, and I'm going to credit that for the success there. I'm going to say that's what it was. That just started everything. It woke the Riders up. They started paying attention. I will also admit that the energy levels on the Riders sideline, a lot different than the Elks. Feels a little more quiet on the Elks sideline, if I do. That's putting it nicely.
And
it's
the Riders are energetic?
Very energetic. Very energetic, and like you said, first quarter maybe a little quieter, but they're really starting to feel themselves at this point. Why don't we break down some numbers here, though? How do you feel about these this receiving core today? I mean, Sam Emelis, he wanted to explode, and he did.
Definitely. He's been a featured guy for Trevor Harris yet again, back-to-back 1,000-yard seasons, and looks like he's already in that form in his second game back from that foot injury. 4 targets, 4 catches for 78 yards, and a touchdown in that first half, especially in the second quarter. I like that creativity, little flip pass underneath, and Emelis gets in the corner fighting to get in there. But overall in the first half, Trevor Harris doing his thing. 13 of 19, 158 yards, 1 touchdown. And I like how Mark Mueller has stuck to the run game, even though A.J. Ouellette is averaging 3.5 carries. He's got 8 rushes for 28 yards in the first half, not giving up on the run game. I think that's helped opened up the pass game and kept the Elks honest to let Trevor Harris do his thing. And we talked about Emelis, but Keyshawn Johnson out here, 6 targets, 5 receptions for 58 yards. And then defensively, Roland Milligan Jr. flying around, making plays on the football, sticking dudes with authority. And our guy, A.J. Allen, we mentioned him with the big sack, also 4 tackles in this one. Micah Johnson also has been an absolute beast for the Riders, dominating up front on the defensive line. 1 tackle and 1 sack for the big fella in the first half.
And you know, halftime is only so long here, but I do just want to ask you quickly about your thoughts on Trey McRae, because man, he's catching the ball, and he looks like he also is one of those guys who wants to explode, but he just isn't there yet.
Well, he was close.
He was
there
close.
There was 1 punt return there where it looked like it was going to have a chance to go the distance, and I saw him just look more comfortable in that first half there. It seemed like from his CFL debut last week in BC, even to just this game 1 week later, that the CFL level has slowed down just a little bit for him to pick his spots there. So it seems like one could be coming from McRae.
Well, here's hoping. It is time to take a break because we got to get back to some football. Coming up next, play-by-play action with Luc Mullinder, Dave Thomas. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the home of Rider Nation, the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Premier Scott Moe.
Your Saskatchewan party government is delivering for you. There's a lot of uncertainty in the world today, but Saskatchewan's economy remains strong and steady. Our strong and steady economy means more jobs. It means we can lower taxes, build more schools, recruit more doctors and nurses, and shorten our wait times, and deliver all of the services you expect and deserve from your government. Your Saskatchewan party government, delivering for you.
A message from your Saskatchewan Party Caucus.
Code GREEN25. With PlayNow.com, make any $10 sports bet using the code GREEN25 and get a $20 free sports bet. Say you bet $10 on baseball. Use the code GREEN25 and get a free $20 bet to put on the green and white. Or bet $10 on golf and get a free $20 bet to put on tennis. Restrictions apply. Details at playnow.com. Must be 19 plus. Use your game sense.
When the growing season is limited, you need the right equipment at the right price. Redhead Equipment is your go-to for premium used ag equipment, including combines, tractors, sprayers, and utility tractors. With 10 locations in Saskatchewan, we can find you the right unit to get the job done. Our experienced team is here to help you make the most of your season with dependable, high-quality machinery. Visit redheadequipment.ca today. Redhead Equipment, making tracks since 1948.
If you want to optimize yields and profits, you need the power of PRS technology from Western Ag. An accurate measure of the soil's power to release nutrients, a customized crop plan, a complete understanding of the best crop options for your fields, and a network of professional agronomy consultants. That is the power of PRS technology from Western Ag, helping you grow more profit.
Go to growmoreprofit.com and sign up your farm for soil sampling. Early booking discounts apply until September 15th.
What a drive! And speaking of drives, out here in the prairies, you need a truck that can tackle anything, like the Ford F-150. To build a truck ready for any play, we ask the tough questions, like what if intelligent power could really go the distance and get you that first down? Get there with the available Power Boost full hybrid V6 engine and available Pro Power onboard built in, bringing the power of the game right to you. Ready for the job site, at the cabin, or anywhere you need it. Get your new 2025 F-150 at your Saskatchewan Ford store or Ford.ca today.
620 CKRM brings you Saskatchewan's #1 sports talk show, The Sports Cage. Weekday afternoons at 3 p.m. Breaking down the biggest news in Rider Nation. Rider season is in full swing. Check out sportscage.com for the full Rider schedule and all Rider updates. It's time to bleed green. Catch The Sports Cage weekday afternoons from 3 to 6 on the voice of Saskatchewan, 620 CKRM.
When we look out over the vast horizon of our province, we see potential. At Nutrien, we help feed the future right here in Saskatchewan to farms around the world by providing the resources farmers need to grow healthy, sustainable, and resilient crops. As a global leader in agriculture, we work every day to strengthen food security and drive innovation in farming. Because when farmers thrive, so do communities everywhere. Nutrien, from mine to farm to you. Nutrien.com/future.
It's time for third quarter Saskatchewan Roughrider football. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Back upstairs at Mosaic Stadium in the Steffes Auctioneers broadcast booth, selling land and equipment to farm it. Find out more at steffesgroup.com. Dave Thomas, Luc Mullinder alongside. As we get set for second half football, Riders in front 11-4. What could have been a Rider missed field goal and a turnover at the 1-yard line hasn't haunted the Riders, and they're going to get an opportunity to start with the football here in the second half as the Quality Tire kickoff. Quality Tire with 9 locations across Saskatchewan and at qualitytire.ca is upcoming. The Riders will return this football, moving from right to left as they will defend the south end zone wearing their full green jerseys. The Edmonton Elks are wearing their white and golds, the white jersey, gold bottoms, green socks as we get set to go with second half football. And Ben Major about to blow play in as we get set to go as Dre McCray awaits the kick, standing back at his 10-yard line. Dante Myers standing on the far side to his right.
So, you know what? I mean, there was a lot of things to build on there in the locker room going into that break. But again, you had a 10-point swing in the last 2 minutes of that first half. You just hope to capitalize on the momentum. And more importantly, hey, fellas, let's start getting some space in that run game going.
Dre McCray brings the opening kickoff back up the near sideline as Chris Getzlaff, along with his brother Ryan, down in the corner, egging the crowd on. And the crowd come to their feet. Dre McCray goes off of his feet right at the Rider bench, and it's going to be a first down for Saskatchewan. However, we do have a Rider shaken up on the field just by the sideline at the Saskatchewan 27-yard line. 74-yard kick, 27 on the return. Looks like I'm not going to speculate. I was going to wager a guess, but I'm not sure.
I just want to get my binoculars out. That's my job. I just speculate. Looks like an Albert Awachi. after speculation.
Well, and boy, I tell you, Big Albert, of course, had that knee hurt up in camp in Saskatoon, and
he's been so good for the Riders when he's been healthy, you know, and just the last couple of years just hasn't managed to stay healthy. And here's a guy from University of Toronto that went from wide receiver to one of the tougher positions in the league, as fullback, and just hate to see him down again. And I think I can confirm it might be Albert Awachi, just as I look to the sideline and don't see a number 41 anywhere else. You see how I do that?
Yeah.
You guess first, and then you
confirm.
Okay, let me scan the sideline, make sure he's not on the sideline, because then I'd be wrong.
That's why we use your money when it comes to betting the odds in the pregame show.
Wow, dude,
Coach Mace has come out to the aid.
Yeah, we're man. I don't think we've gotten one wrong. We haven't gotten a spread wrong all year. We've gotten one of the points wrong.
Well, I like how you say we, because
we're a team, Dave. You know, and I've been using your money at times.
I understand.
Right? So,
that. Fair enough.
Yeah, you know, you've been bankrolling the success, so you're just you're just as much part of the team here, buddy.
Well, the Riders, when leading at halftime this season, are a perfect 4-0. The Edmonton Elks are 1-1 thus far this season, as the Riders going to go and give their fallen teammates some help, as it is going to be.
It's not Albert Awachi. It looks like it's Aubrey Williams, number 47.
Aubrey Miller.
Sorry.
Aubrey Miller Jr.
So just an absolute disaster from a guessing standpoint on my hat. But
well,
if Albert Awachi's parents are, I probably worried them. So sorry.
Yeah.
You know.
Albert's there.
Yeah, Albert's there.
Yeah, Aubrey Miller Jr., again, couple of tackles, 5 special teams tackles, and when Jameer Thurman went down, he was next man up for that middle linebacker spot. So the Riders will go to work, led by Trevor Harris. 14:39 to go in the third quarter. Saskatchewan front 11-4. Ball's on their own 33-yard line. Harris to pass near side, has the protection, and look for Joe Robustelli, but he tripped coming out of his break, and the pass falls incomplete. Otherwise, that was a big one.
He's on the inside of the numbers to Trevor Harris's left. He just blows a tire as he goes to cut on this curl route. He wants to run this little corner route to the sideline. Sniper gets him from long range, and the defensive back, who's been having a decent game, J.J. Ross, doesn't have much of a problem covering him.
Harris now 13 of 20 tonight, 158 in passing yards, 1 touchdown. Facing a 2nd and 10 here from his own 33. Elks will rush 5. Harris reads it, slings it far side to A.J. Olette. Can't break the first tackle, as he's actually going to be brought down for a loss. Great play there by the Elks defense to force a 2-and-out from the Riders.
You know, and that's the thing we talked about here in this game. The one thing that we have seen, this is Nick Anderson, their tackle leader, is that there's been some great one-on-one tackles in space. And the inability for either ball carrier consistently to break out of these one-on-one tackles has kept this game relatively close to this point.
Joe Couch on to kick it away for the Riders. Stands back at his 13-yard line. Javon Leake to return for the Elks. He's at the 25. Clean snap, and Couch booms it. Leake going to come up on it, take it at the 36, dead run. Up to the 50, midfield stripe, makes a man miss, pushed out of bounds at his bench. But the Elks will start their possession, and initial possession of the opening, or the second half, inside Saskatchewan territory.
You know, one of the things that Joe Couch, and I've been hard on him this year. One of the things I think he's done really well to this game, especially against a guy like Javon Leake, is he's kept him towards the sidelines. If you give Javon Leake the ball anywhere around the outside of the hash marks, you are in trouble. He's got the ability to switch direction quickly, and he's got the speed to get from gear 1 to gear 5 in a hurry as well. They have done a great job forcing Leake to catch it between the sidelines and the numbers near the sidelines, and it's taken away Leake's options to choose a running lane. He's literally been forced up the sideline every time. So that's a positive thing.
41 yards on the punt, 17 on the return. We've got a shaken up Saskatchewan Roughrider down at the Edmonton 52-yard line.
I'm done guessing. I've already struck out in the guessing category, Dave.
Don't want to wager as they're looking at the player's knee that is down. Of course, WorkSafe Saskatchewan brings you the injury report. Workplace health and safety is everyone's responsibility. Together we can make Saskatchewan workplaces safer. with Work Safe Saskatchewan. And we are now going to get a timeout, are we? With 13:19 to go? Yes, we are. Saskatchewan leads 11-4 Edmonton ball when we come back. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football in the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Most farmers plan to win. Strong inputs, smart strategy, no wasted plays. So why carry insurance that only shows up in garbage time? Global Ag Risk Solutions doesn't believe in farming scared. They believe in farming smart, with coverage that protects your input costs and your margin. When it's third and long and the season's on the line, you trust your game plan. You farm forward. Global Ag Risk Solutions. It's not just insurance, it's a strategy. Visit agrisksolutions.ca.
In farming, just like in life, true leaders set the standard. They're bold, innovative, and always ahead of the curve. That's why leaders drive Fendt. The Fendt 600 Vario isn't just a tractor, it's a game changer. With unparalleled precision, cutting-edge technology, and unmatched reliability, the 600 Vario empowers you to lead your farm to its fullest potential. When you're behind the wheel of a Fendt, you're not just driving a machine, you're driving progress. Stop by Nick's service in Emerald Park today or visit Fendt.com to learn more about the Fendt 600 series.
Time to get back to the action. Stay up to date on everything Riders at sportsgates.com. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Blake Corte-Moore is helped off the field for the Saskatchewan Roughriders as he goes off under his own power. The Edmonton Elks will start at their own 53. Let's go to the B&A Petroleum text line. Jay from Saskatoon listening in the hot tub with a beer in one hand and a pierogi in the other.
Oh, that guy's my hero.
You
Hot tub, beer, pierogi. Shoo.
Yeah.
Man, sure beats sitting up here calling the game with you two hams.
Abraham and Wiley listening from the Cayman Islands. Thanks so much to the B&A Petroleum text line, 306-936-6262. Handoff to Curly Gittins Jr. by the Elks on first down, trying to string it out, but the Riders do a terrific job of not allowing it to happen. DeMarcus Fields going to drop them down at about the 47-yard line. It'll be a gain of about 6, but a nice job by the Riders.
Yeah, they really stretched it out here. The ball carrier's looking for a lot more. You know, you don't want to give 6 yards up, but what you do want to do is you want to put effort on film. And that's the one thing that the Saskatchewan Roughriders have done consistently this year is they've ran and sprinted to the football, and you always have a number of green jerseys around the ball carrier once they get tackled.
2nd and 4 for Fajardo and the Elks. Fakes the handoff. Here comes the pressure. Malik Carney gets home. It's a Quill Plains Chevrolet sack for the Riders as the Riders make it home, and Cody Fajardo couldn't find a receiver.
Yeah, Brett Boyco here just unable to block Malik Carney, and he does a great job of getting Boyko's arms down initially and then turning the corner. Fajardo's looking the other way, and he gets talked out of it because Shane Ray is also up the field, and as soon as he stops to turn around, Carney is right in his face. That's a great job there. Good team defense by the Saskatchewan Roughriders.
3rd sack of the season for Carney. Sacks for Quill Plains Chevrolet, Buick GMC, and Wadena. Taking down high vehicle prices. Drive a little, save a lot at Quill Plains.
Did I hear, by the way, there's someone listening to us in the Cayman Islands?
You did. As a kick from Grace is almost blocked. He's aiming for the far sideline. It'll take a bounce to Dre McCray, who bobbles it out of bounds the second time today that McCray has gotten a little ahead of himself and had the ball fumble its way out of bounds. No harm, no foul, Rider ball with Trevor Harris jogging out onto the field.
Can you ask them what they're drinking in the Cayman Islands?
Why do you want to torture yourself?
No, I'm just saying, you got to have a Mai Tai, right? Probably a Mai Tai?
Probably. Who might have
Cayman Islands, let's see. Yeah, that's Mai Tai territory.
Okay. It's no pierogi in the hot tub, I'll have you know.
No, not at all.
So the ball will be spotted following the fumble by McCray at the 13-yard line as he gets some words of advice and encouragement from Mario Alfred on the sidelines. So actually to put it on the 9, my apologies, but we've got some problems with the chains on the far side and potentially a challenge from the Elks as the red flag is down from Mark Killam, maybe wondering if an Elk player touched that on its way out of bounds.
Yeah, that's exactly what they're going to be doing. And if there's a guy who's going to have a keen eye for this sort of stuff, it's Mark Killam, as obviously his first year as a head coach, but one of the better special teams coordinators
Edmonton is challenging the ruling on the last play. They believe they touched the football last, which should make it their ball. The play will be reviewed.
Well, Mark Killam is 1 for 3 in coaches' challenges this season. Challenges from the CFL Replay Center are brought to you by Mazank Fuels, proudly serving the ag community across southern Saskatchewan with reliable bulk fuel delivery and all your oil needs. Trust local, trust Mazank. So the replay official will get an opportunity to see this. We're getting an in-house review, and it certainly looks like the ball hit the chest of McRae, and then his fingertips pushed it out. Again, I don't fault Mark Killam for challenging this, though, as it's a bang-bang play.
Yeah, you got a little bit of bobble. Oh, it goes off the helmet. Oh, you know what? They might have a case for this, Dave. It goes off the helmet and the shoulder of the would-be tackler, number 32, for Leonard Johnson.
Well, this is going to be an interesting one.
More importantly, I've done the research.
Yes.
Cayman Mama. Our listeners are probably listening to drinking a Cayman Mama. Typical ingredients: light rum, coconut rum, orange liqueur, pineapple juice, a splash of grenadine, and cream of coconut.
Ben Majors got the results, and it looks like it's still going to be Rider ball.
Edmonton loses the
It's one of those things probably, though, Dave, where it's like you don't have sufficient evidence.
Yeah.
Because the one angle we saw, which looked convincing, was literally just one angle, right?
Yeah.
There's probably 4 or 5 they looked at.
Well, it's 1st and 10 for the Riders at their own 9-yard line. 11:21 to go in the third quarter. Saskatchewan in front, 11-4. Riders hand the ball off to A.J. Ouellette on first down. Goes to his left, cuts back to his right. Going to get up near the 15-yard line and not much more. It'll be a gain of about 6 for Ouellette.
Well, that's a really hard 6 yards as well. You got Jake Serezna coming off a block and getting right in front of A.J. Ouellette as he approaches the line of scrimmage. He cuts in on Serezna, avoids his tackle. And again, Serezna could have had him for a 1-yard loss. Instead, A.J. Ouellette gets 6 yards out of that deal.
2nd down and 4 for the Riders, now at their 15. Ball left-hand hash. Harris sends 3 receivers to the near side of the formation. Ouellette the lone back in the backfield. Edmonton crowds the line as the Riders approach. Harris back to pass, looks to the near side, throwing it up, and it's caught. Samuel Emelis up to the Riders' 49-yard line. Nice pitch and catch for Saskatchewan, 34 yards.
They are absolutely shredding the defensive backs on these corner routes. Robustelli, if he doesn't trip on the last one, has a big play as well. Emelis here, again, it's another one-on-one situation. You got a corner route. If I'm the Edmonton Elk, if I'm predicting pass, I've got to start protecting that sideline a little bit more. I mean, I'm not saying jump into a cover 3 the whole time, because that would obviously take away from the middle of the field. But, man, you got to figure something out. You're getting absolutely torched on these corner routes from the numbers to the sideline.
Jellen Garnes, the linebacker, was tasked with trying to slow down Emelis. It's a first down for Bazandowski Agencies as Harris back to pass, throws it to Albert Awachi on the near side. Here's the big boy up near midfield. Nice gain on first down of 6 yards. Albert's first reception of the season.
And right there, and here's another reason why they're probably getting torched on these short yards, because the Riders have spent a ton of time in that 2nd and 4 to 6 zone, right? So, I mean, right now, if you're the Riders, try to get another mismatch. You've managed to get Emelis on a safety. You've now managed to get him on a linebacker. Where's the next mismatch that you can create?
2nd and 4 Saskatchewan. Ball right at the midfield stripe. 9.5 minutes to go in the third quarter. The Riders leading Edmonton 11-4. Ball left hash. 3 receivers far side. Here comes the Elks pressure. Harris has time. Now throws it. It's complete far side to Dante Myers. Makes a man miss. 35, 30, still on his feet and stumbles down to the 25-yard line. Dante Myers breaks a tackle and gets a huge first down for Cooperators Bazandowski Insurance and Financial Services, your first choice for insurance.
Trevor Harris pumps this ball. And at the end of the play, when he does release the ball to Myers, he gets hit in the face mask by a pass-rushing Edmonton player. Yeah, it's Niles Morgan, who's coming from the middle of the fray. This is just a good job. He talks himself out of throwing the first ball, turns around, gets it out to Myers, and then takes a shot in the face.
30-yard reception for Dante Myers. Yak Yards for Pump Jacks Cathedral, now open before, during, or after every game. The place where friends meet. The ball advances thanks to the penalty all the way down to the 10 of Edmonton. Elks show blitz, handed off underneath for Keyshawn Johnson. Gets inside the 10, tackled around the 8-yard line for a gain of just a couple inside the
My goodness.
inside the Ashdown Furniture and Interior in Moose Jaw red zone.
We got to get the police out here. And I'm charging Yoshi Hardrick with attempted murder because the way he just ragdolls this Edmonton defender and pancakes and then lies on him has got to be illegal. This is a fantastic physical job by Yoshi Hardrick, man. They're going to watch that on film, Dave, at least 20 times tomorrow when they watch that. It was a violent, just battery.
Second and goal for the 8 from the Riders, right hash. Harris to pass, far side, end zone, touchdown, Riders! Keyshawn Johnson, Merry Christmas with his second touchdown of the season, and he darts in from 8 yards out as Harris and the Riders find the end zone for a second time tonight.
Well, the Riders get him on Cordell Jackson, and guess what route this is? It's another corner. This time he kind of bends it a little bit to make it look more like an out or an elongated out. Either way, he's in the end zone. That's fantastic execution. Trevor Harris is so good right now in terms of his accuracy. Only Keyshawn Johnson's catching this ball. But again, they get the right one-on-one situation, and they win on another corner route.
Point after attempt to come from Brett Boyco, looking to expand the Riders to 2 full major scores. Kick goes up, kick sails through. 18-4, Riders lead with 7:54 to go in the third quarter. Back with more from Mosaic Stadium in a moment. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Let's go, farmers. Time to huddle up. DeKalb's canola lineup just got deeper with our 800 series Liberty Link hybrids, bringing solid yield potential with Straight Cut Plus, club root resistance, and the Liberty Link herbicide system. DeKalb has a hybrid that fits every field. If you haven't scouted the 800 series yet, it's time to get it in your lineup. Talk to your rep, retail, or visit DeKalb.ca to find your fit. Always read and follow label directions.
The bold just got bolder. Fendt is welcoming Rogator to introduce a game-changing sprayer to your farm. The all-new Fendt Rogator 900 series. Liquid logic technology and enhanced precision you've come to know and love meets 3-year Gold Star customer care for unmatched confidence. Now that's growing bold. See the Fendt Rogator 900 series sprayer at Nick's Service in Emerald Park. nicksservice.com.
Every tackle, every play, every touchdown, every win. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Well, we'll get to the good news in a moment for the Nelson GM touchdown drive, but first the Grinch-like moment, or the injury report, for Ritchie Brothers Auctioneers. We go down to the sideline and Teagan Witko.
You got to do me dirty like that, don't you, Dave? Wow. Okay, unfortunately, back-to-back players in the medical tent, the first of which being Aubrey Miller Jr. I did see him limping off the field, heading towards the locker room, so I don't think he's going to be back, and it looked lower body. Lower body injury also possible for Lake Corte Moore. He was also limping out of the tent after he was getting checked out, but he did not exit the field. He went right back on the bench and grabbed a seat, so we'll keep an eye on that for you.
Thank you so much. Teagan Witko on the sideline for Ritchie Brothers Auctioneers, born in the West, trusted worldwide. Any equipment, every auction, proud supporters of CFL country. Ritchie Brothers, where Canada bids. 7:54 to go in the third quarter. Whistle just blows as Brett Boyco's got the ball on the tee, ready to kick it back to the Edmonton Elks, who've got to find a way to get on the board after a score by the Roughriders. A kick that'll be fielded by Smith back inside his 10-yard line, far side. Going to pitch it underneath to Javon Leake on a little bit of a reverse, but not going anywhere. The Riders get downfield in a hurry. Malik Straker read it all the way and makes the play for the Riders as we go back to the Nelson GM touchdown drive. Nelson GM and Assiniboia and Avonlea. They'll find a vehicle to match your lifestyle, proudly serving southern Saskatchewan for over 65 years. 10 plays, 57 yards. Started all the way back at the Riders' own 9-yard line. 6 first downs along the way, 5:25 off the clock, and Trevor Harris 5 of 5 for 75 yards on the play. We've got a timeout on the field. We'll take one too. 7:49 to go in the third quarter. Sorry, Luke. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Code GREEN25. With PlayNow.com, make any $10 sports bet using the code GREEN25 and get a $20 free sports bet. Say you bet $10 on baseball. Use the code GREEN25 and get a free $20 bet to put on the green and white. Or bet $10 on golf and get a free $20 bet to put on tennis. Restrictions apply. Details at PlayNow.com. Must be 19 plus. Use your game sense.
Choosing what restaurant to go to? Difficult. Choosing a wireless deal at SaskTel? Easy. When you switch to SaskTel and choose your savings, you'll have no regrets. Switch to SaskTel and choose to save $10 a month for 24 months, or get up to $250 off a new phone. Visit SaskTel.com/choice for details. Conditions apply.
You love football as much as we do. Talk Riders anytime at sportsgates.com. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Dave Thomas, Luc Mullinder back at Mosaic Stadium. 7:49 to go in the third quarter. It'll be Edmonton ball momentarily, but don't drop the ball. On the Rider Foundation 50-50, the jackpot continues to swell, and you don't even have to be in the stadium to get your ticket. Go to riders5050.ca. $285,701 in the jackpot so far. Again, get your tickets at riders5050.ca. As Cody Fajardo, the Edmonton Elks, set to go to work from their own 24-yard line on first down. Handoff up the middle, nothing doing. Riders close the hole quickly, and it'll be a loss of a couple on the play.
Yeah, and this is one of those deals where you wish you had a combo play called offensively. The Riders very early on declare blitz. And what I mean by a combo call is if Cody Fajardo sees this, it'd be nice to be able to audible out of this run because they were running the pressure right into the face of the run. Maybe switch it up, kill the play, go on to the next one that's in the combo and have a crack at it because now you're in 2nd and 12 and this place is about to get really loud.
Ball is on the 22 of Edmonton. Backfield empties for Fajardo. Riders back off. Only going to rush 3 as Fajardo throws it up near side. Complete for Curly Gittins Jr. Steps in front of DeMarcus Fields and will have enough for the first down up to the 36.
Yeah, DeMarcus Fields just doesn't have to back up as much as he is here. They're playing zone, but more importantly, he doesn't have anybody threatening him deep. And for some reason, he just keeps backing up as Curly Gittins Jr. approaches him. If he just stays a little bit more disciplined in terms of his drop, he probably gets a hand on this football, but it allows the Edmonton Elk to extend the drive when they really probably should be kicking.
1st and 10 at the 36. Riders talk about finishing off an opponent. We'll see if the defense stays physical here. 4-man rush, dumped off to the near side for Rankin. He's wrestled in the backfield as the Riders are going to drop him for a loss of almost 5. As coming up to make the play was Marcus Sales.
Yeah, and Stephen Dunbar flat out has to do a much better job. He just kind of lets Sales go. Sales is the first point of defense against this screen, and this screen should work out. But because Stephen Dunbar isn't willing to make the physical commitment of being a blocker, Sales smashes the play, and the Elk are back at 2nd and 14. If the Riders are the Riders in scheme here, they're going to play zone behind a 4-man front. It looks like what they're doing, and they're just going to leave it to their edge rushers.
2nd and 14. Fajardo takes the snap in the gun. Here comes the pressure, and Malik Carney gets home for another Quill Plains Chevrolet sack, his 2nd of the night.
It feels like the Edmonton Elks are just giving up here. This is Brett Boyco, and honestly, this is not a good enough effort on Boyko's behalf. This has been him as a player for his career. He does a good job knee bending here, but it's just way too easy for Malik Carney to get his arms down early and walks around the corner. And Cody Fajardo's got to be really frustrated at this point. He's trying to buy some time, let his receivers get downfield, and the constant pressure, especially on really a lack of effort blocked by Boyco, is going to be maddening to a quarterback trying to get his team in a good position.
Cody Grace on to kick for the Elks. High, towering kick that Dre McCray tracks down at his 36. Again, no yards. He drops the football. The Elks are going to jump on it, but this will be for naught. It is, again, no yards for Edmonton, but Dre McCray maybe a little jittery here as he's dropped. Now that's his 3rd kick of the day that he's dropped on the turf.
I always like providing the insight of a former player, right? Well, I can tell you, Mario Alford, he's been a leader this whole way. He's probably been tutoring Dre McRae. But personally, as a player, when you're injured and the guy that is replacing you is not doing a good job, you're okay with it.
5:10 to go. Riders leading 18-4. Nothing on the return for Eberassa and Sons. We'll be back in a moment. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
At 4 locations plan. Talk to a local advisor today about small business insurance that sees your needs as anything but small.
Looking for a local cooperators advisor? Give Jeremy Saxby in Regina a call at 306-359-2699 and see the difference a personalized plan makes. Cooperators, investing in your future together.
Whether you're going down the road or spend your days down on the farm, you've got a lot to get done and a lot of miles to go. Knowing that UFA has you covered with one of Western Canada's largest card lock networks, bulk fuel delivery where you need it, a range of premium lubricants, and our exclusive Diesel X Gold fuel, means you have less to worry about. Visit one of over 100 convenient locations or ufapetro.com to find out more. From fleet to farm, we've got you covered.
Every moment of Rough Rider football is here. This is where the Saskatchewan Roughriders play. The 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
And Sons punt return. Of course, find everything you need from MacDon this harvest season with parts and equipment from Eberassa and Sons. Stop by in person or visit at eberassa.com to find out more. The Riders will have the football as the no yards will negate the fumble. Saskatchewan will place it at their 53 left-hand hash to start this drive. Trevor Harris tonight has moved into 14th spot all-time in CFL passing yardage.
What's his percentage at right now?
He's 19 of 26 for 238 yards and 2 touchdowns.
And he's playing at a high level. They're protecting him well, and this can go from bad to worse for Elk if they're not careful.
Play whistled in, handoff to A.J. Ouellette on first down. He'll go to the left side behind the offensive line of Noah Zare and Darius Washington. Not much running room there, second and long, Saskatchewan.
Edmonton's still committing a lot of players to the line of scrimmage on first down, obviously in an effort to quell A.J. Ouellette here. And for the most part, they've done a good job. But the problem's been is just they haven't been able to stop anybody when it comes to this passing game, whether it's been second and short or second and long. Trevor Harris is dialed in. And if I'm the Elk here, I'm protecting my sidelines. I'm playing cover 3.
Elks show blitz, and they bring it with 6. Harris throws far sideline. That is going to be very close. Joe Robustelli on the reception near the 51 if it stands. Not sure if he picked it up, but it looks like he did. It'll be third down and a long 2, maybe 3.
It looks like they're going to punt this one. Edmonton is asking to check the replay. This is definitely a catch. Robustelli just does a good job of picking this ball up off of the carpet before it makes contact. And they've got a chance now to pin the Elk back down around the goal line. But if you're the Elk defense, you're just happy to get off the field, right, Dave? I mean,
yeah.
No harm, no foul. Let's get out of here and let's hope our offense can do something. They're still within striking distance of this football game. You're only down 2 scores.
3:35 and counting to go in the third quarter, and now we've got a flag down on the play. It's a time count, as you heard, against Joe Couch and the Riders, and I think the Riders were trying to draw the Elks offside.
Timer, please put the game clock at 3:36.
Oh, there's no need for games like that right now. Just punt the ball, pin the Elk down, right?
Thank you.
The Elk are not going to come after this return. They're going to try to set up a return for their dynamic Javon Leak.
Leak had a game a year ago in this building. 169 rushing yards, not to mention some great returns. He stands back at his 10-yard line for this kick from Couch. Couch going to send a wobbler, kind of Australian style, that Leak will take at his 12. Up to the 20, dashes away from a man, then gets tackled and wrapped up at the 25-yard line, and the Elks with 3:25 to go will start their next drive. There, Cody Fajardo, 16 of 21 for 163 yards. What surprises me is that only 6 rushing attempts tonight for the Edmonton Elks.
Well, and here's the problem. Every time they have attempted to rush, Dave, they haven't gotten anything.
Yeah.
So they get talked out of it pretty quickly, right? And now the problem is they're down 2 scores. So their clock in their head starting to speed up. They're getting a little bit anxious about their inability to continue to move the sticks here, right? Eventually, they're going to be all pass if they don't get something in a hurry.
So Fajardo starts in the gun on first down from his own 25-yard line, trailing by 14. Riders show blitz and bring it. Here they come. Fajardo tries to get away and won't. The Riders get home. It's another Quill Plains Chevrolet sack. C.J. Rivas QB sack.
It's a great job. Brett Boyco again. This time the Riders are blitzing. Brett Boyco blocks down, leaving Habel Baldonado as the free man. Habel Baldonado does a good job of getting Fajardo to step up into the pocket a lot quicker than he would have liked, and then C.J. Rivas, who's also coming from the strong side, finishes him off. Another good defensive play for the entire unit in green and white.
Loss of 10 on the sack for Quill Plains Chevrolet. It's 2nd and 20 for the Elks. 5 receivers set, backfield empties for Fajardo. Just a 3-man rush, drops it underneath to Dunbar Jr. He'll get up near the original line of scrimmage, dive ahead for a couple more, but well shy of the first down stick for, again, Bazandowski Agencies, cooperator Bazandowski Insurance and Financial Services, your first choice for insurance.
And again, the Riders just content to sit back in the zone at the sticks, allow Cody Fajardo to throw in front of him, and tackle down. It's textbook defense here from the green and white.
So Cody Grace on to punt again. Another E. Barassa and Sons punt return upcoming. Dre McCray standing back at his 29-yard line as the Cody chant erupts again here at Mosaic. Grace's punt, a high one again. McCray going to take it at his 24, fields it cleanly. Up to the 30, trying to get to the outside, makes a man miss, and now is to the edge, to the 45, 50, still on his feet inside Edmonton territory. Dre McCray shows off the wheels and has got the Riders set up nicely with 1:27 to go.
Showing some of the speed that really got us interested in him in training camp, didn't he?
Yep.
Good job getting to the edge of the sideline, and the kicker saves the Edmonton Elk from a touchdown by the rookie McCray.
51-yard punt, 22 on the return for Dre McCray. And, you know, one of the guys that was his biggest cheerleader, Kent Majuri, comes right out and gives him a big tap on the helmet. And I wondered if they might not put Dante Myers out in that situation.
Yeah, it's got to feel good for McCray, right? You know, you have a little bit of problems, and then you finally bust a big one, and that's probably calms you down, too.
1st and 10 Riders. Here comes the rush from the Elks. Handoff goes to Ouellette. Gets by the first wave and will spin down inside the 45 of Edmonton for gain of a couple. It'll be 2nd and long, Saskatchewan.
Edmonton continuing along with their game plan, right? Just stop A.J. Ouellette on first down and get us into a defensive position where we can hopefully. And again, right now, a team getting killed by the corner route, I'd be shocked. You got to defend your sideline right now if you're Edmonton. You've been being picked apart by these corner routes. Figure out a way to defend that number to the sideline area.
2nd and 8, ball on the 44 of Edmonton for the Riders. 30 seconds to go in the third quarter. Saskatchewan in front 18-4. 3 receivers far side for Harris. He looks near side, though, finds Ouellette out of the backfield. He'll get hit immediately, though, and is going to be stopped. Probably 2, potentially 3 yards shy. It's going to be another situation where it looks like Joe Couch is jogging out, and so is Brett Lother. A long field goal attempt upcoming for Brett.
Good job by Niles Morgan. Edmonton's playing zone defense. The linebackers are dropped out towards the sticks. They realize that A.J. Ouellette is the low man. They get the ball out, and Niles Morgan comes in here and makes an individual tackle. Good job. You got a long field goal effort now here from Lowther at, well, not that long. It's probably about 46.
Yep, 46 is third of the night. He's 1 for 2, made from 51, missed wide from 47. This going towards the north end zone, away from the swirling winds of Pill Country. High snap, put down nicely by Couch, and Lother nails it through. Another Reliance Heath Water Heater Rental field goal for Brett Lother and the Riders. Reliance Heath Water Heater Rentals get $200 cash back with the purchase of a new water heater. Switch today.
I love the confidence in that kick, too.
That'll bring the third quarter to a close. Saskatchewan leading 21-4 on the Quality Tire scoreboard. Quality Tire with 9 locations across Saskatchewan and at qualitytire.ca. The fourth quarter is next. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Never get tired of tire talk? Neither do we. We banter about balance, rave about rolling resistance, and we could tell you all about traction long before social media. Yeah, here at Quality Tire, we care about tires and, well, quality. There's a reason it's our name. This summer, trouble-free driving starts with quality service from Quality Tire, with 9 locations across Saskatchewan. Thanks for coming to our Tread Talk.
QualityTire.ca. From the job site to the farmyard, Redhead Equipment is all about productivity. That's why we want to offer you one of our most capable backhoe loaders, the Case N Series. With an upgraded power drive transmission, these machines can tackle steep inclines and carry heavier loads at ease. And models with the optional power lift feature can give you up to 40% more lifting power than other brands. Break new ground with Case N Series backhoe loaders. Redhead Equipment, making tracks since 1948.
620 CKRM brings you Saskatchewan's #1 sports talk show, The Sports Cage. Weekday afternoons at 3 p.m. Breaking down the biggest news in Rider Nation. Rider season is in full swing. Check out sportscage.com for the full Rider schedule and all Rider updates. It's time to bleed green. Catch The Sports Cage weekday afternoons from 3 to 6 on the voice of Saskatchewan, 620 CKRM. Don't go anywhere. Anything can happen. This is fourth quarter Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Dave Thomas, Luc Mullinder, and company in the Steffes Auctioneers broadcast booth, selling land in the equipment department. Find out more at steffesgroup.com. The Saskatchewan Roughriders, when leading after 3 quarters this season, are a perfect 5-0, while the Edmonton Elks, while trailing after 3, are 0-3.
And with every game being an opportunity to continue to get better, one of the things I'd love to see from the Saskatchewan Roughriders here in this fourth quarter is finish. Let's bury this opponent. Let's put the nail in the coffin. You were up by so much in BC, and you kind of fell off a little bit, right? And you allowed BC to make the score a little bit closer than the game was. Here, let's just finish an opponent.
Well, that's been the chatter all week. Cody Fajardo doesn't believe in it. 1st and 10 for him and the Elks at their own 40. He's back to pass far side. That ball going to be complete right at his sideline. Good for a gain of about 12 yards. Up to the 52 to Curly Gittins Jr.
Well, and probably the discouraging part, despite getting a first down here, is that Cody Fajardo is hit again by a defensive pass rusher. Hoppa Baldonado, I really like his game. I wish that, like Shane Ray's done a good job, but Hoppa Baldonado, every time he's in the game, especially in those passing situations, just adds a different dimension to this pass rush.
14-20 and counting. Riders leading 21-4 here in the fourth quarter. Edmonton moving towards the north end zone from right to left. Riders show blitz. They're going to bring it. Fajardo throws it underneath, and it's dropped. He had a man wide open in Julian Grant, but he dropped it.
I'll tell you what, Julian Grant heard a little bit of the footsteps coming from the green and white, and I think this was just a case of not wanting to get hit by DeMarcus Fields. When it rains, it pours. You've got to make that play, especially when you're an offense struggling to move the sticks consistently. If your quarterback puts it on you for the first down, you have to make the play. And quite frankly, that is going to go down in the film room as being soft.
2nd and 10 Edmonton from their own 53. Fajardo to pass. Can't find anyone. Does his patented spin in the backfield. And it's a wide open man near side. It's Julian Grant. And he breaks a tackle. And he's going to make the Riders pay all the way to the house. A 57-yard touchdown.
Key 3. Upfield shoulder, because we don't want to see the pirouette to the outside. And man, we get the pirouette to the outside against pressure. And Cody Fajardo silences this crowd by finding a wide open Grant. And all of a sudden, we just talked about the Riders needing to finish, right? All of a sudden, the Edmonton Elk go from being on dialysis and a respirator to having a little bit of life.
90 seconds into the fourth quarter, the Edmonton score. The point after, sails through to make it 21-11 for the Riders. 13:23 to go in the fourth quarter. More from Mosaic Stadium in a moment. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
It's time to revolutionize the way you harvest. The new Fendt Ideal Combine has been precision engineered to give you better real-time monitoring. A 485 bushel grain tank that unloads at 6 bushels per second. Plus, the industry's best warranty, service, and loaner program. The new Ideal Combine. It's Fendt. It's time. Learn more at idealharvesting.com and schedule a demo. See the Fendt Ideal Combine at AgriLink Equipment in Brownlee.
Sask Lotteries has over 50 years of winning behind us. And you know what that means? Lots of winning numbers. Numbers like over 1,200 organizations funded and 12,000 plus groups supported. $6 million given away annually in community grants. And the winningest number of all, $1.4 billion given back to the people of Saskatchewan through sport, culture, and recreation. And we're just getting started. Learn more at sasklotteries.ca.
Time to get back to the action. Stay up to date on everything Riders at sportsgates.com. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Edmonton Elks 3 plays from their own 40-yard line culminates in a 53-yard touchdown pass from Cody Fajardo to Curly Gittins Jr. Took a minute 37 off the clock, and the Edmonton Elks are back into this game, albeit still a 2-score lead for the Saskatchewan Roughriders.
Yeah, 2-score lead. However, the defense the last couple series, Dave, for the Elk has played a little bit better. So are you getting anxious as an offense? No. But I think it just goes back to key number one. Let's figure out a way to execute. Starts by getting in and out of the huddle. Let's make sure we know the play. Let's make sure we're communicating when it comes to blocking the blitz up that they're probably going to send, especially on first down. And let's just put down or put together first downs.
Well, Vincent Blanchard puts the ball on the tee at his own 30-yard line. He'll approach in an end-over-end kick that'll be taken by the Roughriders back inside their 5-yard line, coming up the near side to the 15. 20, gets a block to the 28, 29-yard line, no more. Here comes the Rider offense, and Trevor Harris back onto the field after the Dre McCray return on that kickoff. So, 77-yard kick, 26, pardon me, Luke, on the return.
So you're probably expecting the Elk to load the box again, right? Unless they want to deviate from the scheme that they've been running primarily, I don't feel like they will.
Well, 1st and 10 for the Riders. Ball on their own 29 with 13 minutes to go in the fourth quarter. A.J. Ouellette, the lone back in the backfield. He'll take the handoff on first down. Gets caught up in the middle. Nice shoestring tackle that allowed, or didn't allow him, pardon me, to get beyond the outside edge, and is going to limit him to a gain of 4.
Yeah, Jake Serezna here is the defensive tackle on the left, and he just does a good job of getting off Jacob Brammer's block. And really they needed to, because Niles Morgan wasn't doing his job. For some reason, Niles Morgan jumps down inside into the B gap where he's not supposed to be in this defensive front. He needs to be the end man on the line of scrimmage, so they got away with one. 2nd and 6.
Wave on at Mosaic Stadium. 5 receiver set for the Riders. 3 to the right of Trevor Harris, who's in the gun. Elks going to rush 5. Harris finds a receiver far side. Keyshawn Johnson's got it, but he's going to be well short of the first down as Harris was tackled as he threw the football. And the Edmonton Elks defense has come to play here in this fourth quarter.
Yeah, Tyreek Johnson's getting a chance to rush the passer from that interior, and he does a good job of speeding up Trevor Harris's clock. Harris gets it out to Keyshawn Johnson, who he started really meshing with in the first half. But Keyshawn's not able to get off a tackle, and we're punting again.
Joe Couch stands back at his 20 to kick this one away. Javon Leake back at his 30-yard line to receive for the Elks. 2 successive 2-and-outs for the Rider offense. Couch. Kick is a sidewinder, if you will, and will chase Leake back inside his 25-yard line to the far side. He's going to get pushed out of bounds, though, just beyond the 35-yard line with 11:25 to go here in the fourth quarter. Edmonton and Cody Fajardo come back out onto the field, trailing 21-11.
Yeah, and they're going to have to go 10 yards back to where the ball exited the sideline because of a penalty.
During the return, illegal block, Edmonton, number 37. It's a 10-yard penalty. It's going to be first down for Edmonton.
So the Elks and Cody Fajardo will be backed up as they're going to place the ball down. Well, actually, they're just marking it now, pardon me. Looks like it'll be marked back at the 15-yard line. Indeed, that is where Cody Fajardo and the offense will start for Edmonton. As the crowd transitions from wave into all-out noise for Cody Fajardo with the odd Cody chant going up. Nowhere near the levels of Henry Burris.
Spot. It's going to be first down at the 16-yard line. First down at the 16-yard line.
Thank you, Ben Major. So like I say, the Cody chants are here, nothing like Henry Burris, or at least not yet. Riders show 4 down linemen on first down. Receivers approach the line with Fajardo back to pass. Loads it up far side. That's complete. But a nice job by Marcus Sales to get there right away and knock down Stephen Dunbar Jr.
Yeah, and he knocked him so hard that the ball jarred loose and they called it incomplete. Marcus Sales does a good job. He carries one of the wide receivers up into the middle of the field and then realizes the ball's going into the flats. Does a great job of getting off the receiver he was carrying to his defenders and makes a big hit, 2nd and 10. And again, if you're the Riders, just rush 4. That's all you've been needing so far.
11 minutes to go in the fourth quarter. Ball in the 16 of Edmonton. Fajardo to pass. Throws it near side. That's complete to Dunbar Jr., but he's going to be held shy of the first down by the Riders, who swarmed to the tackle. In amongst them was Tevon Campbell and C.J. Rivas.
And you're seeing the effectiveness of a team that is able to get to the quarterback rushing 4 defensive linemen. You're able to dedicate everybody back into coverage. Here they're just sitting in the zone at the first down yard marker and not getting beat deep. So Cody has no choice but to throw low here. And then you've got 4 defensive players wearing green helmets ascending on the ball carrier. That's good team defense. And more importantly, schematically for Cory Mace, an opportunity to just let your guys do what they do best.
Cody Grace to punt it for the Elks. Stands back at his 10. Low snap. He corrals it, though, and then sends a spiraling kick, chasing Dre McCray back to his 26 near side. He'll get up across the 40, no more, as he'll run right into the oncoming tackle of Francis Bemi, and it'll be Rider football with 9:56 to go. Saskatchewan in front, 21-11 here in the fourth quarter. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Here at Young's Equipment, your local Case IH dealer, we want you to put the very best into your machine so that you can get the very best out of your machine. Choose to use Case IH genuine parts. Only Case IH genuine parts are specifically engineered to fit and function perfectly with your Case IH equipment. They deliver the performance your business demands while giving you the durability your schedule depends on. So when you want to maximize your performance, go with the original, Case IH genuine parts. To find Case IH genuine parts, visit Young's Equipment Incorporated.
SaskToday.ca is your local news source, proudly serving communities all across Saskatchewan. Sask Today's team of local journalists are on the ground focusing on local topics that matter to you. From agriculture, local community news, sports, and more. Find it all at SaskToday.ca. Sign up for our daily news digest at SaskToday.ca. From Harvard Media, everywhere.
Every tackle, every play, every touchdown, every win. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Dave Thomas, Luc Mullinder with you at Mosaic Stadium, while Charles Home, Alberta is joining us on the B&A Petroleum text line. Thanks so much for the great shots, being outdoors and loving it. Also, thanks to the hot tub and pierogi folks that are listening in, and that's a different story for a different day. The text line at 306-936-6262, always open to you for B&A Petroleum in Swift Current, Assiniboia, Gravelbourg, and many other locations, serving southern Saskatchewan for over 30 years. See B&A Petroleum today for all your fuel needs. Cody Fajardo has done a nice job thus far this evening for the Edmonton Elks, providing the spark. The Saskatchewan Roughrider offense looks to respond and extinguish said spark because they're 1st and 10 at their own 39. 4 receivers far side. That's where Harris throws it, but it's going to be met immediately as that wide receiver screen was read perfectly as Samuel Emilus caught it, and he is going to be slow to get up as he's down on all fours.
That's not a good sign. I mean, the Elk, they get right off the block of Dante Myers here. That's Ford's other brother, Tyrell. And they get Emilus low, and he is in a considerable amount of pain. That is not a good look. He's pointing to his lower leg. So hopefully this is just a deep bruise.
Well, of course, coming off a foot injury, the injury timeout brought to you by WorkSafe Saskatchewan. Workplace health and safety is everyone's responsibility. Together we can make Saskatchewan workplaces safer, and there's a lot of concern right now around Samuel Emilus. Is most of the offense is huddling around him at the Saskatchewan 39-yard line on the far side of the field. As the Riders have been predominantly, statistically anyways, running the football on first down and trying to go between the tackles, and I think the idea on that play was to try to go ahead and force the Edmonton Elks to spread out and leave the box and see if they couldn't catch him.
Right.
Good news that Samuel Emilus is up, and you can hear the ovation from the crowd.
More importantly, it's good news that he's walking off on his own power, right? You just, when a player reaches to his leg, just automatically, especially in this day and age, assume something's wrong with the knee area. But he's walking off gingerly, but on his own power, which is a great sign.
So that may mean Tommy Neal comes into the formation. I thought I saw Dre McCray running out. He also is a receiver, but Emilus has got hands on hips as he comes towards the sideline near the vicinity of where Teagan Witko is standing, and the injury tent has gone up in no time. The Riders will be facing a 2nd and 9, though, as play is whistled back in, 9:28 to go. Riders haven't found a Bazandowski Agency's first down in a while, and they'll try to change that here with 5 receivers, 3 to the right of Harris. Awachi, the lone back in the backfield for Harris. He'll have to sprint out. Now here comes the pressure, and he gets hit from behind, but not before he gains a couple yards.
Yeah.
And it'll be a 3rd down situation once again for the Riders.
Well, we've talked about Saskatchewan's ability to affect the quarterback with just 4 guys, and Edmonton's done a decent job of it as well in times and in spots. Here they get a little bit of pressure on the edges here, and it flushes Trevor Harris to his right. And then it's just a great job by one of the Edmonton defensive linemen, I think it was Barlow, coming back to the football.
So Joe Couch on to punt it away. Look at this one. It flies off of his foot, but it's going to go about 20 yards out of bounds. So this punt is not going to be a good one for the Roughriders as the penalty flag comes out as the punt sailed out of bounds at the 24-yard line. Elks going to get the football when we come back. 8:37 to go in the 4th quarter. Saskatchewan in front by 10. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Never get tired of tire talk? Neither do we. We banter about balance, rave about rolling resistance, and we could tell you all about traction long before social media. Yeah, here at Quality Tire, we care about tires and, well, quality. There's a reason it's our name. This summer, trouble-free driving starts with quality service from Quality Tire, with 9 locations across Saskatchewan. Thanks for coming to our Tread Talk.
QualityTire.ca. Hey football fans, I'm Sally Hauser, Saskatchewan NDP official opposition MLA for Regina University. Saskatchewan produces world-class agricultural products, and our farm families work so hard to put food on our tables. I can't thank them enough. But now droughts are devastating many communities. The Saskatchewan NDP is demanding immediate supports for these producers, so we have their backs. Together, let's focus on building a bright future. Enjoy the game, and feel free to contact me, 306-584-4403.
You love football as much as we do. Talk Riders anytime at sportsgates.com. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
After the penalty, the Edmonton Elks will get the football at their own 34-yard line with 8:37 to go here in the 4th quarter. Saskatchewan in front 21-11. And again, the Edmonton Elks fresh off a bye week and fresh off a game where they have decided to start Cody Fajardo. And like I say, Fajardo has provided a spark. He'll look to get that fire burning again as he's 20 of 27 for 255 yards and a touchdowns. As far as the Olympic RTM's turnover go, just one turnover in this ball game, and that was by the Riders when they were stopped on the goal line.
And again, it's becoming a bit of an uncomfortable situation here, right? Since the middle of the third quarter, the Elk they've been tightening up.
1st and 10 for Edmonton. Fajardo back to pass. Pressure comes, and he's going to be wrapped up again. It's another quarterback sack for Quill Plains Chevrolet. It's Shane Ray that gets home for his 2nd sack of the season.
And again, you're just rushing 4 here. I feel bad for Cody Fajardo. He came in here, and he's probably got PTSD right now from the amount of pressure. You know, this was the problem when he was the Rider quarterback. He just felt like he was going down a lot and maybe seeing some ghosts. Well, here, they are swarming him.
Would you say those are the ghosts of Mosaic past?
I knew you had a reference for us.
2nd and 17 for Edmonton. 6 receivers in the set. Fajardo dumps it off underneath. That's complete, but it's going to be well shy of the first down. Yeah. Nicely read by the Riders, coming up to make the tackle on Tyson Middlemost.
Yeah, you've got 4 defenders playing at the first down marker, and then you've got 3 essentially safeties just making sure nothing goes deep. I mean, this is just going to be the story for the rest of the game if the Elk can't manage to manufacture some type of yardage on first down. They've got to get themselves into like a 2nd and 4 situation.
Jameer Thurman on the tackle. Cody Grace comes on to punt it away. It's another Ibarasa and Sons punt return. Riders almost got to that one again, but instead Grace gets it away, and it's fielded by McCray at the 20 to the 25, 30, 35-yard line. Nice return there for Dre McCray with 7 minutes to go in the 4th quarter. The Riders lead by 10 and will have the football as Trevor Harris and the offense trot onto the field. 52-yard punt, 15 on the return.
Minus Sam Emilus, as many would have expected.
Well, the good news for Emilus is that he appears to be on the bike, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, he's just trying to loosen it up, right? And that's why I was saying, hopefully it's just one of those deep bruise situations where it obviously feels uncomfortable, but
why don't we go down to Teagan Witko for Ritchie Brothers Auctioneers on the sideline. Teagan?
Yeah, we do have Sam Emilus actually on the bike right now. It looks like his foot is maybe a little bit ginger, but he's trying to just work some things out right now. I know they popped down the Medi tent, so hopefully he gets back in this game, but we'll keep an eye on it.
Standing beside him is Del Duncan Busby, who's also not in the football game. Thank you, Teagan. 1st and 10 for the Riders at their 35. Harris to pass. Going to flip it underneath. That ball complete to Ouellette. Just goes low with the shoulder pads. Going to get near the 40 for a gain of about 5 on the play.
You know, Edmonton's managed to rush the passer a few times, but the one thing that I can't say is the new tackle, Darius Washington. I mean, he's been holding his own. I thought he played well in BC. I've been watching him here a little bit. Trevor Harris has not had a ton of pressure from his left side at that important left tackle position because of Darius Washington and the way he's been playing. So,
rookie out of Florida State, 6'4", 310-pounder, signed early June by the Riders. Here comes the blitz from Edmonton on 2nd down. Harris reads it, throws it, and it's batted away. Intended for Keyshawn Johnson. The Elks read it, though, able to jump in front of that slant and prevent the completion, and it's another 2 and out for the Rider offense.
Yeah, you've got Keyshawn Johnson in the slot, one-on-one again. He's been in this situation specifically against Cordell Jackson a couple times. He's won most of them, but here, Cordell manages to stay in his hip pocket, and they click heels. Well, he clicks Keyshawn Johnson's heel. It slows him down, and they're just not able to connect. So, again, Edmonton survives another one. Still down 2 scores. They're going to have to start going here. They got 5 minutes left.
Penalty flag comes down, and I apologize for the laughter, but it was Jackson Ford on the near side. He was on the line, and he jumped a couple of yards, got back, re-lined up.
So here's the deal. If I'm the Edmonton Elk and I'm Jordan McSimic, I'm sitting there and I'm like, look, in this first down, I need a 5-yard play. That's what I need. If I'm gonna have a chance at all to get back in this game, I need a 5-yard play to get ourselves in 5. So the Riders are forced to get out of this deep zone they're just playing at the sticks and killing us with.
Joe Couch on to punt it away. Going to try for the far side. Edmonton sent pressured. Leak has got the ball on the return. To the 30, 35, hurdles a man out near the 38-yard line, and no more. Riders do a nice job of stringing that return along. And here comes Cody Fajardo on the Elks offense. I was going to get back to that play for a moment. Jackson Ford was on the line of scrimmage, clearly jumped by about 3 yards, and then went back and reset. The Edmonton Elks couldn't believe there was no flag on the play because he cannot do that. And finally, the flag came out. It was rather animated and rather late, and we do have a shaken-up Edmonton Elk on the play after the 47-yard punt and 10 on the return with 5:26 to go here in the fourth quarter at Mosaic Stadium, as both Riders and Edmonton's offense seem to have fallen out of rhythm. Is that a correct assessment right now?
Well, I you know what? I mean, I don't think they had a tremendous amount of rhythm at any point. What I can say is that their inability to get anything on first down has really killed them here. Despite them being close, right? Because they have been in so many 2nd and 10 plus situations, it's absolutely, and it's allowed the Saskatchewan Roughriders to just hang back and force Cody into low throw situations where they can tackle down.
Josiah Shackle, the injured Elks player, taken off the field, and the Edmonton Elks will start 1st and 10 at their 39. 5:13 to go. 3 receivers near side. Handoff, backfield, stopped. Riders, the 4, get home and tackle up.
I don't understand this. If I'm McSimic, first of all, if I'm the head coach, I'm pissed at McSimic right now. Why would you run this football? You need a 5-yard play. And it's clear all game, the one thing you're not going to get 5 yards on is with the run game. Why would you run the ball when you're down 2 scores? You need a 5-yard play. Quick dink and dunks. That's what you need to do. And now you're back in a 2nd and 10. And watch the Riders. They're going to rush 4. They're going to put 4 linebackers at the sticks, and they're going to force Cody low.
Baldonado and Saunders made the play. It's 2nd and long for Edmonton. Fajardo back to pass, flushed out of the pocket. Now he's going to take off. Flag comes out. Fajardo hits the dirt, slides up to the 50-yard line, which would be good for a first down, but I think this is coming back.
Yeah, you needed a Herculean effort here. You got a hold on Mike Rose. So you're going from 2nd and 10 to 2nd and 20. Dave, I'll let you call the Riders' defense. That's what you're going to get, right? They're not setting themselves up for success on first down. They deserve to lose this game. 5 minutes left. You haven't had any success on running the football, and you're going to run the football.
2nd and 20. I'm honored and terrified at the same time that you think I can call a Rider defense.
Oh, you can. Hey, my son Luther can call this defense.
4 down linemen for the Riders on this 2nd down play for Cody Fajardo and the Edmonton Elks offense. Back at their 29-yard line, Fajardo back to pass. Feels the pressure, goes far side. Now he's going to try to run it, throws it up at the last minute, and it's caught by the Elks across the 45, and that's going to be close to the first down, as coming down with it is the running back, Justin Rankin.
So the one good thing I will say that Jordan McSimic does here is he overloads one side of the offense. So what does that do? It forces the Riders to get into more of a man situation because they're not going to play zone if the Elk have 4 or 5 guys on one side, right? So it gives them a chance. Fajardo buys himself a ton of time, and it was a good catch and run at the end to get about 3 more yards to even give this an opportunity to be 3rd and 1.
Moose Creek Red Angus, 3rd down gamble. Elks under center, a little delay, and they're going to get the first down up near their own 50-yard line with 3:16 and counting to go in the fourth quarter.
If McSimic calls a run here on first down, I'm going to throw this water bottle from this.
Really?
Well, no, because I'd hit somebody in the,
yeah, that's what I'm thinking. So first down for the Elks after the play, but the 3-minute warning has come up, and we'll take it. 21-11, Saskatchewan leads the Edmonton Elks tonight at Mosaic Stadium. The conclusion is coming up next. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Seed Hawk air drills and precision delivery air carts from Vaterstad combine precision, capacity, and flexibility to maximize your growing potential. Experience seamless control with the Icon wireless control system. Achieve precise seed and fertilizer placement with Phoenix 3 metering. And with sectional control, optimize your inputs and reduce waste for maximum efficiency. See your Vaterstad dealer or visit vaterstad.com to learn more.
Hey, Dig Safe Doug here. I love to dig. And when it comes to digging, we prairie dogs are naturals. But I want to make sure that when you dig safe. No matter what kind of project you're working on, we're talking at a huge construction site or just in your backyard, you got to find out where the underground lines are. And getting a line locate's the only way to know for sure. Keep your projects on track. Plan before you dig.
Dig safe. Dig like Doug. Learn more at digsafesask.com.
Every moment of Rough Rider football is here. This is where the Saskatchewan Roughriders play. The 620 CKRM Co-operators Rider Broadcast Network.
The 3-minute warning is brought to you by Brett Young. In the final minutes or the middle of the growing season, performance matters. Find your winning canola hybrid at brettyoung.ca. And how about this? A festive rider light show in the stands where fans were able to log in with a QR code on their phones, and now the phones are part of the show. This is pretty cool. There are some stadiums in the league that I would not want to see them turn the lights out for fear that they may not come back on. But at Mosaic Stadium, I'm fairly confident that that's going to be the case here momentarily.
I'm pretty sure we're going to have, like in the wrong hands, this program could steal a lot of data,
Come on.
Like
we're all in the Christmas.
I'm just saying, I'm not saying it's going to happen. I'm just saying, like, if this was a certain country that features a dictator, it's an easy way to get someone's data,
Here's what I'm going to tell you right now.
Get involved in this crowd engagement.
What I'm going to tell you right now, my friend, is if you weren't looking so good thanks to Colin O'Brien's Man Shop,
buddy.
I would
This is a sweet shirt,
say that
isn't
you might have been wearing an ugly sweater tonight, but that's not the case. What is the case is it's first down for the Riders. Fajardo dumps it underneath to Rankin. He's got some room to run up to the Riders' 50, finally going to be tackled by a pair of players, but not before he extends the football near the 45-yard line.
And finally, for the first time in the fourth quarter, Jordan McSimic dials up a first down play that makes sense. So that gives them a chance. You're now on the 46. Just keep doing that. That would, even if that play was covered down, Dave, it would have bought them 5 yards, right?
Yeah. So 1st and 10 for the Elks. 2:42 and counting to go. The Riders have a 10-point lead. Ball on the right-hand hash for Cody, who's in the shotgun. 3 receivers near side now. 1-man motions far side and Arkell Smith. Riders load the line. They bring the blitz. Fajardo finds it, though, and finds Smith on the far side, down right around the numbers of the 25-yard line for a big first down for Edmonton.
Yeah, and people are probably going to say, well, why would we blitz there? It's first down, right? And Edmonton, again, has been making some crazy decisions here. The blitz, though, hurts them, though, because it doesn't leave as many guys as they need back to defend against this pass. Cody puts it on his receiver, and all of a sudden, the Elk are on the 25.
1st and 10 for Edmonton. Middlemost scrambles to the line on the far side of the field. Hard count for Fajardo. Back to pass. Looks far side flat. That's complete to Rankin. He's got room to the 20. 15 finally. Going to be upended at the 13-yard line, but well inside the Ashdown Furniture and Interior red zone.
Now Miximix humming. So what he does here, Riders are still rushing 4, but he brings in a receiver to add to the blocking surface. So you essentially have 6 blocking 4. That gives Cody time to finally throw the football. He finds a target, and they're 1st and 10 on the 13.
Inside the Ashdown Furniture and Interior and Moose Jaw red zone, all your indoor and outdoor home furnishing needs and a full line of appliances. Fajardo calls out the cadence, back to pass. Riders bring pressure up to the back of the end zone. Touchdown Edmonton. Dunbar Jr. hauls it in, and the Edmonton Elks are back within 4 of the Saskatchewan Roughriders.
Riders sent pressure, and Edmonton blocks it up, which leaves it one-on-one. You've got Tavon Campbell versus Stephen Dunbar Jr. in the back of the end zone, and the Elk cash. Wow.
Point after attempt to come. Do you think by any chance that exercised some demons from Cody Fajardo into that north end zone and that goalpost?
You see how high he put the ball. It was an arching lob.
Blanchard's kick after is good. And it's now 21-18. The Saskatchewan Roughriders leading with 1:56 to go. And the Riders all week talked about finishing out a football game, and they have been unable to do that as they've lost all kinds of momentum here in the second half. And now we'll have to scramble to find some with 1:56 to go.
So if you're the Edmonton Elks, let's dial up a play that's going to succeed here on first down. Let's try to get the Riders back. And if you're the Riders, hey, like let's go and try to find some magic that we had here in the first half.
With a
How
minute,
do we dial up one of those corner routes on second if it's 2nd and 7+, right? So there's a lot of game left here, though, Dave. It's 1:56. I mean, there's a ton of game left.
I was going to ask, would you contemplate at all an onside kick if you're Edmonton?
No way. No way, because your defense has been playing all right.
Well, the Riders are anticipating one as they've got the hands team out. Keyshawn Johnson, of course, he made the catch last week in BC. The Elks are huddled up right at midfield. The Riders do not have a deep returner back.
I don't think the Elks are kicking this onside. I think if they are, they're making a terrible decision. It doesn't look like they are because there's no offensive or defensive lineman on there. Yeah, they're going back, and it's going to send number 88, Dante Myers, back.
And now are we going to get a timeout? We've got the officials converging to talk this one over with 1:56 to go. That drive, 8 plays started on the Elks' own 39-yard line. So the Elks going to take a delay of game penalty that pushes them back to their own 20-yard line now. Again, that touchdown drive, 8 plays, started on Edmonton's own 39-yard line, 4 first downs. Took 3:30 off the clock and ended with a pass from Cody Fajardo into the arms of Stephen Dunbar Jr. for 13 yards.
You know, when it rains, it pours. Bad teams find ways to lose. This is the last thing that they needed, is a penalty.
Riders still anticipate short, but it's going to be a kick all the way deep into Rough Rider territory. It's a live ball. Keyshawn Johnson is going to fall on it, sit on it at the 31-yard line, and just allow himself to be tagged. Wow. So the Riders have the ball, not bad field position, all things considered, just covering all bases.
Well, more importantly, for the Edmonton Elks to take a penalty there, they were in a bad spot. The fact that Keyshawn Johnson didn't get any yards when he covered the ball up is good for them, right? This puts the Riders back. That could have been a suicidal. And here's the other thing, too. It's 21-18. Brett Lowther missed a kick early in this game. They'd be up 5 right now to where the Edmonton Elks would have to, right now, to score tie the game. All the Elks need is a field goal.
66 yards on the kickoff, no return. 1st and 10 Riders. 1:53 to go in the ball game. They're on their own 31-yard line. Receiver in motion, far side. Elks load up the line. Handoff goes to Ouellette. Big hole as he hurdles a man across the 35, up near the 36. Going to be a gain of about 5 as Ouellette drops the ball in frustration.
Yeah, well, the Elks are just selling out now. This is the same call they've made here consistently. They're adding a linebacker, so they got a 5-man surface, just trying to stop the run. They do okay. 2nd and 5, though, is a tough call against the Riders because of their ability to operate in the slot. And also, A.J. Ouellette is decent into the flats, right? So the Riders are going to have a lot of options. If I'm the Edmonton Elk, one of the things that I might think about doing is blitzing here just to force a quick throw, right? You can cover down a quick throw if you can funnel it into a certain area.
Looked like a timeout was taken, Luke, for Rethink BioClean Regina. Reuse, refuel, rethink with BioClean as your restaurant's experts. 2nd and 5 for the Riders. Harris back to pass, looks to the near side. That's caught. Keyshawn Johnson's got it and has got a first down for Cooperators Bazandowski Insurance and Financial Services, your first choice for insurance.
That's a terrible call by JC Sheret. The Elk come out here. They waste the defender by adding 5 and not rushing the defender that's added to the line of scrimmage. And then, because of the defense they play, Keyshawn Johnson finds a one-on-one against Joel DeBlanco, the backup linebacker. What a terrible call from JC Sheret.
1st and 10 for the Riders. They'll take the first down as the Clock stops with 1:45 and counting as Keyshawn went out of bounds. Ball on the Riders' 44. Elks load up the line. Handoff still to A.J. Ouellette. Got room on the left side. Across midfield into Edmonton territory. Finally tackled at the 49-yard line with a big fist pump from Thor.
Yeah, the key to run game is persistence, right? Edmonton adds, and they get a great blocking surface from the new left guard, Noah Zur and Logan Ferland. Combo block to the second level, and that's what gets A.J. Ouellette room at the line of scrimmage, and he does the rest. Again, it's persistence.
17 yards on the carry. First down, Riders. Clock counting down. 1:24 to go in the ball game. Riders in front by 3. 4 receivers far side. Ouellette gets the ball again, but he's going to be stopped right away as Jared Brinkman is in there with some help from, it looked like maybe Niles Morgan coming up and making the stop, so it's going to be second and long.
Edmonton's selling out. You know, A.J. Ouellette there after a 17 run, he's probably tired. I wouldn't have mind seeing Mario Anderson getting a carry there, right? Granted, you want ball security too. 2nd and 10 now. JC Sheret, the defensive core, it's going to be hard to screw this up. Do you leave your 4 defensive linemen to rush? They've had a little bit of success. The one thing I'm not doing, though, is I'm not putting a 5-man surface on there and sucking up a linebacker and essentially wasting the position.
3 receivers near side for the Riders. Harris looks that way, pumps once, can't find anyone, sprints to the right. And now he's going to be dropped for a quarterback sack down at about the 49-yard line as he just couldn't find anyone. The Riders right now are without in the receiving core Del Duncan Busby, Samuel Emelis. Neither were on the field for that play, and the Riders will have to kick the ball away with 51 seconds to go.
Yeah, they need a high lobbing kick from Joe Couch. You got 51 seconds and no timeouts. So the advantage obviously here is Saskatchewan's because they're going to get to play just deep and dare Cody to throw long.
Well, the clock is going to tick down. 10 seconds on the play clock, 40 seconds on the game clock. Joe Couch stands back at his 45-yard line to launch this one. The Elks have 2 returners back inside their 5-yard line to make sure they don't give up a rouge. End-over-end kick. Comes to the near side. Nice job by Joe Couch. Will pin the Elks inside the 10, down at their 6. For Joe, that's his 3rd kick inside the 10-yard line this season. None more timely on that 45-yarder.
Yeah, you're right. Just when they needed a great kick out of Joe Couch, they get it. And now, I'm not going to be surprised if this game ends on an interception here from Cody Fajardo. They're going to have to force themselves to go long here. They got 24 seconds. The crowd is going to be just ballistic at this point. You got to give your opportunities here to the playmakers that you have at wide receiver, right? You're going to have to throw a couple jump ball scenarios here.
24 seconds to go. 1st and 10 for the Elks on their 5. Looking for a Christmas miracle at Mosaic. Fajardo back to pass. Here comes the Russ. He pulls it down and now is going to go for a run. Hits the deck after the 15. And the Riders are going to be given a 15-yard penalty as Fajardo was contacted after he gave himself up.
Yeah, he gave himself up and he got clipped by, I think, let's see who it is. Yeah, it's Tavon Campbell coming over the top. What Tavon was doing, he was just trying to get hands on him.
Saskatchewan at 26. We're going to go up 15 yards from the end of the play. Automatic first down.
18 seconds left. Ball moves up.
They just need a field goal, Dave.
The fans infuriated as they show the replay on the Maxtron. But they're still on their feet. 18 seconds to go. Ball on the 32 of Edmonton. Fajardo in the gun, 3 receivers near side. Trying to overcome the noise from the crowd, and now we've got whistles sounding. Don't forget, the CFL Replay Center can intervene when they see instances where penalties should or should not have been called. And here comes Ben Major to talk to head coach Cory Mace. And we're going to find out whether or not he can challenge this. Of course, the challenges and replay reviews are brought to you by Mazank Fuels, proudly serving the ag community across southern Saskatchewan with reliable bulk fuel delivery and all your oil needs. Trust local, trust Mazank. Let's find out as Ben Medger is going to address the crowd.
Saskatchewan is challenging the last ruling of roughing the passer. They believe there should not be a penalty. The replay center will review this play.
So the play will go under review. As you heard, Cory Mace is 1 for 4 in his challenges.
Not a great vote of confidence here. I don't know.
John, you're saying yes? Hit the elbow? John says yes. John Hoffman, our great stats man.
Listen, I'm not the one person in this whole building I'm not going to argue with. It's John Hoffman. Yeah, he does. Yeah, it's like a flying Macho Man Randy Savage elbow, you know?
So they say the call is going to stand. So it's the first down again for the Elks. 18 seconds, and John was right on the mark as there was an elbow to the face mask of Fajardo. First and 10 Edmonton from their 32. Fajardo to pass. Here comes the pressure. The Riders get home. It's a Quill Plains Chevrolet sack. As the Riders get home, it's Shane Ray again.
Yeah, so the Riders employ 5 pass rushers. So what that does in an already leaky offensive line situation for Edmonton is it forces every one of their offensive linemen to be in a one-on-one. And all of them lose.
Clock counting, 5 seconds to go. Fajardo gets the snap off and he's back to pass again. Here comes the pressure, spins away, taken down again. A Quill Plains Chevrolet sack for your Saskatchewan Roughriders. It's Micah Johnson getting home to the quarterback to wrap up the football game. Quill Plains Chevrolet, Buick, GMC, and Wadena taking down high vehicle prices. Drive a little, save a lot at Quill Plains. The fireworks go off. And the Saskatchewan Roughriders were going to have a turkey dinner with all the trimmings as they score a 21-18 victory over the Edmonton Elks tonight at Mosaic Stadium. Coming up, we will head inside the locker room, break down this victory like no one else can with head coach Cory Mace as well as our game stars. The Unsung Hero and Happy Honker Awards will be handed out. Not to mention, we want to hear from you, Rider Nation. It is the Echo Sound Radio Roundtable coming up, as we'll join Teagan Witko momentarily. But Luke, the defense came to play when they had to.
Yeah, they really did. It was an impressive night, start to finish, for this defensive line. I love the call from Coach Mace, the play before, rushing 5. Just put all of their offensive linemen in a bind because of the one-on-one situations, and then just let them go do their thing. This was really a dominant performance from this defensive front. How many sacks, John? How many sacks we got?
There was a couple in there, my friend.
A lot. So, yeah, this night belonged to that defensive front. In close games, your defense is going to have to close you out, and nothing's better than seeing the closers be the defensive line, the big guys up front.
To answer your question, 8 quarterback sacks tonight, Luke. 2 for Micah Johnson, 2 for Shane Ray, 2 for Malik Carney, 1 for CJ Rivas, and 1 for AJ Allen, as the Saskatchewan Roughriders will improve to 6-1 with the victory tonight, while the Edmonton Elks will reel as their record will fall to 5-1, looking for more answers, and maybe there will be more questions in Edmonton next week.
Just some
when it comes to who plays at quarterback.
Oh no, they found their quarterback. Cody. I thought Cody played well in under the circumstances, but their coaches got to help them out. Some of these play calls were just atrocious.
All right, let's go down on the field for Ritchie Brothers Auctioneers and Teagan Witko.
I'm here with AJ Allen. Now, AJ, you really set the tone with that first sack. And if I'm counting right, there's 6 sacks for the team in total. So walk me through that play and how much that meant to the crew on the sideline there.
I mean, it's always important to start fast. So, we've dribbled pressure. It worked out. And keep running to the football and good things happen. So thank you, Micah Johnson, for missing. Bless me with one right there. I appreciate you, dog. That's what happens. Just keep running the football. Good things happen.
So physicality has been a big topic of discussion, particularly coming off that first loss of the season to Calgary. So how do you feel you performed physically tonight?
I mean, as a team, I think we did a great job. I don't know how many yards they had rushing, but it wasn't many. And no, we were locked up, especially on a short week. I'm really proud of everybody, how we came together and decided to, really go back to Rider football and stopping the run and doing what we do. So, no, it's really important. It sets the tone for the whole game for sure.
All right, well, enjoy the win here, AJ. Thanks for this.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Back to you guys.
Thanks so much, Teagan Witko at field level. Again, the final score on the Quality Tire scoreboard, 21 Saskatchewan, 18 Edmonton. Quality Tire with 9 locations across Saskatchewan and at qualitytire.ca. Hang tight. The fifth quarter post-game show is next on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
At Redhead Equipment, come check out our lineup of Platinum Super B grain trailers and tri-axle hopper trailers. These Platinum grain trailers are the most durable, most configurable, and the highest revenue trailers on the market, with excellent standard features and fully customizable options. Got some grain to haul? We're here to do whatever it takes. Check out our lineup of Platinum grain trailers today at your local Redhead Equipment. Redhead Equipment, making tracks since 1948.
At the cabin or on the farm, Access Rural Internet gives you speed and service you can rely on. Right now, get Access Rural Internet for as low as $69.95 a month for 24 months, including free service calls by our local techs, a free Wi-Fi router, and a strong, reliable signal matched by our strong, reliable customer service. Great service is never far away with Access Rural Internet. Visit myaccess.ca to book your free site survey.
Premier Scott Moe.
As you drive home from the Rider game or drive anywhere in Saskatchewan, you're going to run into some highway construction. Your Saskatchewan Party government is always improving our highways to make them safer for you and your family. We've already repaired nearly 22,000 kilometers of highways, and we'll improve another 1,000 kilometers this year. So watch out for the orange zones and please slow down so everyone can stay safe. Your Saskatchewan Party government, delivering for you.
A message from your Saskatchewan Party Caucus.
The Rough Rider and Children's Hospital Foundation's lottery is back, and it's a game changer. Picture yourself in a sleek new Porsche, or toes in the sand in stunning Greece, with 10 spectacular grand prizes, and your best chance to win $1 million. The life you've imagined is closer than ever. Over 1,000 epic prizes, from luxury vehicles, bucket list vacations, to fantastic rider prizes. Support Saskatchewan kids. Get your tickets now at riderschildrenslottery.ca. Please play responsibly. Lottery license LR250022.
If you're going to upgrade to a new combine, don't take half measures. Go all the way with this limited time offer on the Kloss Lexion 8600 Combine and the Convio Flex Draper Header. Now through July 31st, get 3.45% financing for 24 months when you purchase both together. An unbeatable deal that delivers big savings, legendary Kloss performance, and lower cost of ownership. But hurry, inventory is limited. Contact your Kloss dealer or visit klosssavings.ca. That's CLAAS savings.ca. Offer valid in Canada only.
Your lottery ticket dispatches the crew that's airborne within minutes. Your lottery ticket powers the helicopter that's equipped with life-saving technology. Your lottery ticket is someone's lifeline. Stars Lottery. Your ticket fuels our mission to provide critical care anywhere. And you can win millions with Lucky Stars 50/50 and Stars Daily Cash. 40 years, one mission. Get your tickets today at starslottery.ca. Lucky Stars 50/50 license LR250009 and Stars Daily Cash license LR250010. Saskatchewan only. 18 plus. Please play responsibly.
Let's go, farmers. Time to huddle up. DeKalb's canola lineup just got deeper with our 800 series Liberty Link hybrids, bringing solid yield potential with Straight Cut Plus, club root resistance, and the Liberty Link herbicide system. DeKalb has a hybrid that fits every field. If you haven't scouted the 800 series yet, it's time to get it in your lineup. Talk to your rep, retail, or visit DeKalb.ca to find your fit. Always read and follow label directions.
The final gun is sounded. The outcome is in the books. Now it's time to break it down with analysts who have been in the trenches. See our game stars live from the Roughriders locker room, and head coach Cory Mace will join us with his thoughts. This is the fifth quarter postgame show on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network. Have something to say? Text 306-936-6262 to share your analysis with our team. Now, back to Justin Dunn, Teagan Witko, Dave Thomas, and Luc Mullinder.
Ooh, that was much closer than Rider Nation would have hoped. The Riders 21-18 victors over the visiting Edmonton Elks, and Cody Fajardo making his return to Mosaic Stadium. Welcome inside the Steffes Auctioneers broadcast booth, selling land and the equipment to farm it Find out more at steffisgroup.com. That was a close one, down to the wire. Cody Fajardo takes off, gets hit by Tavon Campbell, adds 15 yards, but then Shane Ray and Micah Johnson back-to-back sacks for the defense to seal this one up. And you can listen to all the highlights right here, right now, courtesy your post-game rewind, brought to you by Prairie Gun Traders in Avonlea. For all your hunting and shooting needs, visit prairieguntraders.ca.
7-yard approach, foot on ball, end over ender, and we're underway. Fajardo's in the gun, Rankin the lone back in the backfield. Takes the handoff, throws it, now pulls it down, and then he gets brought down. Micah Johnson gets the big sack. 15-yard attempt coming off the foot of Vincent Blanchard. Good snap, good hold, and it goes through, and Edmonton takes their first lead of the ball game. 2nd and 3 for the Riders at their 47. Ball in the middle of the field. 4 down linemen for the Elks. Backfield empties. Harris to throw. Has a man. It's Emelis. He's got it. Down to the 30. Takes a step back towards the middle to the 25. Diving down to the 20-yard line of the Edmonton Elks. Lots of yak yards there. No receivers in the pattern. Stevens to his right to the goal line. No signal. Nothing yet. Elks say no. And the officials look like they're going to agree as it looks like Tommy Stevens was held out of the end zone. Fajardo barks out the cadence. Riders bring the blitz. Fajardo, he's gets wrapped up and gets away. Now he's scrambling far side. Tackled even further back. The Riders get home. Another sack all the way back at the 25-yard line as A.J. Allen gets home. 1st and 10, Saskatchewan at the 15 of Edmonton. Left-hand hash. Harris flips it underneath. That's Samuel Emelis out of the backfield to the 10, 5, end zone to the 1. Touchdown, Riders! Samuel Emelis runs it in for the Riders. 51-yard attempt. Coach on the knee, takes the snap, puts it down. Lothar drives it, and it's good. Edmonton crowds the line as the Riders approach. Harris back to pass, looks to the near side, throwing it up, and it's caught. Samuel Emelis up to the Riders' 49-yard line. Nice pitch and catch for Saskatchewan, 34 yards.
They are absolutely.
3 receivers far side. Here comes the Elks pressure. Harris has time, now throws it. It's complete far side to Dante Myers. Makes a man miss. 35, 30, still on his feet and stumbles down to the 25-yard line. 2nd and goal for the 8 from the Riders, right hash. Harris to pass, far side, end zone, touchdown, Riders! Keyshawn Johnson, Merry Christmas with his 2nd touchdown of the season. 2nd and 14, Fajardo takes the snap in the gun. Here comes the pressure, and Malik Carney gets home for another sack, his 2nd of the night. Trailing by 14, Riders show blitz and bring it. Here they come. Fajardo tries to get away and won't. The Riders get home. It's another C.J. Rivas QB sack. 46 is 3rd of the night. High snap put down nicely by Couch, and Lothar nails it through. 2nd and 10 Edmonton from their own 53. Fajardo to pass. Can't find anyone. Does his patented spin in the backfield. And it's a wide open man near side. It's Julian Grant. And he breaks a tackle. And he's going to make the Riders pay all the way to the house. A 57-yard touchdown. Fajardo back to pass. Pressure comes. And he's going to be wrapped up again. It's another quarterback sack. Shane Ray that gets home for his 2nd sack of the season. Fajardo calls out the cadence, back to pass. Riders bring pressure up to the back of the end zone. Touchdown, Edmonton. Dunbar Jr. hauls it in. 1st and 10 Edmonton from their 32. Fajardo to pass. Here comes the pressure. The Riders get home. It's Shane Ray again. Gets the snap off, and he's back to pass again. Here comes the pressure. Spins away. Taken down again. For your Saskatchewan Roughriders, it's Micah Johnson getting home to the quarterback to wrap up the football game.
Those were your highlights of the Riders' 21-18 victory at Mosaic Stadium tonight over the visiting Edmonton Elks and Cody Fajardo. Saskatchewan improves to 6-1 while the Elks drop to 1-5. Lots coming up in your 5th quarter post-game show. We'll hear from head coach Cory Mace outside the Roughriders locker room. You can see him live there at sportscage.com. Our stream is ongoing. Plus, we'll have our offensive and defensive game stars, unsung hero of the game, and Dave Thomas's favorite segment, the Happy Honker. So don't you go anywhere. Keep it right with us right here. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
B&A Petroleum is a Southern Saskatchewan family-owned business that's there for you. They've been supporting their clients for over 30 years with locations in several communities throughout the southern part of the province. B&A Petroleum is available for all your bulk fuel and lubricant needs, with propane at selected locations Monday to Friday. And don't forget, their Cardlock location is accessible 24 hours for your convenience. B&A Petroleum. Fuel you once, fuel you forever.
The Rough Rider and Children's Hospital Foundation's lottery is back, and it's a game changer. Picture yourself in a sleek new Porsche, or toes in the sand in stunning Greece, with 10 spectacular grand prizes, and your best chance to win $1 million. The life you've imagined is closer than ever. Over 1,000 epic prizes, from luxury vehicles, bucket list vacations, to fantastic rider prizes. Support Saskatchewan kids. Get your tickets now at riderschildren'slottery.ca. Please play responsibly. Lottery license LR250022.
Powerful, reliable, cutting edge. Massey Ferguson 9S Series tractors deliver the performance you need with a kicker. They do it without overcomplicating your job or adding extra expenses. Count on user-friendly operation and an industry-leading low cost of ownership, because you deserve more bang for your buck. Learn more about the Massey Ferguson 9S Series at masseyferguson.com or visit us at KMK Sales in Humboldt.
Your Cooperator's advisor can help find life insurance that suits your lifestyle. Like the Let's Keep Granny's Cottage in the Family plan. Talk to a local advisor today about life insurance designed to fit your life and give you greater peace of mind.
Looking for a local Cooperator's advisor? Give Jeremy Saxby in Regina a call at 306-359-2699 and see the difference a personalized plan makes. Cooperators, investing in your future together.
In the toughest moments, real pros shine. Fire, flood, mold. Winmar Property Restoration Specialists are always in the trenches, cleaning up messes and restoring homes across Canada. Like our green team on the goal line, we don't quit till the job's done. Big or small, Winmar tackles it all. Winmar, we're coming through for you. Visit winmarregina.ca today.
Snap goes back to breaking down the game film with you riding shotgun. This is the fifth quarter postgame show. Join our analysts now. Watch at sportscage.com. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Well, I can't wait to hear from Rider Nation, because I've been told, Luke, that you should never criticize a victory. And the Riders 21-18 victors tonight here at Mosaic Stadium. And let's go back to those three keys that you put on paper. And they all came down and were effective in this contest, or into effect in this contest.
Yeah, when you have a struggling team, it really comes to the internal focus, right? It's not about the opponent, it's about us. You knew that Edmonton was going to give their best effort. Not only did they have a quarterback that was starting that Jordan McSimic wanted to throw the football with, but more importantly, they were coming off a bye, so they were going to be rested and they were going to be prepared. So you really had to strip it down to the basics. The first key was execution. I thought that the offense came out and executed well, especially when they needed to close a game out here in the fourth quarter. But more importantly, I mean, you saw tremendous execution, especially up front. It was bully ball for the defensive line versus their offensive front. I felt we did a good job of exposing some weaknesses. The second key was communication, and I think there were some times where Edmonton would load up the box, and you needed A.J. Ouellette and you needed the offensive line to be in sync when it came to where the protection was sliding to or going to, where the middle linebacker was going to be, who was blocking the safety that may be coming down. So I felt the communication was there. And then then obviously our bonus key, the third key, we didn't want to see that pirouette to the outside too many times. We knew Cody Fajardo was his go-to. Unfortunately, we saw it twice, and one of the pirouettes to the outside was for a touchdown. So that's why we stressed you needed to as a defensive lineman. And again, there wasn't too many mistakes they made, but you always have to focus on a quarterback like Cody Fajardo who likes to spin to the outside. You always got to focus on that upfield shoulder if you're coming from this way, because that is where you're going to be able to stop the spin to the outside. Because if you're looking at the inside shoulder, you're going to get low, and that's what enables the spin. So we saw a couple spins to the outside that gave us some PTSD, but more importantly, saw great execution, especially when it mattered in the fourth quarter when the Elk looked like they could get themselves back in the game. And I think that one of the things that they did really well today, you didn't see any assignment busts. They communicated well as a front. And again, you didn't know what you were going to get to see from the Elk, right? They had 2 weeks to prepare. You knew they were going to throw some wrinkles into this game. You knew Cody Fajardo was going to provide a little bit of a spark. It was a good win.
So there you go, the recap of Luc's 3 keys, Justin, and again, all played a factor here in tonight's ballgame.
Definitely did, especially the pirouette that he did not want to see. Didn't really happen. It led to a sack, actually, on the last play of the game where Micah Johnson got Cody Fajardo to the turf to seal the Riders' 21-18 win. Fellas, I just want to check. Is Cory Mace ready to go? He is not. So let's take a break. We'll come back, and hopefully head coach Cory Mace will be ready, or one of our offensive or defensive game stars. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
If you want to optimize yields and profits, you need the power of PRS technology from Western Ag. An accurate measure of the soil's power to release nutrients, a customized crop plan, a complete understanding of the best crop options for your fields, and a network of professional agronomy consultants. That is the power of PRS technology from Western Ag, helping you grow more profit.
Go to growmoreprofit.com and sign up your farm for soil sampling. Early booking discounts apply until September 15th.
Let's face it, summer comes with its fair share of hiccups, sunburns, storm clouds, bug bites, and curfews. The good news? The fun's still on with SaskTel Internet. Enjoy fast, reliable internet that powers movie marathons, online gaming with friends, virtual reality adventures, and more. Visit SaskTel.com/summer and sign up today.
Complete your application field goals with the new AB640 90-foot air boom applicator from Salford. The AB640 has 22% more coverage per pass, getting you to the goal faster. Spend more time on the drive and less time on the sidelines with double the capacity of most floaters. Check out the new AB640 at your local Salford dealer or online at salfordgroup.com. See them at RJ Sales in Wadena and at Mazer Group.
What a drive! And speaking of drives, out here in the prairies, you need a truck that can tackle anything, like the Ford F-150. To build a truck ready for any play, we ask the tough questions, like what if intelligent power could really go the distance and get you that first down? Get there with the available Power Boost full hybrid V6 engine and available Pro Power onboard built in, bringing the power of the game right to you. Ready for the job site, at the cabin, or anywhere you need it. Get your new 2025 F-150 at your Saskatchewan Ford store or Ford.ca today.
Most farmers plan to win. Strong inputs, smart strategy, no wasted plays. So why carry insurance that only shows up in garbage time? Global Ag Risk Solutions doesn't believe in farming scared. They believe in farming smart, with coverage that protects your input costs and your margin. When it's third and long and the season's on the line, you trust your game plan. You farm forward. Global Ag Risk Solutions. It's not just insurance, it's a strategy. Visit agrisksolutions.ca.
This is the fifth quarter postgame show. Watch the live stream and get the latest on your Saskatchewan Roughriders at sportscage.com. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
It's time for us to go down outside the Roughriders locker room. Head coach Cory Mace there. Coach, your team improves to 6-1, reclaims top spot in the West Division. How do you assess how this one went down against the Edmonton Elks?
It was. We're happy to walk away with it, man. I thought we started kind of slow, and then second half, I thought we came out with a little bit of passion, a little bit of heat, and then finding ways to turn it into a game, man. But ultimately, when we needed to make plays, we did. Shout out to the D-line. I thought they were humming all day, man. Didn't have to send much pressure, and they were able to get that done.
Your defense recorded 8 sacks on Cody Fajardo this evening, and you mentioned the defensive line there. Malik Carney had 2. Micah Johnson had 2. Shane Ray had 2. The other ones came courtesy the linebackers A.J. Allen and C.J. Rivas. Why was the defensive line able to get home so often on Fajardo?
I think a little bit it just kind of plays into the game, if we're up a couple scores and, they got to sit back there. Usually Cody's he's pretty good in being able to get a quick release and get rid of the ball quick. But even saying so in those situations, the guys were still able to apply pressure, which I thought was really nice. And then, ultimately in second and longer situations when they know he's got to drop back and sit back there, the boys were like piranhas tonight, man. They came away with 8, but there was, Cody got out of a couple. Excellent night for those guys.
It didn't look like you sent a lot of pressure, but it seemed like you mixed it in. Is that a fair assessment?
Yeah, just a little bit of a mix. When you got a D-line like that, you feel comfortable, being able to cover out some of the zones and allowing those 4 to go get it. And then, having the rotation of guys that we have, it's a luxury. So, you sprinkle it in there, obviously, every once in a while to catch them off guard. But, ultimately, I just didn't really think it was necessary. Those guys were disruptive, and that's all we talk about is just being disruptive. They did that with just them 4.
Coach, your receiving core suffered some injuries tonight. Samuel Emelis, Del Duncan Busby don't end the game. Do you have any updates? And maybe talk about Tommy Neal going in, taking some reps, and again, guys just making plays like I guess that's what the standard is.
Yeah, no doubt. No update yet. Just finished talking to the team, came straight to you guys. Look how important you guys are. I love that. But with Tommy Neal coming in, he was a guy we were really excited about when we signed him for agency. His playmaking ability is, we're waiting. He's the next one up. Everybody's had kind of their night, and we'll see if he's going to have more opportunity. But him coming back off of injury, depending on the results of what we get with Sam and Dell, perhaps he sees a more of a heavier workload. So. Super confident in him, but ultimately, we hope that those other 2 are okay.
There's going to be some happy drivers heading back to Langenburg, Saskatchewan, Coach. Of course, they came to cheer on their hometown guy, Noah Zare, who persevered. Again, everything that happened in training camp to now getting the start. I know you were happy for him to get into the lineup. How did you feel he performed?
Yeah, I thought he did a pretty good job. There was I think maybe one run or something early in the first half. That I think we got some penetration on the backside, but I think it was Brinkman or Serezna who are they're some of the best in the league. So other than that, man, I thought he played well, man, really really good, and it's a credit to him. Before the game started, I said, hey, you're living your dream, kid. He said, am I ever? So happy for him, proud of him, and happy for his hometown.
Coach Mace, you spend a lot of time with Mark Killam in Calgary on the staff there. You guys go head-to-head as head coaches in this one against the Elks. What was it like to, put it on the line, on the sidelines at least, game plan for each other, and then try to figure out what he was going to do to your team?
Yeah, it's if nothing else, man, it's always cool to see, guys you spent so many hours with, being able to have, some of these jobs. There's only 9 of them across the league, and, whether it's, us 2 or, RD or, what I mean? We've spent a lot of time with each other, and ultimately we know what it is. We'll try to rip each other's heads off each week if we have to, and that's what it is. But, after that, it's nothing but love. Darius, great job, kid. It's nothing but love. So, those guys, I thought they played hard for him too, man. Their whole staff over there, man, they got a lot of good ones, and, for whatever reason, it is what it is. But, they got some good players and some good coaches, man. So, the CFL, they'll be making tough games against people all year.
Trevor Harris put together his 10th straight game, completing 70% of his passes or more. What did you see from him in this one from the sideline?
Yeah, I mean, it's nobody's ever shocked about those kind of numbers, man. He's just he's pretty dialed. And then, knowing Trevor, as you guys know, and I'm sure if you talk to him, he's just going to say we have to be better. You know what I mean? Like, that's who he is. There's going to be throws he's going to want back and drives that he wants to finish. And we all want that. We expect the best out of everybody, just like they expect it out of us as coaches. We expect the best out of him, and he holds himself to the highest standard. So, he's going to keep pushing for that, man. But in saying so, he's still an excellent leader for us. I thought the offense was efficient for a majority of the night. Wish we cashed in on that 3rd and goal there, but it is what it is, man. They did more than enough to help us win this game.
You talked about it coming into the game, Coach, that you wanted to see that killer instinct from your team. Going into the fourth quarter, you're up 21-4. It finishes a 3-point football game. What do you need to see from your team going forward in the fourth quarter to knock these other teams out?
Yeah, just being able to, again, establish drives and finish them, we were 21-4. Can we put some more on the board? Defensively, I thought we were okay. And then, we had an explosion play that we gave up again. We hadn't given up one with a bust. I think they made a good play on us, but we knew we were going to give that up potentially. But they made an explosion play on busted blitz. We messed up the blitz aspect. We messed up the coverage aspect. And they scored a touchdown there. And then, late I probably could have given him a better call on that last touchdown. I think the Dunbar, I probably could have put him in something better. So, I'll eat that one. But we got to be better at closing these out. But when you can train through these things and come away with a win, man, that makes it a little bit easier.
A win's a win, man. Congrats on going to 6-1 and first place in the West Division.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate you.
That's your head coach, Cory Mace, from just outside the Roughriders locker room. And don't forget, you can tune into our live stream and see Coach along with our offensive and defensive game stars at sportscage.com. Wes, you heard Coach Mace talk about it there. He wants to see his team have that killer instinct. Being a former player, how do you go out and do that, especially in the fourth quarter?
Well, it's tough. You got to play like if they get the ball back, then they're going to go down and score. You got to understand that the best way to keep a team from scoring is just to possess the ball as an offense and go put points on the board. So I think the Riders have been struggling with that. I think their defense has definitely been don't break style. So when you have a defensive style like that, luckily the D-line got home as much as they did and kind of closed it out for the offense. But I wasn't too impressed with the way the offense kind of struggled to close out that game, especially having the lead against a team like Edmonton. Doesn't look good to have that type of situation on film, and as a solid offense, you need to be able to get points and move the sticks and possess the ball when everybody's tired, and that's late in the fourth quarter.
Cody Fajardo, for his part, yes, he got sacked 8 times, but didn't turn the football over. Finishes the game 26 of 33 for 346 yards, 2 touchdowns, no interceptions in this one, but it seemed like for the majority of the night, he was going uphill in terms of facing a long field against the Riders, in particular the one series who was backed up all the way against his own goal line. In this one, how would you assess his play? It was a major storyline coming into this one, first time back in Saskatchewan.
I was kind of surprised. I mean, he put up 350 in the air. They barely ran. He led the team with 4 rushes for 20 yards. Run game was non-existent, so it seemed like the Elks were definitely going to go ahead and put the ball in his hand and let him win or lose it. I think we still saw a lot of the typical Cody Fajardo, though. He gets off his first read and he wants to pull the ball down, reset his feet, do a little running around, pirouettes, as Luc Mullinder stated, and that's just not good football. It's not good quarterback play. So I commend him on his resilience and getting his team back into it, but still doing some of those Cody Fajardo drive-killing, sack-taking things that he's always done in his career. And I might have said it in the pregame, but at the end of the day, he's just not putting it all together front to back.
You mentioned drive-killing sacks, and Shane Ray had one of those. He's our defensive game star, brought to you by McDougall Auctioneers, official auction partner of the Saskatchewan Roughriders. Mr. Ray, 2 tackles, 2 sacks in this one. How did it feel to get that one late in the fourth quarter to help seal the win for the green and white?
Man, it was great. The whole game we were working, just trying to bring as much pressure as we could to get to them, and there were some times where I was getting close, but I just couldn't hit home. And to hit home in such a crucial moment, always as a pass rusher, to end a drive like that, it's amazing. I'm glad I could do that for my team and kind of close the game out in that sense.
You've been really heating up in terms of getting the quarterback on the ground over the last few weeks, Shane. What do you attribute that to?
Just work, man. I come in every day. I'm trying to get better, studying film, trying to figure out what I can do to help my team in any situation. Whatever Mace asks me to do, I try to be the best I can be. And, tonight, man, I got a great group of guys that I work with, as far as the D-line and the defense. And, we piggyback off each other. Scoop had a hell of a night. He had 2 sacks. Micah Johnson had 2 sacks. So, when we having a party like that, everybody wants to join in. And I was blessed to be able to go make plays as well. So it's just collective work, man. Collective work, film study, and just trying to be the best we can be.
Shane Ray, you were wonderfully articulate with us in the pregame show, and I thank you for your time in doing that. How satisfying is it that you were able to get so much pressure by just rushing 4, and what does that say about the group of defensive linemen with the Saskatchewan Roughriders?
Yeah, thank you for what you said as well. But I would say that, we have a group of guys that, Mike. I heard Micah say in an interview earlier this season, everybody can get a bucket in the sense of like basketball. Like everybody could take the shot. And you see, like I said, Scoop making big plays, Micah making big plays, Mike Rose making plays, and just rushing with those kind of guys that are always creating disruption. And to be able to do it with 4 and not have to blitz, it just says a lot about, the type of talent that we have across the board. And it just says a lot about the trust that Mace has in us as well to not have to blitz. So we're just trying to build on that every week. Every week we want to collectively get better as a defensive line and stack up as many sacks as we possibly can. If that is the key to, helping our secondary in the back end without having to bring an extra blitzer, then that's what we're going to do.
The 2 things you mentioned when we spoke, number 1 was you talked about bully ball, and number 2, the other thing that you talked about was the need to close out games. So if I go to the dictionary and I pull up bully ball, or if I go to the dictionary and I call it closing out games, am I going to see pictures of tonight's game for both?
Oh yeah, you're gonna see that. You're gonna see our D-line dancing around there on the bully ball picture. But yeah, man, we just try to bring a physical style of football out here in Saskatchewan. We want to be the most physical team every week, and we want to bring it to teams. And tonight was a night that we was able to really, show who we were as a defensive unit. And close it out, man. It was a hell of a game from all the guys, and we just worked hard to the last whistle. Obviously we got to be better at closing teams out and not letting it be close games at the end and keeping the suspense away. And that's what we're going to continue to work throughout the season is finishing guys when we got them down.
I got to know, Shane, you got, let's say, Cody Fajardo wrapped up for 2 sacks. Are you giving him a tongue lashing? Are you a guy that chirps a lot on the field? How are you in terms of that and giving it to the opponent?
Oh, man, I try to say that most of the time I don't say too much, but it's like once the trigger gets flipped, I turn into a different person. And, the energy just turns up. And, man, I don't know who that guy is, but, he's been playing football for a long time.
So you're quiet off the field, but you might get going on the field a little bit.
Oh yeah. It turns up. Mace has to kind of grab me a couple times and pull me back. But hey, that's what you want from your D line. You want a group of dogs who, hey, sometimes you got to tell them to pull back a little bit more than having to tell them, hey, go get it, because we're gonna go get it every time.
Indeed, you are. 8 sacks on the night, 6 of those coming from the defensive line. I'll get you out on this, Shane. It's your first year in Saskatchewan, with the Roughriders, part of Rider Nation. What's it been like for you to be living in the city of Regina, the province of Saskatchewan, and be ingratiated into Rider Nation?
Man, I honestly feel like it's been such a blessing to come here with the leadership that we have in Mace and the group, the guys that we're with is first off, is second to none. Our organization, the city and our organization does a hell of a job to take care of us and treat us great. We had a sold out crowd tonight. Our fans came and gave us so much love. So, for me coming here for my first time and just seeing how the city of Regina is supporting us and out there every game, man, it's not like this everywhere in the CFL, and I know that. And every day that we come out, we appreciate it. We play hard for all the fans in Regina. We give everything that we got because we know that here, we live for Rider Nation, and that's what it's about.
That's Shane Ray, your defensive game star for McDougall Auctioneers. 2 tackles on defense and 2 sacks, a critical one at the end of the 4th quarter to help seal this win for the Riders. Shane, enjoy the victory and becoming 6-1 and first place in the West Division.
Yes, sir. Thank you guys so much. I appreciate you.
Coming up on the other side, we'll hopefully have our offensive game star outside the Roughriders locker room. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
The all-new Case IH AF11 Combine provides productivity, technology, and efficiency. Powered by a 16-liter 775 horsepower engine and featuring a 567 bushel grain tank, this helps you cover more acres in less time. Take your harvest management to the next level with Case IH and the AF11 Combine. See your local Redhead Equipment for details. Redhead Equipment, making tracks since 1948.
Our man is down after that hard tackle. Looks like the medic's saying it's heat exhaustion. He's been moved off the field. Just been handed an update that they've taken him to the locker room where they apparently have a Napoleon Canadian-made air conditioner from Regina Plumbing and Heating running in there. Okay, fans, I know a Napoleon is the best AC there is, but I don't think that... And he's back on the field.
When the Saskatchewan Roughriders need to stay cool, they call Regina Plumbing and Heating to take care of all their air conditioning needs.
Your Cooperator's Advisor can help find life insurance that suits your lifestyle. Like the Let's Keep Granny's Cottage in the Family plan. Talk to a local advisor today about life insurance designed to fit your life and give you greater peace of mind.
Looking for a local Cooperators Advisor? Give Jeremy Saxby in Regina a call at 306-359-2699 and see the difference a personalized plan makes. Cooperators, investing in your future together.
Hey y'all, AJ here with my quarterback Trevor. You know every drive counts, right?
Yes, sir. That's why off the field we trust the Capital Automotive Group to get us there.
At Capital Ford and Capital GMC, man, those trucks are built like a solid O-line. Tough and reliable.
Need to go off-road? Crestview's Jeeps cut through anything, just like a strong run game.
Looking for luxury? Mercedes-Benz Regina is straight MVP material.
And when you want to move the chains, Titan's pre-owned lineup delivers every single time.
Capital Automotive Group. We drive Rider Nation. When we look out over the vast horizon of our province, we see potential. At Nutrien, we help feed the future right here in Saskatchewan to farms around the world by providing the resources farmers need to grow healthy, sustainable, and resilient crops. As a global leader in agriculture, we work every day to strengthen food security and drive innovation in farming. Because when farmers thrive, so do communities everywhere. Nutrien, from mine to farm to you. Nutrien.com/future.
We know what happened. Now let's talk about how it happened. Watch our analysts live at sportscades.com. This is the fifth quarter postgame show on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Back at Mosaic Stadium, 21-18, the Saskatchewan Roughriders defeat the Edmonton Elks tonight. And time for our Unsung Hero of the Award game brought to you by SEIU West. No benefits in your workplace? Get a union. Get Service Employees International Union West. Visit SEIUWest.ca and click join. And we've talked about the 8 sacks of the defensive line. So, yes, Shane Ray was our defensive player of the game, but that could have gone to Haba Baldonado, Malik Carney, Micah Johnson, Caleb Sanders, Ollie Sod, Lake Corte Moore, and Mike Rose all were a presence all night long, not to mention Benoit Marion. They're going to be a very happy group when they look at film tomorrow. So your unsung hero tonight, the defensive line, they combined for 8 sacks in total and all kinds of pressure, and really a nightmare for Cody Fajardo all night long. So your unsung hero, brought to you by SEIU West. No benefits in your workplace. Get a union. Get Service Employees International Union West. Visit SEIUWest.ca and click join. We'll go back down to the locker room in a moment. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the home of Rider Nation, the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Farming isn't easy. You need a partner you can depend on to deliver better outcomes no matter the challenge. At Massey Ferguson, we're committed to providing equipment solutions that deliver when it matters, ensuring you get the most out of every acre. From planting to harvest and every season in between, you can trust that with Massey Ferguson. Better outcomes are always within reach. Achieve better with Massey Ferguson. Stop by Parkland Farm Equipment in North Battleford or visit masseyferguson.com to start achieving better outcomes today.
Whether you're going down the road or spend your days down on the farm, you've got a lot to get done and a lot of miles to go. Knowing that UFA has you covered with one of Western Canada's largest card lock networks, bulk fuel delivery where you need it, a range of premium lubricants, and our exclusive Diesel X Gold fuel, means you have less to worry about. Visit one of over 100 convenient locations or ufapetro.com to find out more. From fleet to farm, we've got you covered.
Your lottery ticket dispatches the crew that's airborne within minutes. Your lottery ticket powers the helicopter that's equipped with life-saving technology. Your lottery ticket is someone's lifeline. Stars Lottery. Your ticket fuels our mission to provide critical care anywhere. And you can win millions with Lucky Stars 50/50 and Stars Daily Cash. 40 years, one mission. Get your tickets today at starslottery.ca. Lucky Stars 50/50 license LR2500009 and Stars Daily Cash license LR2500010. Saskatchewan only. 18 plus. Please play responsibly.
Does your Wi-Fi cut in and out, or sometimes simply disappear? Well, maybe your Wi-Fi isn't slow, it's just not smart. Access Smart Wi-Fi Plus boosts and optimizes the signal in your home for a fast, solid connection for the entire family. It even lets you be in control of your children's screen time and add filters for age-appropriate content. Fast, strong, secure. That's Access Smart Wi-Fi Plus. Learn more at myaccess.ca.
You know them as TM Auctions, but Terry McDougall and Tam Kostanek would like to introduce their new name, McBids. Now known as McBids, they will continue to proudly serve Saskatchewan. With over 50 years combined experience in the auction and appraisal industry, experience, trust, and transparency are words they live by, and they will continue to do so as they invite you to join them as they continue their journey as McBids. Give them a call at 306-262-6327 or visit mcbids.ca. McBids, same trusted team, bold new brand.
Snap goes back to breaking down the game film with you riding shotgun. This is the fifth quarter postgame show. Join our analysts now. Watch at sportscage.com. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Your Riders get the dub, 21-18 over the visiting Edmonton Elks. It's time to go down outside the Saskatchewan Roughriders locker room. And don't you forget, tune into our live stream if you want to see it in beautiful color at sportscage.com. Offensive Game Start brought to you by Quality Tire with 9 locations across Saskatchewan, qualitytire.ca. And it is Keyshawn Johnson, 11 targets, 9 receptions for 78 yards, and a key touchdown in this one. In fact, the game-winning points in this one from Keyshawn Johnson. Keyshawn, can you take us through that touchdown play? It looked like a corner ball from Trevor Harris to you.
Yeah, we had an underneath route and corner over the top, and Trevor laid the ball out there, and I seen it in the air. I had to go make the play.
Is this offense playing like the Mighty Ducks in the Flying V? Have the Mighty Ducks hat on our live stream. How are you guys feeling out there?
We got to finish. You know what I mean? We got to finish in the fourth quarter. We got to put some more points on the board as an offense, and you know what I mean? Keep executing the plays that coach calls.
Keyshawn, tell me about the feeling around the receivers right now. Obviously, you had some of your teammates go down with injury. That means opportunity to step up. But what was the conversation like?
You know, we have guys in the room. All our guys can make plays. So, you know, we're confident in all our guys and the next man up. You know what I mean? Obviously, we never want to see one of our guys go down, but we always have the next man up mentality. That's just how we work in our room.
I was talking to folks from Edmonton when they came in, and your name was brought up specifically in having a sneaky 425 yards receiving coming into this ball game. But you come up big when you need to. Tell me a little bit about your season and what your individual spot is within this offense, because there's a lot of people around the league that are afraid of what you can do.
Just, you know what I mean? I honestly just make the plays that I try to make every play that comes my way. That's, you know what I mean? That's something that I always was raised on, and from my brother and my dad, if the pass come to you, make the play, get open. That's just kind of how it works. But other than that, the coaches having faith in me, Trevor having faith in me, throwing me the ball, and, you know, that's obviously good too.
How strong are your hands? I know you love those contested catches, and you made a beauty tonight.
You know, I preach that. If the ball's my way, I feel like it's mine. So I gotta, you know what I mean, I gotta continue that, and you know what I mean, I work on that after practice, during practice. You know what I mean, no matter what, I never like to drop the ball.
Do you train with your hands to make them that strong in those situations?
Oh yeah, we do a contested catch drill after practice. Me and some of the guys in the room, we try to get all our guys just working on, you know what I mean, just making the hard play, not the easy ones.
Keyshawn, what's it been like for you to play with Trevor Harris, especially during this run? He has 10 straight games completing over 70% of his passes.
Trevor's the man. You know what I mean? That's what Trevor's going to do. He's going to make the right reads, and he's going to, you know what I mean, throw it to the right person during each play. You know what I mean? And sometimes if he doesn't, we got to make the play for him to keep it going. So, you know what I mean? It's all collective as an offense, and that's how we look at it.
After this game, Keyshawn, you lead the Riders in receptions with 39 on the season and receiving yards with 503, plus your 2 touchdowns tonight were your first 2 of the season. What's it been like for you coming up from the NFL and moving to Saskatchewan for the season, at least being here last year, and then this, your second year in Mark Mueller's offense and alongside Trevor Harris?
You know what I mean, just trying to get more comfortable each week. Each week to get more comfortable, learn from the guys that's been here, been in the league longer than me. And that's, you know what I mean, that's my main goal, to keep helping my team get wins.
What's it been like for you to make that switch from the NFL to come to the CFL? Was it an easy decision for you to continue playing football with the Riders?
Yeah, honestly, it was an easy decision. I still love the game, so still wanted to go out there and play, you know what I mean, and perform at a high level. And I felt like this was the best opportunity for me to go do that.
You know, I'm curious. It wasn't the most productive night for A.J. Ouellette on the ground when you look at his stat line, but the offense really stuck to running the football. Ouellette had 15 carries for 62 yards, a 4.1 yards per carry average. Was that part of the game plan to try to stick to the run to keep Edmonton honest?
We want to be a balanced offense. We want to be a balanced offense of guys that can run and pass the ball. So teams, you know what I mean? So teams have to play us honest. And, you know what I mean? That's the goal. We got to go in there and block his receivers, block his O-line, and do the things that we got to do to have AJ get what he wants.
That's Keyshawn Johnson, our offensive game star for Quality Tire. 9 receptions for 78 yards and the game-winning points in this one via a touchdown from Trevor Harris on a corner route. Keyshawn, enjoy the victory, improving to 6-1 in first place in the West Division.
Thank you.
That's Keyshawn Johnson. Now we send it over to Dave Thomas at Mosaic Stadium for his favorite segment on game day.
Get your horns ready, Saskatchewan. It's time for the McBids Happy Honker Award. Of course, a new name in auctions powered by experienced professionals. List your next auction at mcbids.ca. All right, Saskatchewan, it was Christmas in July here tonight. Who's having gravy with their turkey? If you are, honk. On the count of 3, Saskatchewan, it is the Happy Honker for McBids. Do you have gravy with your turkey? I know there's some on the TSN panel that won't, but this is up to you, Saskatchewan. Here we go on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, there's some people that have the gravy with the turkey, guys. So there you go. Plus, hey, in Christmas in July, just so you know, there's no calories either. It's a win-win for everybody. McBids brings you the Happy Honker, a new name in auctions powered by experienced professionals. List your next auction at mcbids.ca.
Dave, thanks for that. That does it for the fifth quarter post-game show. Great call in this one, Mr. Thomas, as the Riders improved to 6-1. We'll talk to you next week from Montreal.
Absolutely, and I cannot wait. Again, you're not supposed to criticize a victory, but I can't wait to hear what Saskatchewan says, of course, on the Echo Sounds Radio Roundtable.
I would imagine, Rider Nation, they always got something to criticize. Rightfully so, just like the Riders looking at the film. Coming up, your calls and text messages on the Sports Cage Radio Roundtable. Get in on the action on the Echo Sound Hotline. 306-936-6262 or toll free 1-866-767-0620. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football, streaming on our YouTube channel at sportscage.com. The 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
If you're going to upgrade to a new combine, don't take half measures. Go all the way with this limited time offer on the Kloss Lexion 8600 Combine and the Convio Flex Draper Header. Now through July 31st, get 3.45% financing for 24 months when you purchase both together. An unbeatable deal that delivers big savings, legendary Kloss performance, and lower cost of ownership. But hurry, inventory is limited. Contact your Kloss dealer or visit ClossSavings.ca. That's CLAAS Savings.ca. Offer valid in Canada only.
Code GREEN25. With PlayNow.com, make any $10 sports bet using the code GREEN25 and get a $20 free sports bet. Say you bet $10 on baseball. Use the code GREEN25 and get a free $20 bet to put on the green and white. Or bet $10 on golf and get a free $20 bet to put on tennis. Restrictions apply. Details at playnow.com. Must be 19 plus. Use your game sense.
The bold just got bolder. Fendt is welcoming Rogator to introduce a game-changing sprayer to your farm. The all-new Fendt Rogator 900 series. Liquid Logic technology and enhanced precision you've come to know and love meets 3-year Gold Star customer care for unmatched confidence. Now that's growing bold. See the Fendt Rogator 900 series sprayer at Nick's Service in Emerald Park. nicksservice.com.
Huddle up, farmers of Rider Nation. This is your season to lead the league in yield, and DeKalb's here to back you up, delivering high yield potential, powerful weed control options, and the complete agronomic package, including Straight Cut Plus and Club Root Resistance. DeKalb's geared up to be your #1 canola seed. Hit the field with confidence. Talk to your rep, retail, or visit DeKalbCanola.ca/SK to lock in your starting lineup. Always read and follow label directions.
Have you ever thought, I need more power for grain drying? For anything on your farm, Croft Electric is here to help. Let Croft upgrade your farm service capacity. Call now. Let us take this off your plate so you can focus on your farm and be ready when you need the power. Trust our 27 years of experience, here for all your electrical needs, from generators to permanently installed holiday lights. Find us through all socials and croftelectric.com. Croft Electric. Do it right. Do it once.
Let's face it, summer comes with its fair share of hiccups, sunburns, storm clouds, bug bites, and curfews. The good news? The fun's still on with SaskTel Internet. Enjoy fast, reliable internet that powers movie marathons, online gaming with friends, virtual reality adventures, and more. Visit SaskTel.com/summer and sign up today.
The Rough Rider and Children's Hospital Foundation's lottery is back, and it's a game changer. Picture yourself in a sleek new Porsche, or toes in the sand in stunning Greece, with 10 spectacular grand prizes, and your best chance to win $1 million. The life you've imagined is closer than ever. Over 1,000 epic prizes, from luxury vehicles, bucket list vacations, to fantastic rider prizes. Support Saskatchewan kids. Get your tickets now at riderschildren'slottery.ca. Please play responsibly. Lottery license LR250022.
With coverage that goes where you go, GMS ensures the power and potential of the human spirit. Our health and travel insurance is designed to have your back through action and adversity, resilience and roadblocks, success and setbacks. So go, humans, go. We'll be here when you need us. GMS, coverage Canadians have counted on since 1949.
The only thing more iconic than Saskatchewan Roughrider football is your calls. Rider Nation, it's time to have your say. Be part of the Rider Nation Radio Roundtable. Text 306-936-6262 or call the Echo Sound hotline at 1-866-767-0620 to join our team of analysts. The Echo Sound Radio Roundtable starts now on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Oh, yes, it does. Your Riders victorious over the Elks, 21-18, improved to 6-1 on the season. It's time for the Sports Cage Radio Roundtable, brought to you by Echo Sound, your SaskTel authorized dealer in Fort Capel. Get the newest cell phone today with an amazing SaskTel rate plan. The lines are already buzzing, so let's hit him quick. Wesley Cates, Matt and Jackson are driving back to Saskatoon, saw the game. Matt and his son Jackson want to talk about the Christmas theme, Christmas in July. Matt and Jackson, what did you think about it?
Well, yeah, first of all, we're on the way back to Saskatoon. We're pretty pumped that the Riders are in first place. And it was actually the first game I've made this year, although we have season tickets. Jackson's made most of them. Yeah, the defense played unreal, but yeah, Jackson, my 10-year-old, had some feedback on the whole Christmas in July theme.
Let's hear it.
Okay, great game. Fans were nice and loud. The Christmas theme, I didn't really like that. I don't know why there's Christmas in July. I didn't really like that theme of type of game. I'd rather have Taylor Swift playing than Jingle Bells.
Not feeling the Christmas in July, huh, Jackson? You just want one Christmas. That's good enough for you. You must have a great Christmas. Your parents look after you on Christmas Day? Santa brings you a bunch of stuff, too?
Uh-huh.
Yeah. You don't need anything in the summer. There you go, Dad. All right, Chris, taking care of business. What'd you think about the football game, though?
The football game was really good. Like, D played awesome. Offense was good, too. That roughing the passer call at the end, I didn't really like that.
Yeah.
His head was up, like, as he was sliding, and Fajardo is not known for sliding.
Yo, preach, Jackson. Like, at that point, Cody Fajardo's a runner, and Tavon Campbell's just trying to get out the way. I know he hit him in the head, but the call was roughing the passer. Fajardo's not a passer at that point in time. He's a runner. No, C-Man Productions, Teagan Witko is not here yet, okay? If anybody saw that on the live stream. So, Jackson, you can call in any time along with your dad, Matt, there.
Mm-hmm. Thanks.
Safe travels back to Saskatoon, guys. Thanks for calling in.
Yeah, thanks, guys.
All right, let's keep it moving. Jackson bringing the energy with his dad, Matt, on the way back to Saskatoon. Ryan from Echo Beach wants to talk about Cody Fajardo boring in the first half. Please explain, Ryan.
Yeah.
Go ahead. You're on the air.
Holy, it's Ryan from Echo Beach today. And I'll tell you the difference between Alaska Sioux and Echo Beach is that the hills are still hilling, man. Walking up these hills, they'll get you. I don't know. I'll tell you a couple things if that's okay. You give me 2 minutes and then you can talk. If that's fine, let me ramble.
You got 2 minutes. Be good with it, though.
Hey,
bring the energy. Let's hear it.
I'm going to be great with it. If you Saskatchewan folks get a chance to go outside of the city, you got to look up. Because right now the stars are staring at me. And I don't know if it was the beers or the Rider win or, maybe some other, combination of beach things. But it's a good evening to have a Rider win. And the atmosphere in the city, I'll say it time and time again, is vibrant. It's alive. Like a good Rider win on a Friday night is never going to change anything bad about the city. So kudos on just to have what everyone wanted on a hot Christmas day. Turkey on the gravy. That's my second thing. Who doesn't want turkey on the gravy? Are you kidding me? Come on, folks. Let's go.
Yeah, that's about the only time I like gravy is on turkey. But go ahead, Ryan.
Okay, let's get to
you're down to a minute. Let's go. Pick it up.
No, we'll get to football. It's nice to see some sprinkles of Jesus back. I think it's one of the nicest ways to beat a quarterback who was your guy. We've had that in Saskatchewan time and time again. The Austins, the Burses, all of them, right? You come back. Who's going to boo? Who's going to win? Who's going to boo? Who's going to win? So nice to have him back. I'm running out of time here.
Yeah, you are. Man. You got 10 seconds. Make one last point.
I know.
Yeah, Cody.
You want to talk about Cody Fajardo being boring in the first half? Go. 30 seconds now.
Actually, just the Rider games in the last 2 games have been boring in the first half. Is it the heat? Is it the weather? What's going on? We need a bit more.
Hold up. You didn't like that Sam Emilus touchdown? Come on now.
No, it's okay, but I'm sorry, 4-1 after the first half on last game.
That's the first quarter, my man. 4-1 after the first quarter.
It's still not helping my CFL fantasy football picks. Can we get some more liveliness in our football game next game? Let's go. That's it. That's what I got. Go outside, look at the stars. Come on, Riders. Come on, people. Have a good time.
I don't know if I've ever seen 1-1 in a CFL game, though. That was pretty rough. But you saw my most outstanding Canadian baller today, didn't you, Dunk? I was talking about who was my most outstanding Canadian 6 games in, and then Sam Emilus comes out and gives me 113 on 6 catches with 6 targets. Let's go. What?
He's only played 4 games, bro.
And
A.J. Allen been balling all season.
You seen him? He just shrugs off 2 tackles, gets it in the zone. I do this.
Come on,
I do this.
You can't be productive in the tub. All due respect. No, Sam Emilus was balling. My man Wes just having a little bit of fun. If you want to get in on the fun, dial us up on the Echo Sound hotline, 306-936-6262 or toll free, 1-866-767-0620. Teagan Witko's in the building. You can talk to her and us on the other side. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Farmers and fans alike know it all starts and ends in the field. It's more than land. It's your legacy. When it's time to sell, trust the team that knows farmland. Ritchie Brothers Real Estate offers flexible selling options tailored to your needs and timelines. Discover the power of auction and the value of experience. Visit rbauction.com/real estate or Google Ritchie Brothers Real Estate for a free consultation and to explore current listings.
Howdy, Wood Country Woody again. You know, you and me ain't so different. We both love to sit on a sunny deck with a cool beverage instead of sanding the thing all the time. And when I heard TimberTech composite decking material is super low maintenance, well, that sold me right there. They didn't even need to mention that it features a sweet little hidden fastener system or that they also have the treated lumber that goes underneath. It's easy, it's pretty, it's TimberTech from Wood Country.
Your home is your castle.
In McLean, Estevan, and Tisdale, wood-country.com.
With coverage that goes where you go, GMS ensures the power and potential of the human spirit. Our health and travel insurance is designed to have your back through action and adversity, resilience and roadblocks, success and setbacks. So go, humans, go. We'll be here when you need us. GMS. Coverage Canadians have counted on since 1949.
Durability, capacity, speed. MacDon D2 Series Combine headers deliver all the best performance and innovation of the FD2 Flex Draper in a rigid platform. The D2 boasts an all-new frame that features a superstructured 5-sided back tube. This solid backbone is ready to handle the up to 20% increased capacity of an ultra-deep 50-inch draper deck. And that draper fills quicker with MacDon's clear-cut high-speed cutting system. With MacDon's rock-solid reliability, the D2 gets you more from every acre. Get it at Young's Equipment.
Summer is here and it's the best time to get out on the road, so why not get your vehicle inspected? Landry's Napa Auto Pro specializes in full service inspections. With certified mechanics on site, they handle everything from minor repairs to major overhauls. When you take your vehicle to Landry Service, your car is in the right hands. And to keep you cool and comfortable this summer, they also service vehicle air conditioning systems. Landry's Napa Auto Pro, located on North Winnipeg Street, serving Regina for over 50 years.
620 CKRM brings you Saskatchewan's #1 sports talk show, The Sports Cage. Weekday afternoons at 3 p.m. Breaking down the biggest news in Rider Nation. Rider season is in full swing. Check out sportscage.com for the full Rider schedule and all Rider updates. It's time to bleed green. Catch The Sports Cage weekday afternoons from 3 to 6 on the voice of Saskatchewan, 620 CKRM.
Code GREEN25. With PlayNow.com, make any $10 sports bet using the code GREEN25 and get a $20 free sports bet. Say you bet $10 on baseball. Use the code GREEN25 and get a free $20 bet to put on the green and white. Or bet $10 on golf and get a free $20 bet to put on tennis. Restrictions apply. Details at PlayNow.com. Must be 19 plus. Use your game sense.
Have your say on the latest news from Riderville. Check out sportscage.com or call us right now on the Echo Sound hotline at 1-866-767-0620. This is the Echo Sound Radio Roundtable on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Teagan Witko, Justin Dunk, Wes Cates. We're in the Sports Cage studio. Fresh off a win for the Riders, 21-18 over the Edmonton Elks. You can call, let us know what you thought of the game. Echo Sound hotline is 306-936-6262, or you can call us toll-free, 1-866-767-0620. But I'm just coming squealing in on two tires here, boys, so I want to hear more of your input on this game. The point after for Regina Plumbing and Heating, home of Canadian-made Napoleon air conditioners and furnaces. Justin, overall thoughts of that performance?
pretty good, but you got to close it out. I think that's the focus for Cory Mace, right? When you go into that fourth quarter, you're up 21-4. You got the Edmonton Elks on the ropes. Give him that uppercut. You've hit him in the body a bunch of times. Knock them out. TKO. Let's see it, Riders. Like we're nitpicking, but that's the next thing for this team to go to the next level and really be dominant. That said, still 6-1, first place in the West Division. Been very consistent. We saw the bounce back game last week. They survived the trap game this week. Like, what can't these Riders do?
Yeah, no, I mean, I kind of have to follow Justin's sentiment, Teagan. It was really just a snoozer in the first half. You know, the Riders kind of let Edmonton drive the field one time, but ended up holding them to a field goal. But then coming in the second half, you're looking at the Riders really getting out to a nice, healthy lead, and then the defense had a couple of busts that led to some big plays and let Edmonton get back into it. And then the offense had the ball a couple of times, and really at that point they need to go ahead and drive the field, answer the score, and they didn't do that. Made it real tight at the end and really gave Edmonton a couple of chances to actually come back and win that game. You can't do that.
Well, again, it is a 21-18 victory for your Saskatchewan Roughriders. And again, that score may be a little extra flattering for Double E. But you know what? A W is a W.
They covered the spread. I know that much.
Luc Mullinder knows that as well. Echo Sound Hotline. Call or text 306-936-6262. Toll free 1-866-767-0620. Let's hit those phone lines, shall we, boys? Lane from Regina. Lane, I understand that you want to talk about Cody Fajardo talking smack before the game. Oh, never mind. I guess he hung up on us. Well, that's too bad. I was looking forward to getting into that discussion. Why don't we take Tyler from Regina? So talking about a slow start for the Riders, just as you two had mentioned, wants to focus on the defense having a bit of a slow start. Tyler, fill us in. What you thinking?
Hi, I think the start of the game was very slow, and we're lucky that we played against an Edmonton team, because if it would have been like a Calgary or a Winnipeg, that game probably could have been a little bit different. I agree with what he said just a little while ago about once you're up 20-something to 4, whatever it was, they got to put the foot down and step on their throats. One thing that I kind of disagree with is the defensive player of the game. I think it should.
And why do you think that?
I think because he had 2 sacks and 4 tackles in the game. But I understand why you guys gave it to Shane Ray, because that was his best game as a Rough Rider since he's been on the team, with 2 sacks. The whole defensive line played amazing. I think the defensive line should have gotten the defensive player of the game.
Well, thank you very much for the input there. I appreciate it. And now it sounds like we do have Lane back on the Echo Sound hotline here again. It's Lane from Regina wanting to talk about Cody Fajardo. What are you thinking here, Lane?
Hello?
Hi, Lane. You want to talk about Cody Fajardo talking smack before tonight's game?
I do, yeah, I do.
What about it?
I was standing outside the stadium before the game, and I got a chance to talk to Cody, and he said, "Oh, we're the better team. Oh, we're going to win tonight." Hey, Cody, I want to know what happened, bro. You said you were going to beat us, but obviously that didn't happen.
I mean, if you're a professional athlete and you go into a game and you don't think you're going to win, then you shouldn't even show up to the stadium.
That is true. That is very, very true. But the way I look at it at the end of the day, we'll always be the better team.
What?
Oh, wait. Who started this conversation up? Did you walk up on him talking trash, or was he just picking out fans and telling them what was what?
He was just trash talking fans, so I defended Rider Nation.
Okay,
that's fair.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, there have been some controversial quotes coming from Cody Fajardo in the past. Okay, Echo Sound Hotline. Let's get to our next caller here. Why don't we take Trevor from Outlook? He wants to talk about the offense and defense. All right, Trevor, what are you thinking?
Hi there. Sorry, am I on the air with Wes and
the professor.
You're on with Teagan Witko, Justin Dunk, and Wes Cates. You want to talk about the offense and defense?
Had a little flashback.
Yeah, okay, awesome. Yeah, Justin, I got a few points for you as well, so thanks for having me. So, the first thing I want to mention is, I feel like over the last few games, our offense, we've been producing in key spots, but, the defense kind of been troubling me a little bit. On the other hand, we've been lazy and more reliant on the pass rush, which is really troubling to me. So, maybe it's time we kind of look at bringing some, maybe potentially a new DC that was, focus on some more fundamentals, maybe some more tackling, things like that. So, just trying to look at, maybe some ideas from Justin or Weston, what we should do with our new DC.
Did you say your new DC?
He said the Riders. He said the defensive coordinator. You said the
Cory Mace is the defensive coordinator.
The tackle. You didn't like the tackling. Was what you said. Basically, you had a lot. There's a lot of background noise, so we're kind of trying to make out what you said. I know you weren't. I felt like you said something about the sacks, but this is the wrong game to talk about the D line. But there was a little bit of lackluster tackling in the secondary, especially in the second half. But I mean, they've been doing okay. I think this team's been playing. Yeah, they've been playing fairly aggressively and doing pretty good for the most part. But what's your final thought?
Yeah, I understand that, Wes. I mean, when I watch some defense, I used to coach a little ball in my day, and when I look at some defenses, some of the defensive backs, they're kind of touchy a little bit, they're a little bit soft, and they're not really wanting to go to tackle. But when I can really tell when I see some linebackers, those linebackers, those guys who want to get in there, they want to get hard nosed and that. And again, I didn't really see that today. So I don't know. I'm just kind of wondering, maybe should we look at looking at somebody else, lead our defense. I mean, I think Mark Mueller is doing a great job in the offense, and I'm not even too sure who the defense coordinator is. But maybe we should look at bringing a new guy in.
Okay, hold on a second. My man, Cory Mace is the defensive coordinator.
Mueller's the OC.
Cory Mace is the defensive coordinator. You want to get rid of Cory Mace, who brought in quickly one of the best defenses in the CFL last year, the best defense against the run, and has one of the best units in the CFL this year? Am I hearing you right, bro?
Well, I'm just watching the team on the field, so I see. So
you want to get rid of Cory Mace?
First thing I kind of knew about Cory. I mean, Cory, I think Cory's a great head coach. I mean, doing a great job out there.
But you said you want to get rid of the defensive coordinator, and that's Cory Mace. This defense is among the elite in the league, if not the best in the league. This defense had 8 sacks tonight. This defense gave up 4 points in the opening half. I would be able to understand your opinion if you said, hey, I think the offense needed to do a better job staying on the field in the second half. By my count, the Riders had 6 2-and-outs on offense. And, oh, by the way, the defense closed the game out. I don't think we're watching the same football game, man. Cory Mace is the defensive coordinator. Let's not get it twisted. This defense against the run is still the best in the league. And tonight, that was an absolute masterclass in affecting the passer without blitzing very much. You want to talk about the tackling. Did you watch Roland Milligan Jr. come downhill and bang on fools tonight? I just don't think we're watching the same football game. I appreciate your opinion, but I just think we got to get a couple things straight here. When you call in, you better come straight with it now.
And you can. Oh, Trevor?
And, I saw some missed tackles. And, again, that's what concerns me. And I have some concerns. Again, I want to talk about championship. We want to be in some championship games. And I don't know that I saw that from all the boys on the defense here tonight. So
that's fair. I will grant you this. On the Keon Julian Grant touchdown, Cory Mace took the blame for that. He said that there was a busted coverage there, and he wishes he put them in a better situation, and there was a poor missed tackle along the sidelines that let him get free. But you're not going to tackle perfectly the whole game. I thought the Riders' defense tackled pretty well. I thought the DBs were physical. Did you see Marcus Sales out there running over Rankin and popping the ball loose? Like, this guy's probably giving up 50 pounds, and he's rolling over Rankin like he's nothing, like he's tiny. So I get nitpicking. I'm with you. Keon Julian Grant touchdown, unacceptable. Cory Mace said as much. But Cory Mace is a defensive coordinator, bro. You want that guy here for as long as possible, okay? Don't let him go away. Whatever he needs, you give him. That guy's elite. He's going to lead you to that Grey Cup.
Thank you so much, Trevor from Outlook. Appreciate the input. Appreciate the call. If you have some input, you can also reach out to us as well. Call us toll free 1-866-767-0620, or you can call or text 306-936-6262. And hey, make sure that you join us on the live stream as well. You can find us on YouTube and, of course, at sportscage.com. More of your calls, your texts, your opinions on the other side of the break. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
You know something? It's like selling a six-pack with only 5 beers in it. Wood Country Woody here, reminding you that unlike some other places, Wood Country Garage Packages contains everything you need, right from the start, including appearance-grade lumber, all your nails and screws, and walk-in doors with cladded jambs. Building a garage? It's one and done with Wood Country.
Your home is your castle.
In McLean, Estevan, and Tisdale. Shop online. wood-country.com.
Never get tired of tire talk? Neither do we. We banter about balance, rave about rolling resistance, and we could tell you all about traction long before social media. Yeah, here at Quality Tire, we care about tires and, well, quality. There's a reason it's our name. This summer, trouble-free driving starts with quality service from Quality Tire, with 9 locations across Saskatchewan. Thanks for coming to our Tread Talk.
QualityTire.ca. Whether you're going down the road or spend your days down on the farm, you've got a lot to get done and a lot of miles to go. Knowing that UFA has you covered with one of Western Canada's largest card lock networks, bulk fuel delivery where you need it, a range of premium lubricants, and our exclusive Diesel X Gold fuel means you have less to worry about. Visit one of over 100 convenient locations or UFApetro.com to find out more. From fleet to farm, we've got you covered.
Summer is here, and it's the best time to get out on the road, so why not get your vehicle inspected? Landry's Napa Auto Pro specializes in full-service inspections. With certified mechanics on site, they handle everything from minor repairs to major overhauls. When you take your vehicle to Landry Service, your car is in the right hands. And to keep you cool and comfortable this summer, they also service vehicle air conditioning systems. Landry's Napa Auto Pro, located on North Winnipeg Street, serving Regina for over 50 years.
Oh, our man is down after that hard tackle. Looks like the medic's saying it's heat exhaustion. He's been moved off the field. Just been handed an update that they've taken him to the locker room where they apparently have a Napoleon Canadian-made air conditioner from Regina Plumbing and Heating running in there. Okay, fans, I know a Napoleon is the best AC there is, but I don't think that... And he's back on the field.
When the Saskatchewan Roughriders need to stay cool, they call Regina Plumbing and Heating to take care of all their air conditioning needs.
Complete your application field goals with the new AB640 90-foot air boom applicator from Salford. The AB640 has 22% more coverage per pass, getting you to the goal faster. Spend more time on the drive and less time on the sidelines with double the capacity of most floaters. Check out the new AB640 at your local Salford dealer or online at salfordgroup.com. See them at your local Pattison Ag dealer with 18 locations.
SaskToday.ca is your local news source, proudly serving communities all across Saskatchewan. Sask Today's team of local journalists are on the ground focusing on local topics that matter to you. From agriculture, local community news, sports, and more. Find it all at SaskToday.ca. Sign up for our daily news digest at SaskToday.ca. From Harvard Media, everywhere.
Hey, Rider Nation. Got a question or comment on today's game? Text it to us at 306-936-6262. Don't miss any of the calls. Watch the show or catch the podcast at sportsgates.com. This is the Rider Nation Radio Roundtable on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Riders win 21-18. beating the visiting Edmonton Elks, of course. Teagan Witko, Justin Dunk, and Wes Cates taking your calls and texts on the Echo Sound hotline, 306-936-6262. Now, before we get to more of your opinions, we got to go through this keg-sized moment of the game. It is brought to you by the Keg and Regina in Saskatoon. Book your reservation right now, keg.com.
Second and goal for the 8 from the Riders, right hash. Harris to pass, far side, end zone, touchdown, Riders! Keyshawn Johnson, Merry Christmas with his second touchdown of the season, and he darts in from 8 yards out.
Whew. I know that was a very loud moment inside Mosaic Stadium. God, it was electric in there tonight. I did actually get a text in here. I just wanted to read this really fast because it was from Metal Shingle Guy saying, good win, how's Emilus? Now, we won't have an official update on him, but I will add towards the end of the game, he was on the bike a little bit, he was pedaling, he looked like he was kind of limping a bit, but he did have ice on his knee. So
okay, on the knee.
On the knee. I thought it might have been that he maybe re-aggravated something with his recent foot injury, but no, it was ice on the knee. So that is all we really know. It's just all what we're seeing on the sidelines. We don't have anything official.
I didn't get to see the play, but I'm excellent at diagnosing injuries.
It looked like one of those
Gator
gator tackles. Tyrell Ford kind of like wrapped his leg up a little bit and rolled with it. Not the whole way, but that's what it looked like to me.
Kind of twisted it a little bit, got it a little out of, I mean, if he walked off the field, probably his everything's still intact. I'm imagining if he walked off the field and you didn't see it hyperextend or anything like that. So probably just a little sore, a little bruised, maybe he banged it on the turf and got it twisted up just enough to be done for the rest of the game. Hopefully he can, get some good treatment and be back for next week.
More of your opinions, your texts, your calls. Echo Sound Hotline, 306-936-6262. Toll free at 1-866-767-0620. And of course, you're also more than welcome to join us on our stream, YouTube, sportscage.com. You can leave comments on the YouTube channel, and we will try to get to them as quickly as we can. But for right now, we want to hit those phone lines. Smokey from Sherwood Park, Alberta, wants to talk about running backs and why they don't bring in another. So Smokey in Sherwood Park, Alberta, tell me what you're thinking about the running backs.
Well, I think they should bring in another one. I thought Fletcher was let go by Montreal. I wish Saskatchewan would pick him up.
Smokey, do you know that the Riders signed Mario Anderson this week?
No, I didn't know that.
There you go.
They did have 2 on the depth chart this week. Might not have seen a whole bunch of activity from him on the field today. But yeah, he was definitely dressed for the Riders. He was at training camp with them. I believe he was on the PR for a little bit until he was released. And then, they brought him back in after the unfortunate situation last week, of course.
Fletcher's a decent idea, but based on some things going on that I know about that I can't share, I don't know if I see him coming to Saskatchewan. I'll leave it at that. But they signed Mario Anderson. He was here during training camp. Did enough for them to want to bring him back. There were some other veteran options out there that they could have potentially checked into. We talked about it in the postgame last week. Frankie Hickson was one of those guys. Kevin Brown's out there who Wes Cates really likes. But Mario Anderson was signed this week, so they do have 2 running backs that are healthy on the roster.
Yeah, and I'm sure they'll probably look for somebody else, but Mario was in camp, knows the offense as well as any back that's not better than any back that they would bring in. So might as well bring him in as a safety and, work on bringing somebody else in as the season progresses.
Well, thank you very much.
Maybe they'll bring back Fixon back in then.
Maybe.
Well, thank you, Smokey from Sherwood Park, Alberta. Of course, that Echo Sound hotline, 306-936-6262. Call or text. We did get text in here, which is interesting. No name associated with it, but they say, don't let 6-1 fool you. Again, points missed on the kicking game. Bend, don't break defense won't work against top teams, with the exception of one play. Running game was ineffective. Terrible play call. 3rd and goal from the 2. D-line pursuit was championship caliber, but nothing else was. Do we agree?
Put your name on it.
I know. You know what? I would prefer just a phone call because I want to chat.
Yeah. Call in, and if you're going to say, okay, terrible play call on 3rd and goal from the 1.5-yard line, what's your play call? Give it to us, Rider Nation, whoever this unknown person is.
But we still want to hear from you. So make sure that you reach out, okay? Echo Sound Hotline, 306-936-6262. We do have to take a quick break here, and we're going to be right back. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider Football, streaming on YouTube and sportscage.com. The 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Oh, our man is down after that hard tackle. Looks like the medic's saying it's heat exhaustion. He's been moved off the field. Just been handed an update that they've taken him to the locker room where they apparently have a Napoleon Canadian-made air conditioner from Regina Plumbing and Heating running in there. Okay, fans, I know a Napoleon is the best AC there is, but I don't think that... And he's back on the field.
When the Saskatchewan Roughriders need to stay cool, they call Regina Plumbing and Heating to take care of all their air conditioning needs.
Your lottery ticket dispatches the crew that's airborne within minutes. Your lottery ticket powers the helicopter that's equipped with life-saving technology. Your lottery ticket is someone's lifeline. Stars Lottery. Your ticket fuels our mission to provide critical care anywhere. And you can win millions with Lucky Stars 50/50 and Stars Daily Cash. 40 years, one mission. Get your tickets today at starslottery.ca. Lucky Stars 50/50 license LR2500009 and Stars Daily Cash license LR250010. Saskatchewan only. 18 plus. Please play responsibly.
Premier Scott Moe.
As you drive home from the Rider game or drive anywhere in Saskatchewan, you're going to run into some highway construction. Your Saskatchewan Party government is always improving our highways to make them safer for you and your family. We've already repaired nearly 22,000 kilometers of highways, and we'll improve another 1,000 kilometers this year. So watch out for the orange zones and please slow down so everyone can stay safe. Your Saskatchewan Party government, delivering for you.
A message from your Saskatchewan Party Caucus.
SaskToday.ca is your local news source, proudly serving communities all across Saskatchewan. Sask Today's team of local journalists are on the ground focusing on local topics that matter to you. From agriculture, local community news, sports, and more. Find it all at SaskToday.ca. Sign up for our daily news digest at SaskToday.ca. From Harvard Media, everywhere.
Hey y'all, AJ here with my quarterback Trevor. You know every drive counts, right?
Yes sir. That's why off the field we trust the Capital Automotive Group to get us there.
At Capital Ford and Capital GMC, man, those trucks are built like a solid O-line. Tough and reliable.
Need to go off-road? Crestview's Jeeps cut through anything, just like a strong run game.
Looking for luxury? Mercedes-Benz Regina is straight MVP material.
And when you want to move the chains, Titan's pre-owned lineup delivers every single time.
Capital Automotive Group. We drive Rider Nation.
Choosing what restaurant to go to? Difficult. Choosing a wireless deal at SaskTel? Easy. When you switch to SaskTel and choose your savings, you'll have no regrets. Switch to SaskTel and choose to save $10 a month for 24 months, or get up to $250 off a new phone. Visit SaskTel.com/choice for details. Conditions apply.
When we look out over the vast horizon of our province, we see potential. At Nutrien, we help feed the future right here in Saskatchewan to farms around the world by providing the resources farmers need to grow healthy, sustainable, and resilient crops. As a global leader in agriculture, we work every day to strengthen food security and drive innovation in farming. Because when farmers thrive, so do communities everywhere. Nutrien, from mine to farm to you. Nutrien.com/future.
Hey, Rider Nation. Got a question or comment on today's game? Text it to us at 306-936-6262. Watch the show or catch the podcast at sportscage.com. This is the Echo Sound Radio Roundtable on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Teagan Witko, Justin Dunk, and Wes Cates. A victory for the Riders, 21-18 over the Edmonton Elk. As I was corrected on the text line, apparently there's no such thing as Elks. So I just needed to get that out there. You want your opinions heard, make sure that you text us or call us 306-936-6262. Why don't we hit the phone lines here? Let's take John from Regina. Now, I know this is a conversation that comes up frequently, but John wants to talk about the attendance at Mosaic Stadium today. John, what do you say? What are you thinking?
Oh, hello?
John, you wanted to talk about the attendance at today's Rider game.
Yes, I did. So I just got a quick comment. I'll lead into my question. So first-time caller, so thanks for having me.
Well,
thanks for calling.
Yeah.
Hey.
Long time. So long time fan. I'm 44. I've been going to games since I was a little tyke, 6 years old. Barely missed a game, and I used to go to games with my grandfather. Every game, and he just passed away at the age of 99, and he never missed a game. So shout out to Alan Guy.
Shout out.
Yeah, so we've seen a lot of stuff, but I'm just curious about the crowd size. Mosaic used to be packed, game in, game out, didn't matter. I'm just thinking of tonight. It's a Friday night, 7 o'clock game, middle of summer, nothing to compete with for first place, sole possession of first place. We are playing some amazing football right now. I'm just curious where you guys see the disconnect, because I looked in the stands and the upper decks are completely empty. It's just the crowds aren't near what they used to be, and I'm curious what you guys think the disconnect is right now with why we aren't selling more tickets like Winnipeg is.
I think sometimes people get pump faked by the mezzanine level or the main level. People that don't have the best seats, I think, just hang out on that level. So, like sometimes when you look in the stands, I think it looks a little more sparse than it actually is at the stadium. Cody Fajardo even talked about the fact that they couldn't communicate that last drive. So clearly the fans are doing their job, at least as far as impacting the game. I'm not sure what today's attendance was, and I'm sure it wasn't a sellout, but when you're there, it feels
27,933 tickets distributed.
Right. Yeah.
So scanned and distributed are two different things.
Yeah, that's over their average, I think. So that's a pretty good attendance. I don't know. What do you think?
Well, I just, I'm used to the days of old Mosaic when it was 30,000 every game. And, there's a lot of passion, especially these Friday and Saturday nights.
Well, I'm not playing anymore, right?
Well,
it's all about Wes.
Days, though.
No, I'm just kidding.
Listen, John, I can also say being at the stadium, the energy was pretty electric. I mean, I can't remember the last time in this building that I saw a wave going around for that extended period of time and people yelling and throwing their hands up in the air. And again, I'm not defending or making excuses necessarily, but I also think that even just the sheer amount of people that were showing up all decked out to the nines, embracing. I know our first caller there was not really a fan of the Christmas in July thing, but a lot of people were embracing it. I mean, I saw a Grinch in row one, sweaty as all hell, and I feel for the person who had to drive that guy home. But I think that there is still definitely the fandom. It might just be a sake of people get busy. I don't know what it is. I don't know what that answer is.
Yeah, I just thought maybe from your guys' professional opinion, is it the prices? Is it I don't know. I don't know what's driving people to not come down to the park. But like I said, we're playing the best football we have in years. We got a team that has superstars on it. Like I said, it's Friday night for first place, and I just expected more when I showed up to the ballpark. I want a full house.
It's high. It's those high definition 50 inches and Costco liquor stores. No, I'm kidding.
That could be a factor. I think there's a lot of different factors that play into this. And I don't disagree with you, John. I want to see a sellout every damn time I go to the building. We always want to see a sellout. But I think the fandom is still there. They keep winning, and hopefully they will come, right? But really appreciate the call here, John. Thanks so much.
Appreciate the call.
And you can call us as well at 1-866. Well, this is toll free. 1-866-767-0620. Text us as well, 306-936-6262. This is brought to you by Echo Sound, your SaskTel authorized dealer in Fort Capel. Get the newest cell phone today with an amazing SaskTel rate plan. We do have to take a quick break here, but we'll be back on the other side. Streaming on YouTube as well as sportscage.com. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Premier Scott Moe.
As you drive home from the Rider game or drive anywhere in Saskatchewan, you're going to run into some highway construction. Your Saskatchewan party government is always improving our highways to make them safer for you and your family. We've already repaired nearly 22,000 kilometers of highways, and we'll improve another 1,000 kilometers this year. So watch out for the orange zones and please slow down so everyone can stay safe. Your Saskatchewan party government, delivering for you.
A message from your Saskatchewan Party Caucus.
Howdy, Wood Country Woody here. I've always thought that deck railings should be a little more than a way to keep yourself from falling into the hydrangeas. They should add style and class. They should be regal aluminum railings from Wood Country. These bad boys come with LED lighting options that allow you to change the color and the mood at the touch of a button and at the best price around. Regal aluminum railings from Wood Country.
Your home is your castle.
In McLean, Estevan, and Tisdale. Wood-country.com.
Whether you're going down the road or spend your days down on the farm, you've got a lot to get done and a lot of miles to go. Knowing that UFA has you covered with one of Western Canada's largest card lock networks, bulk fuel delivery where you need it, a range of premium lubricants, and our exclusive Diesel X Gold fuel means you have less to worry about. Visit one of over 100 convenient locations or UFApetro.com to find out more. From fleet to farm, we've got you covered.
With coverage that goes where you go, GMS ensures the power and potential of the human spirit. Our health and travel insurance is designed to have your back through action and adversity, resilience and roadblocks, success and setbacks. So go, humans, go. We'll be here when you need us. GMS. Coverage Canadians have counted on since 1949.
620 CKRM brings you Saskatchewan's #1 sports talk show, The Sports Cage. Weekday afternoons at 3 p.m. Breaking down the biggest news in Rider Nation. Rider season is in full swing. Check out sportscage.com for the full Rider schedule and all Rider updates. It's time to bleed green. Catch The Sports Cage weekday afternoons from 3 to 6 on the voice of Saskatchewan, 620 CKRM.
Sask Lotteries has over 50 years of winning behind us. And you know what that means? Lots of winning numbers. Numbers like over 1,200 organizations funded and 12,000 plus groups supported. $6 million given away annually in community grants. And the winningest number of all? $1.4 billion given back to the people of Saskatchewan through sport, culture, and recreation. And we're just getting started. Learn more at sasklotteries.ca.
If you want to optimize yields and profits, you need the power of PRS technology from Western Ag. An accurate measure of the soil's power to release nutrients, a customized crop plan, a complete understanding of the best crop options for your fields, and a network of professional agronomy consultants. That is the power of PRS technology from Western Ag, helping you grow more profit.
Go to growmoreprofit.com and sign up your farm for soil sampling. Early booking discounts apply until September 15th.
Have your say on the latest news from Riderville. Check out sportscage.com or call us right now on the Echo Sound hotline at 1-866-767-0620. This is the Echo Sound Radio Roundtable on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
It's Teagan Witko, Justin Duncan, Wes Cates taking your calls and texts here. Talking about this 21-18 win for the Riders over the Elks. Now, I know Mark has been waiting a while here on the phone line, so let's go to him. Mark, our buddy from Sydney, Australia. You want to talk Riders here, Mark. Thanks for calling.
G'day, Teagan. G'day, Wes. How are you all?
G'day, Mark.
Fantastic. Wes has been working on that response.
Yeah. I'm getting better and better.
That's all right. It's not that hard. It's just a simple g'day. I was very impressed with the team today, and especially just with everything clicking with Trevor and the offense and defense and 8 sacks today. And I believe if the Riders can keep this form going and stay free from injury, well, the Grey Cup's coming home to Regina, baby.
Okay, Mark. Calling it out early, huh? Who was your standout player? And it can't be a kicker, Mark.
No, I know. I'd have to say, and if open to win the prize for the offense and defensive player, I'd say my offensive player would be Keyshawn Johnson, and he was the offensive player, and Shane Ray was the defensive player.
Yeah, we used to give away prizes for calling that out before. Yeah, I'm sorry, Mark. You don't win anything, right. But we can tell you're paying attention. Good job, man.
Yeah.
That's all right.
What else you got? Any final thoughts?
Well, I've got to say that I think is doing a tremendous job with the players he's got, and I believe this can be a real dynasty for Saskatchewan if the team can put it all together and Coach Mace has everything going his way like he has with game calls and everything like that. I believe we're in a good place, and I believe we can really not just win the Grey Cup, but I believe we can set up a pretty good dynasty here.
So, Mark, you think we should keep head coach and defensive coordinator Cory Mace?
I would say keep him because
you got a lot of people in this room agreeing with you, buddy.
It's trouble against Coach.
Oh, no.
I think we're cutting out there. Oh, Mark from Sydney, Australia. Such a great guy. Loves to call into the Echo Sound hotline. And, of course, we always take your calls and texts at 306-936-6262. So why don't we hit that phone line, shall we? Let's take, Ross from Regina. Now, Ross wants to speak specifically to the Cody Fajardo roughing the passer call. All right, Ross, what do you think about that call?
I really didn't. I want to applaud, actually, Coach Mace for doing the challenge because of the fact that my understanding of that rule is when your opposing quarterback is in running mode and crosses the line of scrimmage, he is no longer the QB. He becomes an extra running back. And when Fajardo went down on that slide and Ray went and dove over him, hitting him with his thigh, I think some consistency with the league really needs to be brought in.
I agree, man. It's a fair point. That was my first thought on that call is Cody Fajardo is well past the line of scrimmage. He's a runner at that point. I think it's very hard in this day and age for a defender to hit the quarterback even when he's in the pocket. The strike zone has become so small, and if the quarterback moves one step or 1 inch in a different direction and a defender's flying in there, it's very difficult for him to change his direction, let alone when the guy's in the open field. If you're a runner, you're a runner. That kind of stuff's going to happen. It wasn't like Tevon Campbell put the crown of his helmet down and tried to hit Cody Fajardo right in the helmet. I think it was actually his behind or his butt, whatever you want to call it, that knocked Cody Fajardo's helmet.
I do want to play devil's advocate a little bit just because Tevon Campbell came over and he kind of got in a position to really put a strike or hit Cody. Then as Cody slid, he tried to just raise his body up and go over, but he still had a demeanor like he was trying to give him a little shoulder or whatever the case. And it happened so fast, bang, bang, that I'm not sure the refs realized that was his hip and not his shoulder pad or his elbow that hit Cody's head. So, I mean, if you're looking at it as a bang, bang play, something the refs are trying to decipher with their eyes, I think you could definitely say it looked a little egregious just because of Tevon Campbell's body language. But it definitely, in watching the replay, clearly wasn't malicious and maybe should have been a no call or if you could pick up the flag. But, yeah.
All right. Well, thank you very much. Ross from Regina. I think we have time to take one more quick call. So why don't we hit that Echo Sound hotline one more time here. Trevor from Regina wants to talk about being at 6-1, which is good, even though the Riders might not be playing their best football. So, Trevor from Regina, explain yourself a little bit more.
Oh, hey. How are you?
Good. How are you?
Good. You just sort of came in at the last second. So if you wanted me to explain us being 6-1 and being happy about it, is that what we're talking about?
Is that what you wanted to talk about?
I think so, yeah. I've heard some calls about some complaints about, play calling. What I saw is a team that's 6-1 and is figuring it out on the fly and is pretty impressive. Are they at their best? No, but I don't think anybody wants us to be at our best at Game 7 of the CFL season. I mean, we might look back at that Calgary game where we got blown out to be probably one of the best learning points out of the whole season because, they taught us some lessons that we're not anywhere where we need to be as a team. But this was a fun game to watch tonight. I mean, Sam Emilus, we are lucky to have this guy. He puts up points. He hits guys downfield. He can do pretty much anything. And when he gets knocked out, it really is next man up, be it Keyshawn Johnson or Dante Myers or Joe Robustelli, or coming up at some point, hopefully sooner than later, KSB. And I'm sure Sean Bain Jr. is itching to have a comeback season, because he would probably want to build on what wasn't a great year last year. So this is good. I mean, we're well coached. We're pretty disciplined. Are we perfect? No, but they're climbing the mountain, and they're a fun team to watch.
Yeah, I like that.
You nailed it.
Yeah, they definitely.
I like to think so. I'm not complaining about our punter. I've heard some calls. I mean, I'm not looking at getting rid of our DC. Cory Mace. I've been watching. I went to my first game, 100 years ago in the 80s, and I've seen some bad football, and I've seen some bad coaching, but I've also seen when things have fallen into place and you have seen the culture come together. And I mean, there's not one bad dude on this team. I mean, everybody, it seems like they all have each other's back, and it's good. It's entertaining ball. And then, yeah, they got a little slow, but that defense, I mean, we harassed Cody all game. I didn't play. They harassed Cody all game. And we don't live too far from the stadium. We're about 4K away. I like to come home and rewatch the game. And even the stats that aren't showing up, I mean, Shane Ray was on his tail and chasing Cody around the field. It's something. I mean, that defensive line looked like they were making a statement, and making that O-line from Edmonton looked like a bunch of toddlers out there. I'll say this, though, about Cody. I was a fan when he was here, and he is a gamer. And, man, he got nailed, and he got beat up, and he got thrown around. But he's still good, got up, and he fought. And it's fun. I like that guy, and I'm always hoping for some success. I was a big fan.
Yeah, he's a fighter, but he's a sack magnet. All right, that's enough about Cody. I'm sorry. I appreciate the comments, though. That was a great call. But we got to wrap it up.
No, Trevor, thank you so much for the call. We don't always get the positive feedback from callers, so we really do appreciate your input. And thank you so much for calling that Echo Sound hotline. We do have to take a quick break because we are quickly running out of time here. So we'll be back on the other side. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football, streaming on our YouTube channel and sportscage.com. The 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Hey football fans, I'm Sally Hauser, Saskatchewan NDP official opposition MLA for Regina University. Saskatchewan produces world-class agricultural products, and our farm families work so hard to put food on our tables. I can't thank them enough. But now droughts are devastating many communities. The Saskatchewan NDP is demanding immediate supports for these producers, so we have their backs. Together, let's focus on building a bright future. Enjoy the game, and feel free to contact me, 306-584-4403.
Durability, capacity, speed. MacDon D2 Series Combine headers deliver all the best performance and innovation of the FD2 Flex Draper in a rigid platform. The D2 boasts an all-new frame that features a superstructured 5-sided back tube. This solid backbone is ready to handle the up to 20% increased capacity of an ultra-deep 50-inch draper deck. And that draper fills quicker with MacDon's clear-cut high-speed cutting system. With MacDon's rock-solid reliability, the D2 gets you more from every acre. Get it at Young's Equipment.
With coverage that goes where you go, GMS ensures the power and potential of the human spirit. Our health and travel insurance is designed to have your back through action and adversity, resilience and roadblocks, success and setbacks. So go, humans, go. We'll be here when you need us. GMS, coverage Canadians have counted on since 1949.
Never get tired of tire talk? Neither do we. We banter about balance, rave about rolling resistance, and we could tell you all about traction long before social media. Yeah, here at Quality Tire, we care about tires and, well, quality. There's a reason it's our name. This summer, trouble-free driving starts with quality service from Quality Tire, with 9 locations across Saskatchewan. Thanks for coming to our Tread Talk.
QualityTire.ca. Whether you're going down the road or spend your days down on the farm, you've got a lot to get done and a lot of miles to go. Knowing that UFA has you covered with one of Western Canada's largest card lock networks, bulk fuel delivery where you need it, a range of premium lubricants, and our exclusive Diesel X Gold fuel, means you have less to worry about. Visit one of over 100 convenient locations or ufapetro.com to find out more. From fleet to farm, we've got you covered.
620 CKRM brings you Saskatchewan's #1 sports talk show, The Sports Cage. Weekday afternoons at 3 p.m. Breaking down the biggest news in Rider Nation. Rider season is in full swing. Check out sportscage.com for the full Rider schedule and all Rider updates. It's time to bleed green. Catch The Sports Cage weekday afternoons from 3 to 6 on the voice of Saskatchewan, 620 CKRM.
Code GREEN25. With PlayNow.com, make any $10 sports bet using the code GREEN25 and get a $20 free sports bet. Say you bet $10 on baseball. Use the code GREEN25 and get a free $20 bet to put on the green and white. Or bet $10 on golf and get a free $20 bet to put on tennis. Restrictions apply. Details at PlayNow.com. Must be 18 plus. Use your game sense.
Hey, Rider Nation. Got a question or comment on today's game? Text it to us at 306-936-6262. Don't miss any of the calls. Watch the show or catch the podcast at sportsgates.com. This is the Rider Nation Radio Roundtable on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
And, of course, taking your calls and texts on the Echo Sound hotline. Teagan Witko, Justin Duncan, Wes Cates here as we're talking about this 21-18 win for the Saskatchewan Roughriders. And a couple of text messages that were coming in here. First, I just want to mention, you know how I was talking about that Grinch in row one? His name is Steve. And he texted in thanking us for the shout out. Also interesting to know that I mentioned I feel bad for whoever has to drive that guy home.
Yeah.
He said the outfit was a questionable choice, and he's actually an Uber driver.
Ugh. So everybody was rolling the windows down on him like, yo, bro, like, can we get some air in here?
Yeah, so, I mean, we love hearing from you, Rider Nation. We always want to hear what you have to say. Let's see if we can't dig up, but we have a couple of minutes left here. Let me see. Cody Fajardo. It was next to impossible for Trevion to get out of his way. Cody was a runner in the command center, should have reversed that call. It was a mistake by the refs. And that one is from another Steve. Let's see if we have a couple of other ones here. I think there was an Elaine that Mr. Curtis here was going to be pulling up for us. But I do just also want to mention, I was coming back from the stadium, and I want to give a shout out to you. Oh, okay. Wes, you sure don't like Cody.
He gives us all. Not his fault, O-line is porous. I mean, but the dude still, like, pulls it down, tucks and runs way too much. I understand that the line's porous, but like Trey Ford was under the same line, so actually Cody played a decent game. 352 tugs, no interceptions, brought his team back. But I've seen this story time and time again with Cody Fajardo. He plays terrible for about 2.5 quarters, and all of a sudden it's like somebody slaps him on the sideline. He wakes up and then he goes out there and finishes strong, but it's usually too little, too late. I get why people are Cody Fajardo. He's a tough kid. He goes out, plays hard, and he has a pretty good completion percentage because if his first read's not there, he just tucks it and tries to run and does the pirouette as Luc Mullinder spoke to a couple of times, multiple times in the game. I'm not a Cody hater. I'm just saying he wouldn't be my quarterback. That's all I'm saying. If I was management, sorry, Cody. He's probably going to tweet it. Hey, they should have gave that to the defense.
Wow. The man had one of the arguably most clutch plays in Grey Cup.
Yeah, that was didn't I just say he wakes up in the fourth quarter and balls out, and usually it's too little too late. But hey, when he had the best defense in the CFL by far, and they gave him a chance to win it at the end, what'd he do? He took him down the field. Made Phil Pott like a superstar, throws a great pass to him, and wins a Grey Cup. He's got a ring, so nobody can tell him nothing. But I'm saying I wouldn't sign him to my roster, but guess what? I don't have a roster to sign him to, so he can tell me to screw up.
It's not often on this call-in show that we get Wes Cates all fired up. I mean,
That's what we like to do it, though. Press those buttons on Wes, get him going.
Right, yeah.
Yeah, by the way, that is Wes fired up.
Right, yeah. Some strong choice PG-13 words for you. There you go.
Listen, there are so many texts, and I know there was a couple of phone calls that we couldn't get to, but we do unfortunately have to call her a night pretty quickly here, boys. But before we do, just kind of final thoughts, maybe look a little bit ahead to next week against Montreal. You want to go first, Wes, since you're all fiery?
You know what? I'm happy with the way the Riders are playing. They've had some mistakes, but they've been able to find ways to win regardless. Maybe the other teams have helped them out from time to time, but at the end of the day, they're getting better week by week. It seems like guys are stepping up, and they're making the plays they need to They're making the plays they need to make to win the games. There's always some stuff you can look at after the game and film and realize you need to get better at. So I think they're on the right track. And as Trevor, our last caller, said, they're revving up. So better for them to peak later in the season. They're still building.
Justin?
Montreal's usually a tough trip. If the Riders can't beat the Grecian man MBT just for men and his beard there, I don't know, bro. But more people are going to be calling in wanting to fire Cory Mace, which I still can't understand. Rider Nation, I know you might be on the pills after a win, but golly, let's keep Cory Mace for as long as possible in green and white.
Couldn't agree more.
Gonna have to disagree. If there's anything I learned from the show, it's we gotta fire Cory Mace. Keep that in mind, Justin.
Who is this guy? Pops himself on video, C-Man Productions, doing his thing. Where'd he come from? He's obviously joking around. All the sane Rider fans know you don't want to let Cory Mace go. I already got some tweets about it. Like, I respect these opinions, but there has to be some basis of facts.
Do you really?
I do, but you got to set some people straight, man.
Yeah,
we let him say his thing, and he kept saying DC, DC, and I was like, wait, maybe he's going to talk about OC. Maybe he meant to say OC. And I was like, maybe he's talking about JC Sheret. It's like, no, he's talking about Cory Mace, bro. You didn't even know Cory Mace was a defensive coordinator. And you call yourself a Riders fan? Let's see what silly call we get next week.
You know someone's going to intentionally call in and just say that just to piss you off.
That's okay.
Hey, that's what this is all about. It's all about you, Rider Nation. We love doing this every single week, and we will be back next Saturday as the Riders travel to Montreal. And before then, make sure that you're listening to the Sports Cage on 620 CKRM with SaskTel. You pick the score. Tune in for your chance to win tickets to the next Rider home game. SaskTel, stay connected. And before we just completely say goodbye here, I do want to mention Dave's Happy Honker. It works. It works, man. I was on my way back here from the stadium, and as I was pulling... a little bit late on the cue there, buddy.
Went in the road rage mode. She pulled over and hopped out the whip.
Yeah, I thought that was pretty quick.
Like, what? You all gonna me?
Say it.
I mean... That's why I keep a baseball bat in my car with us. Yeah. No, I'm kidding. No, but there was a lot of people. Someone was a little early, a little jumping the gun a bit too quickly there, and they were honking before Dave had said his happy honker.
And you took offense.
I thought someone just had road rage. It wasn't me. No, but seriously, a big thank you to Rider Nation welcoming us into your garages, into your shops, into your homes, into your cars. We don't get to do this without you. And with that being said, for Curtis, for Dave, for Colson, for Alan, for Mosh, for Wes, for Justin, for everybody who makes this thing tick and makes this thing happen, good night from the Sports Cage studio. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Huddle up, farmers of Rider Nation. This is your season to lead the league in yield, and DeKalb's here to back you up, delivering high yield potential, powerful weed control options, and the complete agronomic package, including Straight Cut Plus and Club Root Resistance. DeKalb's geared up to be your #1 canola seed. Hit the field with confidence. Talk to your rep, retail, or visit DeKalbCanola.ca/SK to lock in your starting lineup. Always read and follow label directions.
Most farmers plan to win. Strong inputs, smart strategy, no wasted plays. So why carry insurance that only shows up in garbage time? Global Ag Risk Solutions doesn't believe in farming scared. They believe in farming smart, with coverage that protects your input costs and your margin. When it's third and long and the season's on the line, you trust your game plan. You farm forward. Global Ag Risk Solutions. It's not just insurance, it's a strategy. Visit agrisksolutions.ca.
Farmers and fans alike know it all starts and ends in the field. It's more than land. It's your legacy. When it's time to sell, trust the team that knows farmland. Ritchie Brothers Real Estate offers flexible selling options tailored to your needs and timelines. Discover the power of auction and the value of experience. Visit rbauction.com/real estate or Google Ritchie Brothers Real Estate for a free consultation and to explore current listings.